Yes, I know, I know. Guys, if Ari tells you to drop dead after you harass him, it means he bare likes you and you're basically brothers who grew up in the same yard. Love you too, mate. And as always, it's a pleasure being teammates with you. Let's do it again. Oh, and congratulations on graduating from high school, yeah? Big things and more success in your future. Seaman, your turn for a speech. Tossing the microphone to Carlos before laughing and running away from Ari's attempt to clothesline him to the ground. As the rest of the team spoke, thanking the audience, it was a very wholesome moment that eventually devolved into idle chatter when the audience shouted a question and they would answer. What are you doing after this? After this, we're going to pick up all the flowers and gifts from the graduation venue, and we're celebrating Ari's big day with a meal. Jamie answered excitedly. What kind of food, Ari? French? No, Korean food. Ari's only ever taken Levi to a French restaurant. It's not fair. It's favoritism. As Jamie sulked and began wilting on the side, Ari rolled his eyes before promising. I'll take you to one later. Besides, aren't we supposed to go to France together? Oh, right. Jamie immediately perked back up as more and more questions began coming in. Ari, which restaurant are you going to? Secret. It's probably the restaurant where his face is all over the website, Ari. Everyone knows that you work there sometimes. Confess. It's a secret. You would be a terrible superhero. Your secret identity would be given up so easily. Is the old lady who works there your grandma? She's so strict. But the food is good. Your service is terrible, though. You're never at work when I go. That's a good thing. Remember how he blew up a kitchen the last time he tried to cook with Levi? Hearing the audience member tease him, Ari simply laughed and waved at them. To Ari, it was a very successful, happy day. Truly one of the best days he'd had in a while. It almost made him forget that his parents weren't even here to support the first big accomplishment in his life. Almost. Waving at the audience, he just continued to smile. Thank you all for today. Truly, he was thankful to them. Tonight, Ari would enjoy a meal with all his friends and Grandma Lisa and Grandma Kim. And tomorrow, he would report to the dorms for the final rounds of preparation for the last performance in Popstar Academy. Thank you, Team Bad Boys. Now, for the team in second place, the dark and lovely vampires who performed Bite Me. And in a high-rise condo in the middle of the city, a certain individual was desperately watching a stream of the surprise showcase on a widescreen TV. Originally, he wanted to go in person, but the thought of paying to attend something when he should be on stage performing, or worse, being recognized and looked down on by others, kept him in his apartment as his uncle instructed. He had watched each performance from beginning to end, but had paid attention to only one, the one that had his nemesis in it. He had desperately wished that it was a lackluster failure of a performance, but unfortunately, it had blown all the other performances out of the water. And as the MC took to the stage to announce the winner, not him, anyone but him, William Forbes, whispered as he stared desperately at a stream of the performance showcase. The team that came in first place today is the team that dropped down from the heavens and gave us a thrilling performance. Team Bad Boys, composed of Ariel, Benjamin, Carlos, Jamie, Levi, and Matthew. Congratulations to you boys. Please come onto the stage and give your statements. William's fear came true. Fishboy had won. Seeing the green eyes flash angrily as he was teased by the British one before they turned happy as he began teasing Levi, who actually allowed it, William lost it. No, it should be me. The person jumping out of the helicopter with Levi should be me. The person getting all the praise and applause should be me. The person whose skill is improving at an unprecedented pace should be me. He's taken everything from me. Raging angrily, William went around smashing everything that could be smashed in the living room. He tossed chairs, broke cups, and smashed tables into bits. He even chucked the remote at the TV, embedding it right in the center as he continued screaming. It's his fault that I'm getting punished. That I'm stuck here instead of being out there. I should have gotten rid of that stupid, homeless bum, along with that stupid old man, when I had the chance. It's mine. The item is mine. If I had it, I wouldn't have to deal with this nonsense. I'd be the best with no comparison. But instead I have to deal with this garbage. William punched a hole in the wall, while staring at his hands that had the flawed ability of randomly increasing his skills instead of the one that just dispensed what was needed. He needed to figure out a way to get it back from Fishboy. Even if he had to kidnap him or beat him to death, The item must come back to him where it belonged before his uncle found out. And as if the universe wanted to continue ting on him. Ring, 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 ring. His phone began ringing with a familiar ringtone. William almost ignored it, but remembering that his future depended on the person, he looked at the caller ID before picking it up. Wilfred Forbes. Hello, uncle. Shut the hell up and listen to me very carefully. Here's what you're going to do. Number 378. Chapter 378. Good Boys Gone Bad 7. In a luxuriously decorated boardroom, several executives who had squeezed their personal assistants to find time in their busy schedules were gathered in person to make an important decision. For those who couldn't attend in person, they were on a video call visible on one side of a drop-down screen, while the other side showed headshots of the remaining contestants and their current rank based on aggregated votes. So, a balding old man glanced around the room, his gaze stopping on a particular blonde man before continuing to speak as a detailed chart appeared on one of the screens behind him. Against all odds, the proposal for the surprise showcase organized by Director Forbes was quite successful, despite the late announcement. And advertising, based on ticket sales and projected profits from distributing the performance, as well as the EMV, earned media value, and ROI, were going to more than break even, which was the goal. Here's the quick overview, but a detailed report will hit everyone's inbox by the end of the meeting. The executives, quick at evaluating matters of money, scanned the charts before nodding in approval. Since they refused to house and feed the contestants, or provide new costumes or stage props during this optional performance, expenses were much lower, especially when compared to the obscene amount of money spent to feed and house the contestants in Korea, not to mention what went into preparing for the stage. A few execs even felt some pity for Wilfred Forbes, who had to foot the performance bill, but even more felt pity for themselves that the contestants had spent all the money instead of leaving some behind to be added to their quarterly bonuses. But with the profits higher from incentivizing attendees to spend even more money on buying votes that were worth more, it was truly a successful event. And because there was a sign of profit, the greed that was previously curtailed began to rear its ugly head, and the executives began trying to figure out a way to increase profits while shaving money. Director Forbes is really a genius at making money. His proposal really worked. Is it possible for us to keep the same schedule for the final stretch? Housing and food are major expenses, and cutting them will bring us considerable savings. And although we have to provide some funds for the stage, if we force the contestants to repurpose things used in past performances as they did for the surprise performance, we can slash expenses for the final stretch by at least 50%. A sharp-faced woman with bright red lipstick and a sharp bob asked. I second not giving the contestants housing, but we should provide at least breakfast and lunch. Otherwise, we lose valuable footage time due to the contestants traveling to get food. We also don't want someone to faint because of a lack of food again. We can't have another parent complaining and get a lawsuit that way. A pot-bellied man eating a sandwich added. I like the idea of both, but we have to think about travel. Many of our contestants don't have vehicles, so traveling every day for practice might not be feasible for many of them. It may cause some friction. If this is truly their dream, they'll find a way to make it work. Back in my day, we would walk 10 miles to get to school because we were real men and didn't have pansy-like things like school buses. With all the modern conveniences that have been built, I'm sure they can find a way. Oh, well, if you put it like that, I'm on board. Me too, as the room seemed to be in agreement. No, we will continue providing food and housing. A cold voice came from the speakers of the room. But as all the executives stared at Bing Yongsun's face, which had taken over the screen, he continued speaking slowly. Accommodations and food are the bare necessities to provide if you want to justify contestants grinding their bodies down for 16 to 18 hours a day, preferably more. If we can't provide that and the contestants have to come in every day, we'll lose 3 to 4 hours a day to travel time alone, and practice time will be drastically reduced, resulting in a terrible performance. That's not acceptable. Additionally, quite a few top-ranked contestants are wealthy enough to have their own spaces for practice and would most likely host their teams there, which means there will be no footage of the final performance's preparation. We are already dealing with an issue where a contestant lied, claiming he had worked on producing a song that was stolen, and you want to give the remaining contestants the opportunity to do so again? The first time around could be said to be an oversight on the PD and the judge who was supposed to be in charge of working with said contestant. But if it happens again, what's the excuse? Are you all not tired of bringing down the show? If it happens again, what's the excuse? Are you all not tired of bringing down the show's reputation and the future group? Or do you crave repeated embarrassment in the public eye? Is that how Americans do things? Cause another issue when the previous one with a record label isn't resolved. As Bing Young-sun reminded them of the main issue they needed to address at the meeting, the executives' protests died down. But the creative director who had helped raise BTZ to the amazing heights they were at now wasn't done speaking. Also, you're all attributing the success of the event to director Forbes' cost-cutting and impulsive organization of a performance showcase. And while that may be a contributor, let me share some deeper numbers. Bing Young-sun said, raising several sheets of paper and beginning to read through them. Yesterday was the high school graduation of one of the most talked-about contestants of the show. You all know him as Ariel Matisse. Due to his popularity, his school had to shift the graduation venue from a small theater to the arena of a local college that could hold 10,000 people. The PD took advantage of the situation and charged a modest $10 per person fee for those who didn't receive friends or family tickets to attend the graduation. Over 3,000 people bought tickets. Not to see him perform, just to see an 18-year-old give a speech and cross the stage to receive a diploma. And to make it clear, this graduation was streamed online, and well over 100,000 people watched it. I'm sure you can do the math on that. Over $30,000 to attend a graduation? And that wasn't even counting the parking fee or the concessions sold. And the streaming numbers. For a kid who hadn't debuted yet? What the hell? As the executives stared open-mouthed, Bing Young-sun continued speaking. When the surprise showcase was announced, we received a 5,000% leap in customers reaching out to ask if contestant Ariel would be attending and why it was scheduled so close to a graduation that's been scheduled since the beginning of the school year, and if we were being exclusionary because of animosity between Ariel and William due to William's relationship with a board member. Bing Young-sun paused, and although he was being viewed on video, for a second, it seemed like his dark eyes turned to glare at William Forbes before returning to their usual calm. Of course, we reassured them that he would be, and the PD released teaser clips of Ariel practicing and saying that he would definitely be there, even if he had to get bitten by a radioactive spider to swing through the city or learn how to teleport, and that fans should come because it was going to be the craziest performance that they had ever seen. The moment that was released, tickets for the surge. In the 24 hours after that clip was released, over 3,000 people bought tickets. Are you all still following me? The boardroom got even quieter as Bing Young-sun continued laying out the facts. If we go to the performance showcase, we already know which team won. But do you know the person who got the most extra votes with fans spending money? Contestant Ariel? Somebody asked. Yes, 25% of the bought votes belong to Ariel. That means 1 in 4 people bought extra votes for him. 10% of the votes went to Benjamin, 8% to Levi, 7% to Carlos, 6% Jamie, 3% to Matthew. Of all the extra votes bought yesterday, contestant Ariel's team snagged 59%, while the remaining 13 contestants split the remaining 41%. I hope you can see how absurd that is. As the execs stayed silent while running their calculations, Wilfred was at his side, gritting his teeth from his aching heart. The person who should have been benefiting from that was William. Bing Young-sun continued speaking as he flipped the page. You're already talking about EMV, ROI, and other metrics, and are touting the interest in the distribution of the surprise showcase. But do you know who the most mentioned team is? Team Bad Boys. The most mentioned person? Ariel. The most requested official performance video and shared fan video? Team Bad Boys. The most shared fan cams? Ariel. The person who got the most growth on their personal social media? Ariel and Levi. I'm sure you can see who the common denominator in these situations is. Of course, the performance where people jumped out of helicopters would make the most noise and be the most talked about. It's not a testament to Ariel. It's a testament to Levi, who actually provided the helicopter. If he were on a team with anyone else, it would have the same effect. Especially William, since they're so close. Wilfred Forbes protested, disliking the direction Bing Young-sun was taking. Rather than presenting facts, wasn't this just propping up a contestant to eventually use him to bash his nephew? Unperturbed, Bing Young-sun answered calmly. But why didn't he? Levi could join any team, but he chose that one. Levi has had many other teammates, yet he never offered up any personal help. He did so this time. You saw how hard he fought for contestant Ariel in Korea, and he's done so multiple times. Yet he's never done such a thing for other contestants, including William, whom you say he's close to. Regardless, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm simply laying out the facts that while you're looking at profits and what to cut, look at the reason those profits are there. And look at how the profits increased despite a contestant missing. So you're saying we should consider the wants and needs of a single contestant when we're making a decision. I know he's your favorite, and you see Shin Ji-young in him. But this is a little too much. It's not a one-man show, we're forming a group, and he's not bigger than the program. The woman with red lipstick complained. I said no such thing. I was just presenting some facts that you should all consider throughout the rest of our discussion. Facts that are praising only one person while clearly bashing my nephew. Wilfred shot back. If that's the way you see it, so be it. All I'm saying is that we should follow the money and support the one who makes it rather than loses it. It was a sharp jab toward William Forbes and Wilfred Forbes, but before Wilfred could interrupt again, Bing Yong-sun let out a small laugh before speaking. Do you know, according to the PD, contestant Ariel originally didn't plan on attending. She asked him about it in Korea before. Everything was set in stone, and he vehemently refused. Thankfully, he changed his mind at the last minute, despite the inconvenient timing. But imagine if he didn't come, how much money would be left on the table? Or how much money we could have made from his graduation. And he's not even reached his full potential yet, as an individual and as a part of a group. As the executives were silently contemplating his words, Bing Yong-sun added his final bit. Finally, all I want to say is that we've now reached a crossroads as this project is coming to an end, and the next phase is beginning. You see the numbers, and you know you have a guaranteed moneymaker in your hands. The general populace loves him. The fans love him. He has industry support from people who would surprise you. He's marketable in every aspect except for maybe his personality, even though some people find that strange prickliness a bit charming. The contestants in the upper ranks love him. We see people slowly coming to the center around him. As we transition to the next phase of discussion, I want you all to keep that in mind, along with the long-term goal, when making a decision. You're talking about what we're going to do about William Forbes and the issue with Pacific Records? Yes. Then let's skip over the rest of the charts and have Director Forbes speak. Despite the distance across an ocean and by technology, Bing Yong-sun and Wilfred Forbes locked eyes. The dark pair of eyes was placid, with no emotion visible in their depths, and the blue eyes were gleaming with restrained anger. And in that boardroom, a battle of wills began. Number 379. Chapter 379, Good Boys Gone Bad, 8. Before I say anything, I would like to hear the board's thoughts about the situation. Wilfred Forbes confidently spoke as he glanced around the room, making sure to meet the eyes of everyone present. It was a subtle form of intimidation meant to suppress those who didn't really have an opinion but simply liked going along with the crowd. Weeding out the sheep, if you will. It was silent for several seconds before Ariana, the woman with the red lipstick and sharp bob, spoke up, smirking at Wilfred. What? You want to hear our thoughts on what we should do about your nephew, who decided to steal a song from one of the top producers at Pacific Records, pass it off as his own work, and have us suddenly deal with a suddenly expensive lawsuit from that sly Fox Martin and his vicious troop of lawyers? Aren't we gathered to hear what defense you have for him this time? Not offended at Ariana's biting tone, Wilfred gave her a relaxed smile before speaking. While you're not wrong, I'd like to say that I'm not standing here as a person who's going to defend my nephew. I'm asking as the director who is going to be in charge of this group when everything is said and done. Wilfred clarified, but he was quickly interrupted as Ariana snorted. Considering all the concessions you've forced us to make toward your nephew when any other contestant would have been eliminated because they were detrimental to the group, both currently and in the future, I don't really think that you're in the position to distance yourself from William and claim impartiality this late in the game. Touché, Wilfred acknowledged. So I'm assuming you're of the mind to get rid of William. Naturally, kick him out of the competition, wrap him up, and ship him over to Pacific Records to deal with the lawsuit. Your family has enough money, so you all handle it as you see fit. Besides, he's a cancer to the other contestants, and they clearly don't like him. He's repeatedly brought the show's reputation down, And, most importantly, he's brought a severe set of lawsuits to our doors. There's no need for that kind of contestant, so get rid of him. Ariana insisted. And you're all in agreement with her statement? As Wilfred looked around, the execs that were present nodded. Well, may I offer an alternate suggestion? Or at least address some of your concerns? I'm sure if you give me some time, I can resolve everything in a way that's appealing to everyone. Wilfred Forbes confidently said as he took over, sharing his own PowerPoint for the meeting. It seems that you plan to do so anyway, so go for it. It's not like we have a choice. Many thanks. Firstly, let's start with the statement that William is a cancer to the other contestants. Saying that about a child is honestly a bit much. While his personality can be forceful a child, he's almost 20 and is old enough to know better. He assaulted several contestants in what was supposed to be a simple tennis match, tried to break the legs of another contestant during a soccer match, not to mention the other things he's done behind the scenes that you tried to pass off as boys being boys. He is an all-around bully who thinks he can bribe people to not share his faults. In Korea, once this kind of thing is known, whether they're a trainee or a member of a debut team, they're kicked out before they can tarnish the reputation of the group. Bing Young-sun interjected. Thank you, Director Bing. But as you know, this is a global group based in America, and while we take some inspiration from the K-pop methodology, things are a bit different. And while I will admit, William has grown up a bit spoiled by my family and still has lots of growing up to do, I don't think it's fair to rule him out so quickly. After all, not too long ago, contestant Ariel was voted by almost all of the contestants at that time as the person they least wanted to debut with. But look at how he's turned it around and quickly become one of the favorites of both the fans and other contestants. Wilfred quickly smoothed over the issue before bringing Ariel up. On the screen, he had handpicked quotes from each contestant about their concerns about working and debuting with Ari, and, as expected, the other executives seemed to be thinking over his words. While we're speaking about contestant Ariel, you've also seen that his temper can become volatile when he feels he's been offended, often going overboard in his retaliation, as when he attacked William during the tennis and soccer matches. We also discount the claim that those leaks were carried out by contestant Ariel in retaliation for PD Jiho's editing. He is the contestant who is censored the most because, when he's unhappy with the production team, he goes public, knowing he can weaponize his fan base. I'm not saying that we're laying the blame at Ariel's feet for those incidents. I'm just saying we've given him a lot of grace for repeatedly inciting public backlash against the program as a whole, which has helped him rise to where he is today because fans think he's real and not manufactured. Yet, William hasn't been extended the same grace. I mean, who hasn't lost their temper and done something they regret? That's youth. I think that if he's given enough time and nurturing, I'm sure that William can make that same turnaround and become a valuable team player. I truly believe that he's learned his lesson this time and understands that this is a group project and he needs to get along with the other contestants for the group's success. You know that is true, now that I think about it. I remember us talking about Ariel being a loose cannon that can't be controlled. And a lot of the public backlash we received was because of Ariel. Didn't Chloe Laurent come from France to Korea and threaten to cut off collaborations for a year because of PD Jiho? So he's the one behind the leaks. As the executives got derailed and began discussing Ariel's faults instead of William's, Wilfred let out a small smile. Hey, don't change the subject. We're not discussing contestant Ariel's behavior at this time. We're discussing William and the lawsuit he's brought to our door. Your nephew is a thief. The balding old man complained, bringing the discussion back on track. Ah yes, the lawsuit. There's no need to worry about that. I had a good talk with Martin over drinks and cigars, and we've come to an agreement. It's handled, Wilfred announced with a smile, completely ignoring the thief comment. And what were the details of that agreement? How did you handle it? Ariana asked aggressively. She knew how backroom deals were made and wondered what and who Wilfred had sold out to handle the issue. There's no need for me to share details. Just know that it's settled between gentlemen. All lawsuits will be withdrawn, neither party will go to court, and things will die down. Unfortunately, that footage can never be used again, but that's a small price to pay, don't you agree? After our meeting, you can check with legal and see that I'm right. Whether or not legal handles it, your nephew is still a thief. If he's doing this now while his every move is being broadcast, who knows what he does in private. He's a stain and has such a bad reputation. He should be kicked out. Ariana interjected again, not willing to let things be swept under the rug. I've spoken to William. He's apologized and said he won't do it again. The pressing issue is not William's morals or what he does in his private time. It's the lawsuit, which will cost us millions, and that's been handled. Wilfred repeated while keeping his smile neutral. Seeing Wilfred's confidence, the executives calmed down a bit. If things were really handled as Wilfred said they were, then things were good, and they could be more open-minded as they listened to his case. So you've done all this so that your nephew doesn't get kicked out. Is it even worth it? Ariana asked incredulously. If it were her nephew, she would have booted him out herself instead of wasting so much capital and favors on him, and sent him to military school to get his head on straight instead of covering up his faults. It seemed that rich families were really a different breed. Not at all. I actually agree that William has crossed the line and that kicking him out is most likely the best thing. I actually want to kick him out so that he learns a lesson this time. But unfortunately, I think it's more valuable to keep him around. Wilfred spoke with a bitter, resigned expression. Really? How so? 2 words. Noise marketing. Seeing as nobody said anything, Wilfred clicked to another slide and began his explanation. Our director, Bing Young-sun, brought out all these amazing stats praising how viral and popular Ariel is in the public. Please take a look at some similar stats for William. After the statement about William's participation was released, although we told fans that votes for William wouldn't be counted, we never stopped people from voting, and, in fact, William saw a surge in votes during this period. Of course, while people were talking about the copyright issue, there were numerous requests and an attempt at a boycott for William to come back. During the surprise showcase, while Ariel was indeed trending alongside his groupmates, William was also trending on several platforms as people wondered where he was and whether he would be coming back. Additionally, many in the audience voted for him even though he was ineligible. He was able to secure 3% share of votes, which is quite impressive considering he never showed his face. Wilfred explained, looking around at the faces. They looked encouraging. Now look, I'm not saying that we should push William. I agree, he's done quite a lot and brought the image of the show down several times. But you can't deny that he brings eyes to the show. My proposal is that we should let him participate in the finals, not announce his elimination, and let fans speculate about whether he's eliminated. Given how reactive and divided the fans are, they'll keep the topic alive, and I'm sure many will buy tickets to come and see whether we eliminated him or not. We'll keep it a secret. Despite the content being published, and even for Family Day, which I'll be hosting, we'll make sure none of the pictures have him to keep the speculation alive. We can even have the production team film things in such a way that viewers might think they spotted him, but then mistake him for someone else. His hair is currently red, and he's of similar height to a lot of contestants, so the production team can work some magic. Of course, this is contingent on him not being eliminated when votes are counted. If he's eliminated from the final 14 because his rank is too low, so be it, but if he's still in the show, use him as engagement bait to get people talking about the finals. With the way his rank is, I highly doubt that he'll make the debut team, so we might as well squeeze everything out of him while we can. What do you all think? As Wilfred looked around expectantly, he saw that many of the executives were nodding. You're willing to sacrifice your nephew just to bring more attention to the group. Of course, at the end of the day, we're chasing profits, so personal and familial feelings have to be put aside. I want this group to be the biggest thing ever. Since my nephew can't utilize the opportunity given to him, it should go to someone else. Wilfred replied coldly. How cold of you, Ariana commented. That's business. Well, shall we take a vote? Those in favor of keeping William in the program and not announcing? Or shall we get rid of him prematurely and lose out on possible profits from people still buying votes and buying tickets to possibly see him? As Wilfred looked around challengingly, most of the executives' expressions were amicable to the idea. Good. They were a bunch of fools. If they thought he was willing to sacrifice William after sinking so much into him, they thought wrong. One way or another, William is getting into that group, and he would suck everything that he could from it, down to the marrow, while making that disrespectful French kid know what real authority was. Just wait for me. Although he was confident, seeing the executives vote to keep William in the show while hiding his presence, Wilfred Forbes let out a secret sigh of relief. Now that this part was done, The next part was to micromanage everything and apply pressure until the finals were over. Nothing could go wrong. Nothing. Number 380. Chapter 380. Elimination 1. We're back in hell. Ari groaned as he stood outside a building that was unfortunately very familiar. The dorms. Jamie had picked him up bright and early along with Benjamin, and they were all just sitting outside with their suitcases and duffel bags. Levi, Carlos, Matthew, and the other contestants had joined them, each hesitating to enter the building that would probably drastically alter their lives. If they entered, it would mean things would become a little more concrete. After all, today was the day 5 out of 19 people would be eliminated, leaving only 14 of them behind. Then, they would have to begin the preparations for the finals, which meant practice, and even more practice. And once these 2 weeks of preparation were over, it would be time for the finals. The final performance. The final time they would all be on stage together like this. The final time living together with everyone. And then 7 people would be eliminated, leaving only 7 behind. After spending months with all these boys, even though he wasn't super close to every single one of them, Ari felt a bit sad. And while he wanted it to end since he was completely sick and tired of the production team, tired of being recorded every moment of the day, he also didn't want it to end, since that might mean the end of the dreams and goals of many others, including himself. After, with the kind of people in charge, who knew what sort of nonsense they would pull in the background. Truly, this is hell. I wouldn't call it hell, yeah? It's more like. Benjamin started, then paused as he tried to think of the right word. The demon realm? Ari offered. No, not that. Hades. Levi added as he pulled off his headphones. Nah. Tartarus. Gehenna. The underworld. Inferno. 9 levels of hell. That's a duplicate of Inferno. Lost a point. Levi corrected Ari with a slight smirk. Oi, oi. Are the 2 of you done? Benjamin asked as he looked back and forth between Ari and Levi, who were apparently in a competition to list all the different variations of hell that ever existed. Almost. I have one more in me. Let me think, hell? The Norse version. Top that. Ari waggled his eyebrows at Levi in challenge. Naraka. It's Indian. No duplicates from me. Levi replied after several seconds of silence. Fine. You win. We're done. Over to you, Benjamin. Thank you, nerd number 1 and nerd number 2, but both you men are wrong. The word I was looking for was prison. We're back in prison, innit? The PD is the warden, and we're all inmates to be tortured. And those of us getting eliminated today are up for execution. Anyways, let's get going. No matter how much we wait outside, we still have to go in. Plus, there's supposed to be a ranking ceremony today, right? It's elimination time, so let's get it knocked out of the way. Benjamin sighed. Taking a deep breath, Ari got up and walked inside. After leaving his duffel bag in the lobby along with all the rest of the contestants, he walked behind them as they headed to the dance studio side, where they had been instructed to go. To his surprise, instead of the chairs being set up, PD Emily was there waiting with cameras, and the room was empty. Good morning, my beautiful contestants. Don't you all look fabulous and cheerful today? Cheerful how? There's not a single smiling face here. Smile? Make sure you smile. You're on camera. As they all forced smiles, the PD laughed. Just kidding. The elimination ceremony isn't being held here. We're taking the bus to the studio today, and I just needed you all to rehearse since it's the second to last elimination round, you know? Don't worry, you can leave your stuff here. After the ceremony is done, we'll bring you all back, and those who are eliminated can grab their suitcases and go home. Ari, do you know how awkward it is when the eliminated and those who aren't have to ride the same bus? Nobody can talk because the silence is suffocating. Have some consideration for the people whose dreams are shattered. Of course, the production team had no such thing. After making them walk around and practice a quick routine, the PD ushered all of them onto a large bus, and they were driven to a studio in downtown LA, where they once again entered the building for the elimination round. On stage, judges Jalissa, Larry Jackson, Kim Young-woo, Selena, and Jaywalk sat at a table with solemn expressions as they looked at the contestants who were filing in to sit down in the audience seats. Instead of the usual extravagant pyramid that was set up on stage, there were 7 seats that looked like thrones and 7 plain chairs behind them. And standing at the center of the stage was MC Ryan Leary. Seeing that they were all seated, he brought the microphone to his lips and began speaking in a forcefully cheerful tone. Hello, contestants, and welcome back. I hope all of you got an amazing night's rest after your performances. Yes, it was okay. I was nervous. Hearing the mixed responses, Ryan Leary let out a chuckle. Before continuing, well, I'm happy to see all of you, and I hope that we can make the best of today's circumstances. As you all know, today is Elimination Day, when we'll announce the ranks and, unfortunately, those below the top 14 will be leaving us. Their journey with the show ending today. I know it's not easy. I know you've all grown as close as brothers. But that's what we signed up for, right? I guess. Sure? If you want. With the muted responses coming from the contestants, Ryan Leary forcefully brought his energy up again. Cheer up. This isn't the end-all, be-all. You can still become stars in your own right, using what you've learned here and applying it. You're young. You have 2 good feet, unlike an old man like me who broke one. And you're all very talented, so believe in yourselves, okay? Now, when I call your name and rank, please come to the stage and give your speech, okay? If you're within the top 14, take a seat in the appropriate seat. Understand? They did. Now, let's get started. The contestant in 20th place and the first person to be eliminated is Park Min-jun. Please come to the stage. Ryan Leary announced. No. As one of the twins that Ari had briefly teamed up with screamed before muffling it, and standing, Ari took a deep breath while keeping his face neutral. Right now, he couldn't even have too much of an expression and had to watch his reactions because of the cameras. As Min-jun walked by, shaking everyone's hand while holding back tears, Ari shook his as well and patted him on the back in apology and as an expression of his mixed feelings. While he was relieved he wasn't the one eliminated, it still sucked because, at this point in the competition, nobody was really slacking. Everyone was working hard to the best of their capabilities, but it wasn't like sports where your effort and skill level were what won you matches. Here, your fate was decided by things completely out of your control. With focused eyes, Ari listened carefully to each word of Min-jun's tearful speech as the boy thanked his teammates, the judges, and the fans, and wished them support in the future. Once he was done, he received hugs from Ryan Leary, Jalissa, and Selena, and he was moved to the side. The contestant in 19th place and the second person to be eliminated is Park Mi-ho. Please come to the stage. The contestant in 18th place and the third person to be eliminated is Choi Woo-bin. Please come to the stage. One by one, Ryan Leary called out the ranks and contestant names, and those who were eliminated climbed the stage and gave their heartfelt final speeches. We've now reached the rank of contestants who have safely made it to the final. All of you, please give yourself a round of applause because your hard work has paid off, and you've successfully connected with the fans. Clap, clap, clap. As enthusiastic claps and relieved sighs filled the studio, MC Ryan Leary continued his announcement. The contestant in 14th place and the first person to be safe is Jerome Tyler. Please come to the stage. As Ari watched Jerome, one of the closest boys to William, deliver his speech, he did a quick head count. There were originally 19 people, since William was on an indefinite break. 5 people were just eliminated, leaving 14 behind. Since all 14 people were here, they would all pass, right? Didn't this mean William was eliminated? Had the production team finally done something good for once in their existence? Just as Ari was thinking that, the contestant in 13th place and the second person to be safe is William Forbes. Please come to the stage. Huh? What? No way. The heads of the sitting contestants turned. They saw a familiar smug face walk into the studio, followed by a blond man in a suit. He's back, Benjamin muttered beside Ari while covering his hand with his mouth. Tutti faux de moi la. Putain. Ari muttered under his breath while keeping his expression neutral. I know what that one means. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Jamie whispered before looking straight ahead. William was back. As Ari stared at the annoying face staring at him as William climbed up the stage, then at the older blonde man who resembled William, he began cursing the production team in his head. You had one job. One freaking job, and you failed to do it. Are you guys really just going to keep covering up for him? What the hell? What happened to the lawsuit? Martin, Mr. Record Label Owner. I had faith in how evil you could be. Number 381. Chapter 381. Elimination 2. Watching William confidently get on stage, it wasn't only Ari truly couldn't believe his eyes. The other contestants were murmuring low enough that the microphones wouldn't pick it up while making sure their mouths were covered by the camera. And the judges were the same way as well. Selena had a stern face. Kim Young-woo shook his head in disappointment. Jaewoks looked pissed, and Jalissa. Ari had never seen Jalissa look so genuinely upset when staring at somebody. Her gently smiling expression was gone, and she looked like she wanted to scold somebody. And for once, Larry Jackson wasn't smiling at William. It made sense since he was the one who had taken a lot of heat for being the mentor who was supposed to guide William in producing a song. Originally, he had been getting praised for ending up with a musical genius, but since the backlash over William's stolen song, he had been on severe damage control within the means of his contract. The only person who seemed calm was the MC Ryan Leary, who gestured to William to speak into the microphone stand. Contestant William, welcome back. You've come in 14th place. Would you like to give a speech, or would you like to directly take a seat in your spot? Of course, I'll give a speech, William said confidently as he took the microphone. Ahem. Just as William was about to speak, the blond man who accompanied him cleared his throat repeatedly. And, after glancing at the man, William's previously confident expression immediately turned contrite as he brought the microphone to his lips and began speaking in a slow, halting manner. Before anything else, firstly, I would like to give a sincere apology to my previous teammates. You all made me your leader. You all trusted me to create a great song for our team, and instead of living up to or even surpassing your expectations, we were all brought down by a mistake. Now, this is not an excuse, but I wanted you all to see my point of view as well. During this time, there was a lot of pressure from all sides, especially when going against a talent like Jamie. Pressure can cause people to cave into an impulse, and ultimately, that's what happened. We let the pressure get to us. But let's leave the past in the past. We shouldn't be defined by our mistakes, and we should use the opportunity to grow and learn from them. Ari, leave the past in the past. You didn't even take responsibility for your past actions. What kind of stupid apology speech is this? We? People? Us. The word you're looking for is I. First person, singular personal pronoun. I messed up. I cheated. I caved into pressure. Why do you keep saying this we nonsense like it's a group project? You were the one who stole a song. And what? You think you're the only one under pressure? Welcome to the real world. Additionally, you still haven't apologized. You just said the words that you would like to give them an apology, and then said a bunch of bullsh *T without actually apologizing. And to make matters worse, you didn't even address the issue of literally giving each person one line to sing and then hogging the rest for yourself. So it became a one-man show. This is actually nonsense. Also, go and change your hair color and hairstyle. I hate the fact that people are comparing the two of us. Listening to William's words, Ari could actively feel his blood pressure rising. If he were one of the people on William's team who had their entire performance wiped from the internet after suffering under William's dictatorial rule, and then had to listen to this nonsense apology with a smile on his face because of the cameras that were sure to be pointed in his direction, he would probably flip a table or two from sheer rage, then leap up on stage and punch him in the face. Whoa there, big fella. Let's calm down. Truly, Ari had to give them props because they were among the world's strongest soldiers. As if he really didn't care how people took it, William continued his nonsense apology while wiping away non-existent tears. Anyways, I'd like to thank the executives and production team for bringing me back. And most importantly, I'd like to thank my fans for voting for me and for their continued support. I hope to only show you my good sides from now on and make it up to you all in the future. You can make up for it by quitting and never showing your face. Again, Ari wanted to scream. Instead, he just smiled politely while hoping that William would finally leave his sight. Forever. Thank you, contestant William. Please go have a seat in the back next to contestant Jerome. In the back? I thought I was third. William looked completely confused as he stared between the MC and the seats. Well, no. I said 13, not third. You're in 13th place, and Jerome is in 14th place? Did you mishear me? Is that a problem? No. Although William answered that way, he kept staring at the man he came with, who gestured for him to sit down quickly. It certainly looked like a problem. What was that about? Please go and sit down. Once again, thank you, contestant William. As William sat down with a slightly bitter expression, Ryan Leary turned back to face them with a smile. Shall we continue? The contestant in 12th place and the third person to be safe is Choi In-soo. Please come to the stage. The contestant in 11th place and the fourth person to be safe is Thierry Jang, or as we all know him, Rex. Please come to the stage. The contestant in 10th place and the fifth person to be safe is Vishal Agarwal. Please come to the stage. As Vishal walked past onto the stage, Ari clapped just as enthusiastically as he had for everyone else. When he stood by the MC, Vishal actually looked a bit teary-eyed behind his glasses as he grabbed the microphone and began speaking while sniffing. I'd like to thank all of my fans for voting and pushing me up this high, and my teammates for being such amazing people to work with. Thank you so much for this. You don't know how much it means to me after going through everything that we did last week. So many things happened beyond my control, but somehow I made it through, thanks to you all. I hope to continue to show you my best side, perform my hardest, and be the best person that I can be. Sniff. Thank you all. As Vishal broke down on the stage, Ari clapped politely. There, you should be proud of your hard work, contestant Vishal. Please go take a seat and dry your tears. You're safe. Ryan Leary patted his back, and still sniffling, Vishal went to sit down. As the Indian boy sat down, Ryan Leary continued calling out the ranks. The contestant in 9th place and the sixth person to be safe is Justin Cavendish. Please come to the stage. The contestant in 8th place and the 7th person to be safe is Matthew Bennett. Please come to the stage. Good job, mate. As Matthew ran to the stage and also gave a teary-eyed speech, Ari sat up straight. 8 people left. 7 spots remaining. This was do or die. Contestants, I will now be announcing those who fall into the debut ranks. As you all know, the purpose of the show is to debut a 7-member group, which means that the top 7 are who's going to debut. Now, of course, today is not the final elimination challenge. It's just to inform everyone of the current rankings. There's still time for fans to vote and for your ranking to move up, especially with several promotional pushes leading up to the final performance. Now, with that being said, I'll get started. The contestant in 7th place and the first person to fall within debut ranks is Suzuki Ray. You had a fantastic performance in Korea and a fabulous one at the showcase. Congratulations, young man. Clap, clap, clap. As claps filled the studio, Suzuki Ray ran up the stage and quickly hugged Ryan Leary before bowing deeply to each of the judges. When he finally took the microphone, he began delivering a heartfelt speech in both English and Japanese while wiping his teary eyes. To Ari, he thought it was a bit cute that the Japanese boy, who had a slightly fierce appearance, especially with the reinserted lip piercing, who was super arrogant in the beginning, and who he had almost fought with in the beginning, had softened up so much that he was now a pleasure to be around and a good person to have on your team. As Ray switched back to English, Ari had his hands ready to clap when he suddenly froze when he heard his name. And very importantly, I'd like to thank my team leader in Korea, Ariel. Why the hell are you mentioning me? Focus on thanking the fans. They're the ones voting for you, not me. Besides, have you seen my reputation in public? Do you want to get slandered with me? Do you want people to say that I forced you to thank me? Let's stop here. Ari quickly made eye contact with Ray and began making neck slicing motions with his hands, but it seemed that the other boy wouldn't be deterred. Thank you for letting me have a very enjoyable performance where I got to shine, have my opinion reflected, and show a different side of me to the judges and the fans. I hope that we can continue to work together in the future, and I hope that we debut together. After giving Ari a deep bow, Ray handed the microphone over to the MC and went to sit down on one of the fancy front seats. Wow. Thank you, Suzuki Ray, for that heartfelt speech of thanks. Let's move on. The contestant in 6th place and the second person to fall within debut ranks is Kim Daniel. Please come to the stage. Although Ari was a bit surprised that Daniel had dropped so low, he still clapped enthusiastically for him. And as a Korean boy with fluffy orange hair climbed to the stage while staring directly at Ari with a bright smile, Ari began crossing his fingers. Please, Daniel, for once in your life, let's keep the nonsense to a minimum today. Pretend you don't know me, don't mention my name, just thank your fans and go sit down. Number 382. Chapter 382. Elimination 3. With a bright smile, Daniel began speaking rapid-fire Korean for a minute straight. Then, taking a deep breath, he began speaking slowly and carefully in English. As Daniel handed the microphone back to the MC, Ryan Leary patted his back before laughing. Wow. This is the second person who's thanked contestant Ariel. I'm honestly a bit jealous and want to be on your team the next time, too. What do you think, contestant Ariel? Please leave me out of your speeches. I beg of you. Unfortunately, it seemed that the universe was ready to play a huge prank on him. Carlos. I really enjoyed being in a team with Ari and getting to do things like singing the guide for the demo, and even using my past experience in the choir to teach others was enjoyable. Let's do it again. Levi, shout out to the team leader, Ari. Solid all-around effort and performance. Would do it again. The contestant in third place and the fifth person to fall within debut ranks is James Jones 3. Please come to the stage. Oh, you make it sound like you've made another song with contestant Ariel before? With your talent, I'm sure it will be good. When can we hear it? Jamie, I feel like you've become a bit more mischievous than before. What's causing this? Why the hell are you mentioning me? I'm not even on your team. Focus on yourself. Rob. Mr. Moore, what do you have to say today? Ryan Leary asked as he asked the charming British boy. Finally, we're down to the last two people, but we only have one spot remaining. Jean, Ariel, both of you, please come forward. The two of them shook hands before walking to the stage and standing on either side of Ryan Leary, waiting for the announcement that would change their lives. He didn't think he had done anything particularly egregious to warrant being dropped to be eliminated, and if someone like William could return and be within the top 14, then he was definitely fine. And the contestant coming in first place is Ariel Matisse. Contestant Ari, congratulations. Contestant Jean, I'm so sorry. Please go ahead and say a few words. As Jean took the microphone stand, Ari stepped back and allowed him to have his moment. Ryan gave him a hug and patted his back aggressively before beginning to ask his questions. Ari thought it over for a second before replying honestly. He would have been fine as long as he was in the debut ranks, since that's what he needed to do to become part of the team and also get paid. It was surprisingly quite nice. We had quite a lot of contestants express their happiness to be on your team and to have you as a leader. What do you have to say to them? Ryan Leary quickly added. I'd say that, firstly, everyone is overreacting with the praise. Each of us contributed more than was shown, and they should stop underselling themselves because the performance wouldn't have come together without everyone helping to make it so. Secondly, I'd tell them that I enjoyed being on a team with each and every one of them. So if anything, any praise they send my way reflects what they offer in return. Thirdly, please give a round of applause to Jalissa for being an indispensable pillar of support. Without her advice and coaching, I don't think we would have gotten as far. Ari said simply, if he had to do everything alone without his teammates' help, not only would it have taken forever to conceptualize the performance, but it also wouldn't have looked as good as it did. And, to be honest, he might have just given up or become lazy. Wow, what a way with words. As expected of our valedictorian contestant, I really want to be on your team next time so that I can hear such amazing things being said about me. Now, on to your fans. Do you have anything to say to them? I believe they're called the Angels, correct? MC Ryan Leary asked with a smile. Wow, contestant Ariel, I believe this is the first time you've spoken so much during a ranking ceremony. We even got a cute hand sign from you this time. What changed? Is the pressure getting to you? With a fan base like yours, I'm sure they will. Is there anything you would like to say before you take your seat? Ari's microphone was cut off. Thanks. And with that settled, please give a round of applause to our contestants who didn't make it. These young men worked extremely hard, but unfortunately, the dice did not roll their way. We wish them the very best, and will be on the lookout for their future success. At the MC's words, claps rang out in the studio as everyone, from the judges to the MC to the staff members who were filming, gave the eliminated contestants a standing ovation. And as the applause died down, Ryan Leary began speaking once more. At the MC's words, the blonde man who had accompanied William into the studio slowly climbed up the stage and took the outstretched microphone from the MC. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and contestants. I'm Wilfred Forbes. I'm a director on the board of this program, and I'll be the one in charge of managing the debut group in the future. Pleasure to see you all. At the introduction, Ari's facial expression immediately became cold. Number 383. Chapter 383. Elimination 4. Wilfred Forbes, a relatively tall man, with a slim build, dressed in an expensive tailored suit with a gleaming watch on his left hand. A moderately handsome face, well-styled blonde hair, and a charming smile. He looked like an executive from a Fortune 500 company, and Ari hated his guts at first sight. This was the man who had been making his and every other contestant's life miserable because of his support and sheer bias for his nephew, William. And supposedly, this was the man covering up all of the other crimes William had committed, including killing Ari and that old man several months ago. Ari briefly wondered if he knew about the system or if William had told him he had it before shaking his head. Those thoughts could be figured out later. Right now, he needed to understand what the hell he was doing here. When he saw that all of the contestants had stiffened up, Wilfred Forbes smiled gently before continuing to speak. There's no need for you all to get serious or nervous. I'm not trying to interfere with what you all are doing, and I'm not here to be a biased party, even though I am related to one of the contestants. I'm just planning on observing and trying to get to know each and every one of you from now on, all the way to the finals, while giving some pointers here and there, so we can deliver the best product and result to the fans. You can just treat me as a background character or heir. I don't mind at all, haha. As the contestants around him fake laughed, Ari just stared quietly, even though he was raging in his mind. What kind of nonsense are you saying? Don't get serious or nervous after you said you'll be in charge of the group in the future. You're not here to be a biased party? Bullsh*T. If you wanted to be treated like heir, then you shouldn't have come. We have enough air as it is. Now that my boring intro is done, I think we can begin moving on to the fun stuff, which is telling you all about everything we have planned for your next 2 to 3 weeks. This is the final stretch, so our planning and production team has been putting in long hours to make sure that everything is perfect. But before we move on, is there anything any of you wants to ask me? Anything at all. It can be about past decisions the team has made or details on the future. Feel free. As Wilfred glanced around, especially at the number one troublemaker sitting in the front, he, like the other contestant, was silent. Good. Just as he was about to move on, a completely unexpected person raised their hand. Yes? You're the James Jones boy, right? I've met your father. Good man. Wilfred replied calmly, trying to build rapport and soften the serious atmosphere. I go by Jamie, and I would appreciate it if you would call me that. Jamie spoke in a surprisingly cold voice, with his hand held up. As several other contestants stared at him in shock, Jamie continued in the same cold tone. As for my question to you, firstly, I hope you'll answer it honestly instead of giving a PR answer that the production team gives us. I think you have a bit more authority than them, right? That is correct. I do have more authority than the production team and can provide clarity that they can't. I promise to do my best to answer your question, Jamie. Go ahead. Wilfred replied calmly, since, to him, this was just a contestant speaking respectfully rather than out of character. What's going to be done about William, and why is he back here? Jamie asked coldly. I beg your pardon. Wilfred's face immediately stiffened. Before Wilfred could get another word out, Jamie continued. This is a show where you're trying to make a music group. Music is at the core of everything we do, yet you brought back a contestant who plagiarized others' work and lied about it. In school, if you do such a thing, you're immediately expelled. In other industries, you're fired. To me, what William did is like a slap in the face to musicians all over the world. And I'm trying to understand why you would bring back someone who doesn't respect the art, the effort, and the passion it takes to make music. Can you please explain that? Are you condoning his disrespect to music producers? Are you? As Jamie continued going on and on about William's actions, while several contestants stared at Jamie with open-mouthed shock, Benjamin snickered quietly because this was what he kept trying to explain to Ari and to other people. That behind that bright and happy smile Jamie always had was somebody who could be extremely harsh and strict when he was very passionate about something. And Jamie was very, very passionate about music, almost to the point of obsession. What William did, and what the production team condoned, was one of the worst things for him to tolerate, and this anger had been bubbling under the surface for a while. When Jamie finally finished his barrage of statements, Wilfred Forbes seemed frozen in place for several seconds before letting out a practiced, placating smile. Wow, that was quite a lot of questions packed into one. Since we're so short on time, why don't you meet with me privately, James, so that I can make sure that I address all of your concerns without missing a single one? Really? I can condense my question into one basic one. Why was William brought back after violating the morals and ethical boundaries that no musician should cross in a competition about proving your musical skills and talent, so you could make it into the debut group? Jamie doubled down, his southern accent getting stronger as he focused angrily on Wilford Forbes. As I said earlier, Jamie, there are lots of things that go into a decision like this. And there's definitely been a misunderstanding. If you want to meet privately after this, I'd be more than happy to answer the question and clear things up. So you don't plan on answering the question, even though you owe every contestant here an answer as to why they have to continue to work with somebody who stole somebody's music, tarnished the name of a few people, broke the trust of his teammates, and is still successfully here? Wow, amazing. Jamie added coldly before Ari elbowed him in the side. It's not that I'm not answering it. We're a bit short on time, so why don't we meet privately and resolve this conversation there? I can make time to meet with each and every contestant and answer any concerns they may have as well. Jamie, enough. Let it go for now. Ari elbowed Jamie harder in the side, and Jamie took a deep breath. Noted. I won't say another word. Smiling a dead fisheye smile that looked extremely similar to the one the green-eyed boy next to him had, Jamie leaned back in his seat while waving for Wilford to continue what he was saying. As I said earlier, let's have a private meeting, Jamie. I'll answer anything you want answered. But since we are short on time, let's move on. Wilford spoke into the tense silence. I know that you're all excited about the finals, so let's begin with that. Firstly, you all would be split into 2 teams of 7. The leader of those teams would be chosen by the top 2 producers who came in first place from the audience votes. Before Wilford Forbes could continue his statement, Jamie's hand shot up again. Yes, James. Wilford responded with a tired sigh. Hadn't he just said that he wouldn't say another word? Why did that resolve only last for 1 minute? Since William technically didn't produce the song for his team, does the win for his team still count? I'm just trying to clarify if you plan to reward or continue to encourage cheating and stealing music from others while claiming it for your own. Jamie asked with that sunny smile back on his face. Pardon, I'm just wondering if you're going to penalize the other 2 producers who actually struggled to make their own songs from scratch, while rewarding the person who stole a song from somebody else. Jamie doubled down while ignoring the sharp elbow Ari kept digging into his side. Today, since the production team and the person in charge of the group dared to support someone like William, who stole music and didn't even see what he did wrong, Jamie planned on being an absolute nuisance to make it known that he refused to tolerate such behavior, and he would never work with him unless forced. What did Ari call it before? Malicious compliance? Yeah, today was the debut of Jamie's malicious compliance journey. Number 384. Chapter 384. Elimination 5. I beg your pardon. Wilford Forbes repeated again as he stared at Jamie in confusion. Where was this chatty, nitpicky behavior coming from? According to the reports he'd received, Jamie was one of the most laid-back contestants. He was always smiling, didn't really complain, never got in trouble, never got into fights, always worked hard, and was solely focused on music. All the contestants liked him, and the only blemish against him was his close association with the number 1 troublemaker of the competition, Ariel, who always had something sharp to say anytime he became annoyed. But apart from that, Jamie was a veritable golden child who was a shoo-in to the debut group. But what was happening right now? Instead of Ariel, whom Wilford expected to be the person who protested the most against William's return, it was Jamie who was smiling innocently at him while making cutting remarks in that southern drawl that made things sound kind and sweet. Smiling brighter than ever, Jamie continued speaking. You ain't picking up what I'm putting down? I'm asking if it's fair to reward William for his team coming in first place when everyone knows he didn't put in any work for the song he stole. How is that fair to me and Ari, who actually worked hard? Well, at the time, the audience voted for the best performance, which was William's. So you're telling me that the audience would have voted the same way if they found out it was stolen? Or are you telling me that cheating is allowed from now on? Finally losing his patience, Wilford leveled a cold glance at Jamie and then Ari. I've told you before that we can discuss this after the meeting, James, so there's no need to harp on the same issue over and over again. Or are you arguing this point because you think that contestant Ariel should get to pick the team for the finals? Are you doing this because he instigated you? At the random accusation being thrown his way, Ari blinked innocently. Him? Why was he getting dragged into this as an instigator when he was the one trying to stomp Jamie's rampage? You think he's instigating me? Not at all. I don't want Ari to become a leader in the finals. You don't. Although he didn't want to be a team leader in the finals either, Ari felt a bit hurt. Why don't you want me to be a team leader, James? Huh. What did I ever do to you? Then what is the point of your complaint, Jamie? Or are you speaking just to hear your voice heard? Yes? Partially. After all, it's not like you're going to do anything to me, right? Or do you plan to have the production team portray me in a bad light with only 2 weeks remaining on the show? Do you think people would believe it? I've been well behaved this whole time. Jamie asked, laughing innocently, as the contestants, the judges, and Wilfred Forbes stared at him in shock. Even Ari couldn't help but look over with wide eyes. Who are you, and what have you done to Jamie? I didn't raise you to be like this. Who corrupted you so that you would become like this? As Wilfred's eyebrow twitched in annoyance, Jamie continued with a wide smile. Stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point. If the team leaders of the finals are chosen based on which teams won, and you insist on giving William leadership, I want to choose first because William should technically be disqualified for stealing a song, and you know it. If you dare let him go first or get an advantage for selecting things for the finals, I'm going to start getting really rowdy. And let me tell you, you don't want me to get rowdy. Jamie insisted with a focused smile. No matter how hard Wilfred Forbes glared at him, his smile and eyes didn't waver in the slightest, and he even yawned as if he were bored. Wilfred glared at him for several seconds, weighing things in his mind before nodding. Whether or not Jamie went first really didn't matter. He still had things well under control. Fine. Then may I finish what I said, James? Or do you have anything else to say? Go ahead. I won't say another word. Jamie pretended to zip his lips shut and tossed away the key. Somehow, I don't believe that. But let's move on. The leaders for the 2 teams of 7 will be James, who has decided that he must go first dash. Because William stole a song and should have been eliminated dash, Jamie interjected with his hand raised before zipping his lips and tossing away the key. And Wilfred continued coldly. In the finals, all contestants will be performing the signal song Pick Me, our first performance song Warrior. You will also be performing the songs created by contestant Ariel and Jamie Dash. I'd like to discuss that, actually, since I was the one who created the song from scratch. I don't approve of William performing it, and will need extra compensation if you insist that he does. Jamie interjected once more with his hands raised, cutting Wilfred off and causing a couple of contestants to snicker at the flash of anger on Wilfred's face. We can discuss that Dash. I stand in solidarity with Jamie. I also don't want William performing the song that I suffered so hard to create, while the production team used the opportunity to slander me for clicks and views on the episode. I'm demanding extra compensation and an apology from everyone involved. Ari added on with a mischievous smile. If Jamie had decided to go scorched earth on this issue, he might as well join him. After all, what was the production team going to do? Paint them badly? In Ari's case, he had been dealing with that since the beginning, and Jamie had an almost immaculate reputation. As for kicking them out, are you going to kick out your first-ranked and third-ranked contestants 2 weeks before the finals? Ari didn't know about Jamie, but the first thing he would do is open a GoFundMe to help deal with his legal bills and start screaming at the top of his lungs about every single bit of mistreatment that the production team had done to him. He would feel a bit sorry for the contestants, but would do everything to drag Wilfred and William Forbes down one way or another. Wilfred looked at the 2 of them before gritting his teeth and forcing a smile. We'll discuss that later. As I was saying, apart from those songs, Jalissa has created 2 new songs for the entire group to perform. Each group will also be creating a new song with the help of our amazing judges Dash. Rightio. Quick question for y'all. Will William actually be making his own song from scratch this time? Or is it going to be a repeat of last time's situation, where he stole a song and tried to pass it off as his own? Jamie raised his hand and interjected with that same bright smile that Wilfred had come to hate. For a second, Wilfred actually saw red. He wanted to begin shouting and screaming for this contestant to shut the hell up, but when he remembered who Jamie was and the family behind him, he held in his anger while shooting a glare at the green-eyed one, who was clearly the bad influence on him. He will be making the song from scratch with the aid of the judges. Such an incident won't happen again, so please quit mentioning it every time you talk. And allow me to get to the end. With the way things were going, not only would the production team have a hard time cutting out the sections that weren't supposed to be aired, but they would probably have to re-record the whole thing. All because of one person. Right. I'm sorry, sir. Won't happen again. Jamie smiled apologetically before pretending to zip his mouth once more. However, each time Wilford spoke, he would interject at every opportunity, mentioning the fact that William stole a song and should have been eliminated, and generally making things difficult for Wilford Forbes. By the time Wilford finally got through the details of what the finals would entail, Wilford Forbes' entire face was red with anger. William's was red with embarrassment. Ari's cheeks hurt from smiling and laughing so much. And mentally, he was cheering Jamie's rebellion on while taking notes that he could apply to his future rebellion. And when it was finally time to choose teammates, Jamie decided to continue his reign of terror. Staring Wilford Forbes dead in the eyes, he announced his chosen teammates with a bright smile. Right. So, for my team members, you can just give me almost everyone in the top 8. So I'll take Ariel, Benjamin, Carlos, Levi, Daniel, and Ray. Those are the people I want for my teammates. Did you not hear what I said? My recommendation is that you choose an even number of people within the top 7 and bottom 7 to keep the teams balanced. Wilford spoke to Jamie through gritted teeth. Right. I heard it, but I don't particularly care to make things easy for someone who is supporting a person who stole a song. Is there a problem with that? Jamie simply smiled back innocently while doubling down. Everyone from the film crew, to the judges, to the contestants stared at him once more with an open mouth. Seriously, what the hell was going on with him today? Was he possessed? Number 385. Chapter 385. Elimination 5. Wilford Forbes took a deep breath before turning to the PD, who was recording everything with an amused expression. Cut the cameras. Now. Aye, Mr. Forbes, sir. Laughing to herself, PD Emily signed the camera crew to stop recording, and almost all of the cameras turned off. It was nice to see things not going his way, especially after he barged into her show and took over. She hoped Jamie and Ari would continue giving him hell. We're good to go. PD Emily gave Wilford Forbes a thumbs up. Could all of the contestants take a 10-minute water break? I'd like to have a brief talk with contestant James. I feel like we're misunderstanding each other. Severely. The judges and camera crew as well. Wilford forced out through gritted teeth. I'm not thirsty, though. As the contestants began reluctantly filtering out of their seats and off the stage, several of them, including Benjamin, looking back worriedly, Ari stayed seated right where he was. Did you not hear me? Wilford Forbes turned his cold expression on him, and Ari shrugged. I'm not thirsty. Then go use the bathroom. My bladder is empty. Wilford Forbes, Ari, I'm asking you to leave because I want to have a private conversation with James. He told you he wanted to be called Jamie, not James, and I know. You can just treat me as if I'm a background character or heir. Ari shot Wilford's own words right back at him and made himself comfortable. While he was extremely proud of Jamie's newfound rebellious streak and found it very funny to see Wilford get angry, he didn't trust anyone in the Forbes family and had no plans to leave Jamie alone with Wilford, especially with the cameras off and all the adults out of the room. He would be staying right here unless he was dragged away, and even then, he would kick and scream on his way out. You think you're being funny? I'm telling you to leave. I don't think I'm funny. I do think I'm mostly annoying, with moments that are occasionally hilarious, but that's neither here nor there. Why should I leave? Jamie doesn't mind me staying, right, Jamie? Right. I want him to stay. Anything you tell me, you can tell him. Jamie replied resolutely. See, treat me as heir, or as Jamie's conjoined twin. If we're conjoined twins, who gets to control the body? Jamie asked curiously as he began thinking of the details of how that would work. Me. Why? 'Cause I said so. That's not how that works. I want to control the conjoined body. You'd have to pry it from my thin, bony hands. Or is it hands since I can only control one? If that's the case, then wouldn't I win since my arm strength is stronger? Between the two of us, I actually work out every day. Then I'd recruit Levi, so we could be conjoined triplets, and he could overpower you. Levi's not stronger than me. Remember his house? Ugh. As he took in the unbelievably stupid and meaningless conversation taking place in front of him, Wilford Forbes truly couldn't believe his eyes and ears. Children. He was dealing with bratty children who were lashing out because they didn't understand how the business world worked and thought that their youth would protect them and figured that if they complained loudly enough, they would get their way. Well, they were wrong. Pinching his nose and taking a deep breath, Wilford Forbes quickly regulated his emotions before speaking in a stern tone while staring only at Jamie. James, I want you to understand that you're wasting not only your own time, but also the other contestants' time. No matter how much you protest, the decision has been made, and William will not be leaving. So this childish protest of yours is very unbecoming and quite frankly makes me disappointed in you. I thought you were better than that. The feelings are mutual. I expected this kind of behavior from the producers, since they're only concerned with making good TV, but I thought the person in charge of the future debut group would have much more integrity, especially in the music industry. I can see that I was wrong about that. It makes me quite worried about the future of the group and quite sad if these kinds of things are condoned in private, Jamie said calmly, the smile he had when speaking to Ari disappearing. Well, why don't you make sure you make the group before making a nuisance of yourself? Because if you think that you're safe just because you're in third place, or you're irreplaceable just because you're talented or have a family backing you, I want you to know that talented kids are being born and found every day. Nobody is bigger than the program, and if you don't fall in line and stop being a nuisance so we can finish what we need to record today, you'll be removed from the program entirely. Do you understand me, James? As Wilford brought out the threatening lines, his smile completely gone, Ari elbowed Jamie in the side once more. He'd pushed him far enough, and now was the time to stop, since the argument wasn't going anywhere. But to Wilford's surprise, instead of looking afraid, Jamie smiled a familiar cheeky smile before responding. Maybe? We'll see. James. Jones. Wilford called out through gritted teeth. Oh, look. Seems like everyone is back. Howdy, y'all. Jamie waved at the returning contestants and judges, completely ignoring Wilford Forbes. When everyone was seated and the cameras began rolling once more, Wilford Forbes forced a smile and started speaking. We'll begin the team selection once more with contestant James going first and contestant William going second. Each of you will select one contestant at a time. I highly recommend that you each get an even number of contestants in the top and both 7. If you don't, the selection will restart. Am I clear? Yes. William responded confidently, while Jamie smiled non-committally regardless of how Wilford glared at him. Then let's get started. Tired of wasting time, Wilford called the two of them to stand on either side before handing the microphone over to the MC, who pretended that the past 30 minutes didn't exist. With the practiced smile of a seasoned MC, Ryan Leary began his spiel. Contestant Jamie, who is your first pick for your team? Ariel, Jamie said with no hesitation, his blue eyes burning with a motivated fire. Ah, you sound very fired up. May I ask why you chose contestant Ariel? Is it because of your close friendship or dash? Ari always puts up a good performance, and he's the best person for the job I'm trying to do, and we have a lot of rapport built up, Jamie said. Oh, and what job are you trying to do? Please share the secret with the rest of us. Ryan Leary replied curiously since he had never seen Jamie act like this before. If he could get a good sound clip or quote, he was sure the production team would be very excited about it. I'm trying to prove a point to a lot of people, and I need his help to do it, Jamie said cryptically. Whoa, Mr. Jones, you sounded a bit cool there. Contestant Ariel, please come up and tell us how you feel after finally being picked first by contestant Jamie. I feel that you two have missed out on being on the same team for almost the entirety of the competition, so how do you feel now that it's finally happened? And please, no one-word answers. Let's continue the trend from your ranking speech and speak a lot, okay? Laughing at the MC's dramatic expression, Ari ran up, high-fived Jamie, and took the microphone. I feel good about it. 5 words this time. It seems you and contestant Levi are in a competition to see who speaks the least. Now, do you have any idea about what contestant Jamie is trying to prove? No, but let me ask him. Moving the microphone away, Ari gestured for Jamie to whisper in his ear, and hearing his thoughts, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh, yeah. No, I agree. Let's do it. That will be really fun, and it will prove a point. I know exactly who to select. Leave it to me. Looking back at the MC who was staring at him expectantly, Ari cackled evilly. I won't tell you because it's a secret, but all I'll say is that you should never disrespect music in front of our music genius. Look forward to the song he makes. Oh, I really want to know. Mind sharing. Ryan Leary stomped his foot childishly, but Ari shook his head while making an X with his arms. No. Fine, fine. Then let's move on. Contestant William, who is your choice? I choose Carlos, William announced confidently. There was a polite round of applause as Carlos stood up and nodded politely at William instead of shaking his hand. Noting the awkwardness, Ryan Leary quickly spoke up. Carlos, our resident vocal angel, how are you feeling about being chosen? I'm looking forward to performing in the final in front of our fans, and I hope that we can perform something created from our hard work that we won't be embarrassed about later. Although Carlos didn't call any names, everyone knew exactly who and what he was talking about, including William, whose face turned almost as red as his hair. Thank you, Carlos. Jamie, it's back to you. Who's your choice? Jamie glanced at Ari, who immediately pointed in a particular direction. I choose Benjamin Jamie as my next teammate. Ahem. At Wilford Forbes' pointed cough, Jamie doubled down. Yes, Benjamin is my choice. Oh ho, Big Ben, make your way up here. How are you feeling? I recall you mentioning you wanted to be on Ari's team earlier. Yes, sir. I'm happy to have been chosen and to be on Ari and Jamie's team for the finals. Based on their expressions, they're cooking up something mad, and I can't wait to be a part of it. Benjamin laughed as he spoke, though he was sighing in relief internally. Being on a team with William? By default, his stock would go down immediately, and more importantly, everything around that blonde, no red-haired demon, was toxic, including his uncle. He wanted to continue avoiding him by any means necessary. Thank you, Benjamin. William, it's your pick. Who do you want? Ryan Leary asked William. I'll choose Levi. William quickly responded as he picked the only person who could match Benjamin in rap skills. All right, Levi, please come up. As Levi stood up, giving Ari a death glare as he walked by, Ari glanced up to avoid eye contact. What do you have to say, Levi? Traitor, Levi responded coldly, and then stepped away from the microphone. Aha, trouble in paradise. Contestant Ariel, Levi seems upset with you. Your response? Sorry. Oops. At the accusation, Ari actually felt a bit bad. How was he supposed to know that William would pick up Levi next? He fully expected William to pick his friend Jerome Tyler, who was also a rapper, instead of Levi, who had drifted away from him. Besides, it wasn't like he told Jamie to choose Benjamin because he thought he was a better rapper than Levi. He chose him because one of his skills would be perfect for the type of performance Jamie wanted to make at the end. All right, back to Jamie. Who do you want? Daniel, Jamie said quickly as he was already mapping out the song details in his head. Excellent. William, I choose Matthew. Jamie. Within minutes, the remaining 14 boys were picked, with the teams looking like this. Team 1, Jamie, L, Ari, Benjamin, Daniel, Ray, Justin, Vishal. Team 2, William, L, Carlos, Levi, Matthew, Rex, Insu, Jerome. And despite Wilford trying to pressure him from the side, Jamie stuck to his decision. After the team selection, since they had wasted too much time, the rest of the final schedule was summarized, and they quickly entered the bus back to the dorms, with William going in a separate vehicle with his uncle. As soon as the bus began moving, Benjamin immediately turned around in his seat and began questioning Jamie. Big man, what was going on back there? I expect that sort of reckless behavior from the French one dash. Hey, you know it's true. Anyways, fully expected from this one, but not from you. Wagwan. Nothing much. I just really hate people who don't respect the art of music and the effort it takes. And I really hate that people are comparing me to William and claiming that I cheated to make my song, just because William did. I worked really hard, Ari worked really hard, and it's not fair that people look down on the genre because of one person. Jamie explained quietly. As someone who had been in the music industry for a while, he understood the nuances. Lots of singers couldn't produce, write, or even sing, and depended on others and certain tools to do it. That was fine as long as those who worked on it got fairly compensated monetarily and with credits. But William's song Theft and his attempt to cover it up really rubbed him the wrong way. Especially because fans now thought that what he did applied to him and Ari, and their efforts to make their songs were fabricated. It was annoying, and Jamie hated it. And even if it wasn't the right way to show it, He wanted it to be known that he didn't support this one single bit and wouldn't entertain working with somebody who did that. Which is why he planned on showing off a bit during the finals. There's a difference between that guy and me, and I'll prove it. Since Ari always called him a music genius, he should do something genius, right? As Jamie closed his eyes, the melody to the song already weaving through his mind, he began separating the music into simple parts. La 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 la. Number 386. Chapter 386. Finals Preparation 1. The moment they arrived back at the dorms and said goodbye to the other contestants, Ari took his suitcase and commandeered one of the 2 bedroom rooms with Jamie, since the production team didn't particularly know where they roomed at this point. He quickly changed into his utterly adorable tracksuit, threw his fur hat on to hide his hair color, and made his way to their assigned practice room, and began stretching and looking through the preloaded tablet while waiting for the rest of his teammates to trickle in. The first to arrive was Jamie, who carried his laptop in one hand, his guitar in the other, and somehow held a half-eaten protein bar and a protein shake in his mouth. Murhoff, don't talk with your mouth full. And probably still changing? Or maybe the PD grabbed them. I'm looking through the songs right now, so start setting your things up. Ari replied absent-mindedly as he continued flipping through the tablet. Apart from the song they were supposed to create with the help of one of the judges, all the contestants would be performing 2 new songs. One was called Unique Crew, a song by Jalissa with a hip-hop style vibe mixed with Brazilian funk, trap, and pop beats. It wasn't a vocally strong song. Instead, it had a lot of rap parts, but Ari really liked it since the vibe was quite cool and very different from anything he had performed so far. Additionally, it seemed that the production team was quite inspired by the faux rap battle that occurred while they were busking, so the song was split in half, with Kim Young-woo choreographing one half and Jaywalks the other, and the 2 of them coming together to choreograph the third portion. Each team would pick a section of the song, perform half of the song while the opposing team danced and mirrored them, then switch places before coming together to perform the last part. Afterward, the audience would vote for the team they thought performed better, with the members of the winning team receiving a small number of votes to help boost the votes that would determine their ranking. As Ari looked at the choreography done by Jaywalks and then by Kim Young-woo, he was already tired just staring at the number of jumps, level changes, powerful moves, and formation adjustments. Were these 2 people just mindlessly adding as many choreography moves into a song as possible, as if each move were an attack on each other? And they forgot that the contestants had so many other songs to perform, not just this one. Where was the time to breathe? Even if you weren't singing or rapping, because of the way the teams were split, you couldn't even slack off because everything would be visible in a 7-person formation. How tiring. The second song all the contestants had to perform, Just Do It, was written by Selena and Larry Jackson and was meant to be their closing song, encouraging voters to vote and ending the show with a bang. It had a much calmer vibe, more vocal parts, and thankfully far less choreography than Unique Crew, which was nice. But looking at the schedule of things they had to do and perform during finals day, Ari really only had one thought. For the song Jamie wants to make and perform, simplify, simplify, simplify. No matter what, the song needed to be simple. There was already so much to learn within the next 2 weeks that making a complicated song with multiple parts, vocal layering, and extras was completely out of the question. Someone was bound to forget or mix something up, and there was only so much time to practice. If they weren't being graded on the song's quality, then cheat and make it simple. As for the choreography, scrap it completely. If they couldn't scrap it, simplify it. As much as Ari wanted to put on a show for people who had spent so much money and time to see them perform, he cared more about making sure his performance was as perfect as it could be, and he would rather execute something simple perfectly than something complex sloppily. With all the new material they had to learn in such a short amount of time, it wasn't that he didn't believe in the skills of his teammates. It was just better not to test fate. Besides, since Jamie wanted to do a creative type of performance, even if their choreography was minimal, as long as the song was good and the crowd work was on point, Ari thought it would work in their favor, especially if they could come up with simple moves that the audience could do as well. Well, he could have as many ideas as he wanted, but at the end of the day, since it was a democracy and Jamie was the team leader, it would depend on his teammates' votes. As Ari put the tablet down and continued stretching, slowly everyone trickled in, starting with Daniel, then Ray, Justin, and Vishal, and finally Benjamin, waving a piece of paper. Got the script from the PD. She said she'll swing by in a bit with the judges, so let's try to get some things done before then, innit? Thanks. As they all sat in a loose circle, a cameraman entered and parked himself in the corner of the room and gave them a thumbs up to get started. Then they all sat in silence. 5 people stared at Ari. Ari stared at Jamie, and Jamie also stared at Ari. The cameraman, reading the vibes, zoomed out to make sure he captured the dynamic perfectly. Ari, why the heck are you staring at me? What? Aren't you going to get the meeting started? Jamie asked as he stared at Ari expectantly. Why would I start the meeting? You're the team leader. It's your concept. I'm just the secretary who will take notes. Ari waved his sticky notepad and pen around. But you're better at talking than I am. And Benjamin is better at talking than me. So should he do it? I'm fine with that. Jamie nodded. Absolutely not, Benjamin interjected, but Ari just pretended like he hadn't heard him. Cool. Let's vote on whether we want Benjamin to be the leader. Does anyone else want to nominate themselves as team leader? No? Cool. Then it's Jamie and Benjamin on the ballot. Those voting for Jamie, raise your hands. Ari, Benjamin, Daniel, Justin, and Ray raised their hand. Vishal and Jamie abstained. Cool. That's the majority. Congratulations, Jamie, on becoming the leader. Get started with the meeting. Ari said he ignored Jamie's sulking expression as he clapped enthusiastically. Now, team leader. What's our plan of action? MMMM. Jamie looked like a wilted flower before perking up. As the team leader, I order you to run the meeting in my place. You want to die? I humbly request that our secretary list out what we need to discuss today and help facilitate the meeting. Lazy. My brain is working hard on making adjustments to multiple songs right now. Don't you want to help me and ease my burdens so my genius can flourish? Jamie asked innocently, his blue eyes sparking as if he had never done a wrong thing in his life. It was hard to believe that this was the same person who had been frustrating Wilford Forbes until his face almost turned purple. After staring at Jamie for a while, Ari simply sighed. Fine. He took the sheet of paper from Benjamin, scanned it, and then quickly summarized. We can knock out the easy stuff first, starting with picking which half of Unique Crew we want and choosing parts. So let's watch the video. If both groups want the same part, it's a dance-off. So I propose sending our strongest dance warrior, Daniel, to secure us victory if needed. Daniel, are you ready for war? Aye, aye, Captain. I will dance and bring great honor to our team. Daniel immediately sat up straight and saluted as if he were in the military. Alrighty, let's watch the video. After watching the video and loosely choosing their parts, they moved on to just do it and chatted about other things until they finally reached the meat of their discussion. The song that Jamie has to make. Whip. Benjamin quickly raised his hand. Yes, Benjamin. Ari pointed his pen at the British boy. What were the two of you cackling evilly about on stage? It seems like you lot already have a plan. Or a song. Something like that. Jamie, would you like to talk? Sure. With a deft motion, Jamie quickly opened his laptop screen as he began his explanation, flipping through the brief PowerPoint he had made. While we were in Korea, Ari and I came to the realization that the production team is extremely cheap. They never want to spend more than they have to, and they're always looking for ways to minimize costs or pass them on to the contestants. You can tell this by looking at the music production kits they gave us, which were mostly free samples and other details that I won't get into right now. We both figured that, since they asked contestants to produce songs in such a short time, if it was successful, they would probably make us do it again for the finals, because self-producing is a great marketing tactic in the music industry. So to get ahead of the game, when we had time, Ari and I would spend some time making samples of different songs that we could perform in the finals to cut our suffering in half. Jamie concluded while Ari picked up where he left off. Et voila. The production team did exactly what we thought they would do, so it's good that we were prepared. As Ari rolled his eyes with his back turned away from the camera, Daniel raised his hand like he was in class. Yes, Mr. Kim. What's your question? So you already have a song made? I think Jamie has a collection of around 5 full songs. It's all we could squeeze out during that time. But since this is a team activity, it's best to get everyone's feedback on what type of song they want to perform for the final, so Jamie can make modifications to any of the ones he has in stock or come up with a new one. Ari explained with a nostalgic expression. Looking back on his time in Korea, he truly suffered day in and day out. How did you manage to make 5 additional songs when we were in Korea? I know what your schedule was like. Where did you find the time? Benjamin asked incredulously. He knew how hard his team practiced and how hard Ari's team practiced, and still couldn't figure out where Ari and Jamie had found the time to do all these extra things in the background. What kind of broken stamina was this? If you sacrifice sleep and minimize time spent on eating, anything is possible. Besides, I told you I was busy. Did you think I was kidding? No wonder you're so skinny and constantly losing weight, Benjamin muttered. Ari, what does that have to do with anything? And I'll have you know that I've actually gained and kept on 2 kilograms. Thank you very much. Anyway, what type of song were you all thinking about performing in the finals? Number 387. Chapter 387. Finals Preparation 2. Can we listen to the songs you've made first before making a decision? Ray asked curiously. He was already used to Ari working hard, so the fact that he was apparently doing extra work on the back end wasn't a surprise. Instead, he really wanted to see what Jamie and Ari had been working on together since what they had created individually was so good. Oh yeah, I want to listen, Justin added excitedly. No way. Ari immediately shut everybody down. When they gave him a sad look, he explained, I don't want you to be influenced. Since it's our final team performance, it would be good if everyone's opinion is reflected in the song, even if Jamie does have to make something from scratch. But you and Jamie seemed really excited to plan something. All of your performances have been good so far, so wouldn't it be better to just choose what you guys want? If we do that, then we cut out a lot of work and can spend more time practicing. Justin. At Justin's argument, Ari immediately shook his head. No way. Absolutely not. Had everyone forgotten what happened to William's team so quickly? Apart from the scandal of his stealing a song, one of the issues that got buried was that nobody on William's team got to do anything. The song and performance were written by William, choreographed by William, and basically performed by William with 9 backup dancers who were supposed to be his teammates. Ari had no intention and no interest in getting himself into a similar position. Whether they liked it or not, each person would be contributing at least one thing to the song, one way or another. No, everyone has to contribute something. Besides, the specific song isn't what we're aiming for, although it would be convenient. Rather, it's the method of performing the song that's important. You're being pretty vague, so can you just clarify what you mean by that? Vishal asked as he raised his hand. Slide. Yes, what do you mean by that, contestant Ariel? I hope I'm not interrupting the planning session. Do you mind us listening in? Hearing Wilford's voice as he slid the door open and entered the room along with PD Emily, Ari glanced at the two of them before exchanging a glance with Jamie, who subtly shook his head. The rest of his teammates did the same, as if they all tacitly agreed not to discuss what they wanted to talk about. No, it's fine. It's not like I can stop you from barging in. Come on in and make yourself at home, Ari said dryly. Or take the hint and leave. Thank you. Now, what were you boys talking about? Planning your performance? You're known for your performances, aren't you, contestant Ariel? Bing Young-sun brings it up all the time. I'd like to know what you have planned for the finals. I'm sure it will be amazing, Wilford said, looking at the contestants who had clammed up and were avoiding eye contact with him. As Wilford Forbes met Jamie, whose eyes began sparkling mischievously as he looked between Wilford and PD Emily, he immediately had a bad feeling. And as expected, PD Emily, isn't it a conflict of interest for Mr. Forbes to be here? After all, his nephew is on the other team and has a history of stealing songs and others' work, then trying to credit them as his own. What if he helps William steal our song and our ideas and then covers it up later if we say something about it? Jamie said with a completely innocent smile, as if he were just talking about the weather outside. I assure you that such a thing won't happen, James. I have professional integrity and standards that I follow and would never put one contestant over another. Oh, so, since you have so much professional integrity, you're kicking William out of the program? Right. Jamie asked as he widened his eyes innocently. Right. Jamie doubled down since Wilford Forbes just stayed silent before turning to the PD. PD Emily? I don't feel comfortable having him here. It's making me nervous. Jamie complained as he hugged his laptop to his chest as if someone was threatening to take it away from him. Who the hell would believe that you're nervous? Wipe that smug smile from your face before lying so blatantly like that. And you, green-eyed annoyance, standing next to him. I can see and hear you withholding a laugh. Stop it. Wilford Forbes wanted to scream and shake Jamie for saying nonsense with a straight face and throw Ari out for the continued disrespect, but had to settle for a pointed glare at PD Emily to resolve the situation. PD Emily quickly snickered before covering her smile when Wilford glared at her. Clearing her throat, she quickly offered a middle ground. While I understand your concerns, Jamie, the director is just curious about your working process and will only be here for a few minutes, and will give some pointers and constraints on the budget for the final performance. After I leave with the director and the cameraman, you guys can have your proper team meeting, and if you're worried about your idea being stolen, have contestant Ariel take out the memory card when you're done. He's had a lot of experience doing so, even when he shouldn't, and he can submit it directly to me along with your paperwork. I'll keep it safe. You know my only concern is to make a good show, right? Well, if you insist, I'll trust you just this once, PD, even though you also do sketchy things. Secretary, carry on. Looking very reluctant, Jamie kept giving Wilford Forbes suspicious looks as he hugged his laptop to his chest. Snickering at Wilford Forbes' face that was twitching angrily, Ari continued speaking. For now, I think everyone should go around and list what they envision the song and final performance to be. From the style of music to the costumes, stage props, and choreography, let's list everything and start trimming things down. Okay, who wants to go first? Me. Pyrotechnics are a must, innit? I quite like the stage lift your team used in Korea as well. Also, I'd like the mandem to wear matching suits regardless of the song. That clean-cut look is a must. Benjamin raised his hand and quickly began listing everything he wanted while Ari wrote it on the whiteboard. Pyrotechnics, lift, suits. Solid, and for the song vibe. I'm not picky. As long as there's a rap section, I'm fine with anything. I just want it to be big and extravagant, so it really feels like the finals, innit? I like how you incorporated live instruments in your Korean performance. Any chance we can do something like that? Can we get a live band? I like the live band idea. Let's note that down. Who all plays instruments? Almost everyone raised their hands. Nice. Call out what you play, and I'll write it on the board. Guitar, piano, drums, recorder, xylophone. Huh? Danny, did you say xylophone? Benjamin looked at Daniel in shock, while the Korean boy smiled proudly. Yes, I learned in middle school. Wow, Korean middle schools are a bear different. In it, I like the ideas, so keep them coming. What else? Helicopter. Let's add it. Motorcycle. It's your world, and I'm living in it. Add it. Without a care in the world, Ari happily wrote down everything his teammates wanted to do for their finals performance, while Wilford Forbes continually looked frustrated to the side. When Ari finally ran out of room on the whiteboard, William Forbes found an opportunity to speak and quickly shoot down all the ridiculousness he was hearing. We're not doing any of that. Scrap that entire board. His job was to save money, not encourage foolish spending for an event that would only last a couple of hours. Whether the final show was extravagant or not, the venue was almost sold out, and people would vote regardless, so there was no need to waste money, especially on a team full of top-ranked contestants like this one. He might have to go all out on the performances that included all of the contestants, but the rest of the money would be better spent propping up William's team, among other things. Why do we have to scrap the whole board? Ari asked back. Naturally, he knew not everything on the list would happen, but cutting it all down immediately was strange, especially because there were some feasible ideas that had been used before. Do you hear yourselves? Helicopter? Motorcycle? Stage lifts? Do you think we live in a fantasy land where all your dreams come true? None of that is within the budget. Be realistic and change these childish ideas into something realistic. Wilford added on. Then what is the exact budget amount? We're not being childish. A lot of the things we mention have been used in previous performances, so what's the big deal? Usually, we get a financial limit so we can work within it, yeah? But today, you lot are giving vague answers and saying later, and don't worry about it. It's a bit weird, innit? Benjamin chimed in, not intimidated by Wilford. While the production team was always crooked in one way or another, the contestants knew how to handle them for the most part after months of working together. But today, they were acting extra strange and shifty, and even Benjamin, who was friendly with almost all of the staff members, hadn't been able to get a straight answer out of anybody. It was very odd, and the only difference was Wilfred Forbes's presence. The financial details are none of your business. Just cut it out and go back to the drawing board and come up with a reasonable performance, Wilfred announced as if it were the final decision, and the conversation was over. Before Ari could protest, Vishal raised his hand. Excuse me, sir. Can I ask if you're the one who will be reviewing our performance proposals? I just want to know if you have a particular standard you want us to follow when writing it, and when you would want it by. At the only contestant who had spoken to him politely and considerately, Wilfred's tone softened, and he actually smiled kindly at Vishal. The PD and I will work together to approve it. As long as you submit it as soon as possible with things listed out neatly, any format is fine. Thank you for asking, Vishna. It's Vishal, not Vishna. Then, will we be able to see an itemized proposal of each team, or will that be kept a secret as well? I'm just asking to make sure that we're not going to get shorted financially by the other team and that things will be fair. Because right now, we're not getting the clarity we usually get from the production team about our financial limit, so we're a bit worried. I'm sure you understand our concern, right? Vishal added in that same polite and unassuming tone. At the poignant words that stabbed directly into the heart of the situation, Wilfred's smile froze for several seconds. Taking a deep breath, he decided to stop faking pleasantness to this bunch of childish children who didn't understand how the world worked. I don't like repeating myself, so make sure I don't see any of this ridiculousness on the proposal. Got it. Bang. Before anyone could say anything, Wilfred Forbes stomped out and slammed the door. The room was silent for a moment before Ari turned to look at PD Emily with a raised brow. So, that happened. Are you going to tell us to behave? For once, PD Emily actually let out a genuine smile. Not at all. He's a thorn in my side, too, so keep pressuring him. On my end, I'll keep Bing Yong-sun informed about the situation. As for the budget, it's a bit less than a quarter of what you spend in Korea, but we have an overall pyrotechnics budget. So just subtract that from your proposal and submit it to me first. And as for your performance idea or song, PD Emily paused before shrugging. It really might get stolen and co-opted by that side, so be careful. I'll do my part on the back end and try to keep you both separated, but you do your part on the front end too. You're being surprisingly helpful, Ari commented, his eyes full of suspicion. As someone who had been burned one too many times by the production team, he always felt wary when PD Emily was a bit too friendly and helpful, since it didn't bode well for him. There was always a stick waiting behind whatever carrot she offered. You think I want to be nice and helpful? No. This was my time to give you guys the carrot before giving you the stick later. But now he's ruined everything with his meddling, and I have to be the good person. Ugh. I have to go now to make sure he doesn't mess anything else up. So you truly did plan on hitting us with the stick later. Truly. Ari didn't know whether or not he should be thankful to Wilfred Forbes for becoming a greater evil than PD Emily, or sad that he could now predict her behavioral patterns with such accuracy. Either way, he truly couldn't wait for this show to be over. When the room finally regained its calm, everyone sighed in relief before Benjamin spoke up first after he walked to the door and checked that nobody was listening outside of it. So what did you really want to say about the performance? What's your big secret that you don't want the dark side to find out about? Mr. Jones, the floor is yours. Ari pretended to bow before stepping out of the way, standing up with his blue eyes sparkling brightly. Jamie took the marker from Ari and began scribbling a diagram on the mirror. Guys, it's not really a secret, but it's something I really want to do. Regardless of the song we make, let's create the song instrumental on stage while interacting with the crowd and then performing to it. Huh? What? You can do that? As his teammates stared at him in shock, Jamie nodded in excitement. Yes, we can. Through a method called looping. Let me explain. And in another practice room. I know exactly what they're going to do. Number 388. Chapter 388. Finals Preparation 3. I know exactly what the other team is going to do, William repeated, since it seemed like nobody heard him the first time. He and his teammates were currently sitting in a practice room far from the other team, and the atmosphere seemed dismal at best. Levi sat by himself against one wall, headphones over his ears, and the other contestants were spaced out in a semicircle, leaving the immediate area around William bare. Despite the camera, nobody seemed particularly enthusiastic, and William was basically carrying the entire conversation by himself. I said that I know exactly what the other team is going to do, William repeated, forcibly smiling as he looked around. So, what the hell does that have to do with us? Levi asked coldly. Don't curse. William snapped, not in the mood to deal with Levi's prickly personality, which had gotten even pricklier for some reason. Make me. Oh, don't worry. I will. The already cold atmosphere of the room dropped several more degrees before Carlos, the eldest in the room, spoke up in a placating manner. Okay. Let's all calm down. Levi, if you curse, the PDs will make us redo the clips over and over again, and she might feel petty and put it in the episode. So let's avoid that. Okay. Tisk. Levi clicked his tongue and looked away while Carlos turned to William. And William, what does the other team have to do with us? We need to come up with a plan for the song we're going to create and the type of performance we'll give. Jalissa and Larry Jackson plan to be in a song-making boot camp with us tomorrow, so let's nail things down. Right. Carlos glanced around the room for support, and all of them nodded quietly in agreement. Forcing a smile, William deigned to explain his thought process to these losers who couldn't see the bigger picture. It matters because this is a competition, and we have to beat them to secure extra votes on the day of the performance. I don't know about you all, but I plan on debuting by any means necessary. Don't worry, we know. We've seen what you're willing to do. Levi interrupted, causing a few people to snicker before hiding it behind a cough. After shooting a furious look at Levi, who didn't care in the slightest, William continued his thoughts. As I was saying, our team performance is our time to shine and our time to snag as many bonus votes as we can. It pains me to admit it, but that other team is a bit talented in creating and executing performances. A bit? Between Ari, Justin, Jamie, and Benjamin, haven't they lapped you each time there's been a performance? All without cheating. You should be ashamed of yourself. Levi interrupted again, his sharp eyes glaring daggers at William. Finally sick of it, William stood up and marched over to where Levi sat, looming over him. Do you have a problem with me? You just figured that out? Glad to see your brain partially works. Levi shot back. Then instead of making slick comments like a little girl, come out and say it with your chest. William growled before snatching Levi's headphones off his head. The next time you touch me or my things, I'll make you regret it. Levi promised, standing up from his position and shoving William backward as he snatched the headphones back. You friggin' dash. Now, let's all calm down. Calm down. No fighting. Carlos immediately got between the two of them, trying to calm things down while looking at the cameraman for help. Unfortunately, the man simply shrugged while making sure to capture the scene carefully. Sighing, Carlos began trying to reason with the two angry people. William, as the leader of the team, you need to be calm and take control of the conversation. You can't behave like this or snap at people. Go take a water break and come back in 5 minutes. Sue, Jerome, why don't you both go with him and help him calm down? Carlos sternly interjected. Don't tell me what to do. William snapped. Okay, that's fair, but you still need to calm down. Go get some water, splash it on your face, and come back. We really don't have time for this, and you know it. After glaring at Carlos for a moment, William dusted himself off and stomped out of the room, while Choi In-soo and Jerome Tyler ran after him. With William's exit, the tense room immediately got calmer. Then Carlos turned to Levi, who was already sitting down with his headphones over his head, staring mullishly into the air. As Carlos met Levi's furious eyes, he was reminded of when his two little brothers, Antonio and Luis, got into huge fights and were just furious with each other. Having gotten a bit closer to Levi after practicing for the surprise showcase, Carlos opened his mouth to give some big brotherly advice, but before he could say anything, don't talk to me, and don't meddle in my business next time. That goes for all of you. Levi spoke to him coldly before looking away. Carlos. Okay, maybe he was the only one who thought they had gotten close. With a deep sigh, Carlos began to miss Benjamin and Ariel. Benjamin, because he would definitely know what to say to get everyone's mood up, and Ariel, because he seemed to be the only one who knew how to handle the volatile Levi while getting him to cooperate. Clutching the cross under his chest, Carlos fervently prayed that this last round would go smoothly. After several minutes, the door finally opened. But instead of William coming back alone with Jerome and Choi In-soo, he came back with Wilford Forbes and PD Emily, who looked annoyed. Hello, team. We came to listen to your ideas about what type of performance and song you'll be creating for the finals. Has there been any trouble, or have you all been getting along? As Wilford Forbes gave them a bright smile, and William smirked behind him, Carlos just wanted to sigh. As someone who wanted to see the best in everyone, he truly hoped that William had learned his lesson from this past incident. But clearly, he hadn't, and had even called in-person support. Now, it seemed that his dream of collaborating and delivering a strong final performance had been tossed in the trash. All he could do now was manage the fallout that was sure to follow, and try to keep this already fragmenting group together. Smiling politely at Wilford, Carlos glossed over the incident before Levi said something crazy. We're still working out the kinks in our communication style, and haven't really gotten to the meat of what we want to do yet. Really, because William told me that he had a great idea that he hadn't gotten to speak on yet, for one reason or another. Mind explaining? I'm that reason. Problem. Levi raised his hand with a sharp smile. After meeting Levi's eyes, as someone who was familiar with the kind of temper he had, and even worse, the kind of temper his father had, Wilford just chose to ignore him. I recommend you calm down before you do something you regret, Mr. Temple. If you continue being disruptive, even your father won't be able to help you in time. Now, William, what were you saying? The floor is yours. As Wilford backed up, William stepped forward with a smug smile, and, for the 100th time, began his spiel that nobody wanted to listen to before. As I was saying earlier, I know what the other team is going to do, and we just need to beat Fist Dash, the French one, at his own game. The French one has a name, so use it. And I keep asking the question, and you never give me an answer. What does that team and what they plan to do have to do with us? Levi interjected once again, shooting Wilford Forbes a look as if daring him to do something. Pick up a book sometime, Leviticus, instead of voicing cartoons all day and listening to nonsense. You might actually get smarter. The basics of war are that if you know your enemy and know yourself. Since his performances are always well received, and he's our enemy this time, we should take a page from his book and try to beat him at his own game. Obviously. Any questions? William asked smugly with an expression that said he thought what he said was profound, and now he was waiting for someone to actually ask him something. The room was silent for several seconds until Rex accidentally caught the eye of Wilford Forbes, who began signaling for him to say something. Holding back a sigh and forcing a smile, Rex raised his hand. Yes, go ahead, T-Rex. It's Rex. No T. What exactly do you mean by beat him at his own game? I'm so glad that you asked. I'm glad to see that somebody has a winner's mindset. Now, William paused to look around dramatically. If you look at all his performances, you can tell he loves the dramatics. And he especially loves the white to black color scheme. It's basically like his signature at this point. From the very first performance with the water and white shirts, to like Swan with the white outfits painted with paint that turned black under the lights, to the pirate song, to this time in Korea with the fallen angel theme, he loves the transition from white to black or from black to white on stage. He loves that cheap shock value, and he's reused it so many times, and the audience keeps falling for it. If you look back on it, you'll see that I'm right. And if you remember in the very beginning, what did he look like? He had thick white face paint with black designs on it. He's not creative, that's his shtick, and he's been recycling it this whole time. William explained passionately with an almost crazed look in his eyes. As they thought about William's words, everyone thought about Ari's previous performances, which people always mentioned. William's words were mostly right. White, white and black, white again. There was a red outfit in between, but he really liked the dramatic white and black color scheme. And when it was connected to Ari's original makeup that he used to wear 24/7, the theme was even more apparent. Seeing that everyone was actually listening and considering his words, William spoke with even more confidence. And as for his style of music, from the things he's arranged for his team to the stuff he's created, the pattern there is even simpler because he's not particularly creative. He usually just has a basic melody and adds lots of vocal layering, harmonies, and has a story within a story. Literally copy and paste across all songs. That's the breakdown of his performances. Trust me, I've done the research and I've done the math. That's the winning formula that we need. And since we have the pieces rap, vocals, dance, we can do the same thing and even better, William said passionately. So, what you're saying is you want us to copy Ari's past performances. I don't like that. We should come up with something of our own. Matthew asked with a confused expression. Why is it copying? Did he invent those concepts? Was he the first one to put it together? The first to use it in history? Of course, he wasn't. Were you all saying this when you all used the water floor concept in one of the rounds? No, you didn't. So get off your high horse and have the mentality to do whatever it takes to win. Besides, what I'm saying is what every company in the world does. Collect data, identify trends, and use those trends to make an informed decision. These are the trends that fans who come to watch us like, consistently vote for, and talk about. We're just using that data to help guide what we're doing for the finals, which is the most important performance of our lives. No matter how you spin it, twist it, and justify it, that's plagiarism, which is stealing. You didn't get in enough trouble the last time, so you want to do it again? Levi interrupted once again. Truly sick of him, William decided to hit Levi back where it hurt. Aren't you tired of talking? I'm sure you've used up your vocal quota for the week yapping in defense about someone who didn't even choose an antisocial loser like you for his team and certainly won't look your way when you're not around. What did you say? You heard me. Antisocial, troublesome loser. It seems that you forgot you only got on this show because of me. So you'd better check that attitude, Levi. These people may think you're big and bad, but I don't. Besides, it's not plagiarism because we're not copying the past performances 101. It's just extrapolating ideas from gathered data, right, PD? William turned to her with an expectant look. I mean, technically you're right. PD Emily answered with a shrug, causing William to smile wider. Then it's fine. Based on past patterns, Ari's team is probably going to do some grandiose storytelling performance again, following that white or black theme. So we just need to come up with a song and concept that fits that vibe. Work with Jalissa and Larry, and we have a sure win on our hands, so we can get extra votes that will literally define our future. What do you all say? William asked as he watched each person's expression, which seemed quite contemplative. It seemed that his uncle was right, and the work he put into memorizing this speech was worth it. Everyone seemed to approve of his analysis and would probably agree with his idea. That is, everyone except. I say you're an idiot, a thief, and a crook. And I won't be involved in this nonsense, Levi announced before getting up and slamming the door. Bang! Crack! Staring at the broken door that fell to the ground with ripped-out hinges and one of the mirror panels that had cracked from the force of Levi's hit, Carlos let out another tired sigh before standing up. Benjamin, Ari, I miss you both. I'll go get him. Number 389. Chapter 389, Finals Preparation 4. So we're all in agreement? Y'all like my idea? Jamie asked in excitement as he looked around the practice room. Yeah, mate. Sounds good to me. Yes. Jamie pumped his fist in excitement. They had been discussing the details of the song they were going to perform at the finals and had finally nailed down the nitty-gritty that would bring it all together. Thankfully, after listening to the 5 sample songs that he and Ari had created, everyone had surprisingly agreed on one song. The same song that Jamie originally wanted to perform, which made his life so much easier. He would spend the evening tweaking a few things and separating each part of the track into something simpler that could be recreated on stage, but that was much easier than actually making a song from scratch. Then, since we're in agreement on that end, shall we start practicing the new choreography for the new songs? Ari asked as he stood up. Do we have a choice? Nope. So gather around. With a groan, each person scooted closer and began watching the tablet as Ari played the choreography videos they had been given. It was time to start working, and after several hours of suffering, dance practice, as everyone lay on the ground drenched in sweat, Ari, the only put-together person due to his utterly adorable tracksuit, began cleaning up and removing the memory card from the room cameras. I highly recommend each person use today to get a full night's sleep, because we might not be able to get it for the next 2 weeks. I'm going to go give the PD this, and I'll see you guys later. Raw. Slowly, the practice room cleared out, and, as promised, Ari went to find PD Emily to hand her the memory card. Unfortunately, on his way to her office, he encountered 2 people arguing in the hallway. It was Carlos and William. For a second, Ari considered making a U-turn and coming back later, but then decided to see what was going on because Carlos wasn't the type to actually argue at all, even with somebody like William, who was always picking fights. As he walked closer, he could hear the 2 of them whispering. We need to tell the PD. Carlos insisted quietly. I said I'll handle it. He does this all the time. He's just acting like a child because he's not getting his way. Just stay out of it and let the team leader handle it. William hissed. Should you, of all people, be saying that? Who's acting like a child because he's not getting his way? William, Ari asked as he walked closer, and both heads whipped towards him. We're having a dash. None of your business, fish boy. So but out. Ari looked between Carlos, who wore a worried expression, and the angry William before switching to Spanish to speak to Carlos. Que sucede? What's the matter? Alguien esto ausente. Someone is missing. Carlos said with a tired sigh as his eyes quickly flashed over to William's confused yet angry face. Quien? Who? El Niño Rubio. The blonde guy? Ari quickly ran through the members of William's team before landing on the only current blonde on the team. Levi was missing? Again? Did he run off, or what? Ari glanced over at William before asking Carlos. Lucar, a fight. See. Yeesh. Makes sense, but yeesh. I support you fighting with William, but don't run afterward. What are you two talking about? Are you talking about me? This is America. Speak in English. William asked suspiciously as he stared at both of them in turn. Why would I be talking about you? You think the world revolves around you. Ari replied with a snort. Then why did you switch languages? To talk to my friend privately and leave you out of the conversation, obviously. Can't you read a room? This is America. Speak English. Over 60% of the world is multilingual. Learn another language. Ari shot back. You dash. Me what? Did you forget that you owe me another 6 days of well-behaved dog-like behavior? You thought I forgot. As Ari brought up the bet they had made in Korea, William's entire face turned red before he sputtered. That doesn't count. Of course it does. It's on tape. Not anymore, it's not. It accidentally got deleted. Of course it did. I thought it might. So I asked the PD to send me a copy first. You want me to leak it to the public? Ari asked, causing William's face to turn pale again before he shook his head. You can't trick me. I know it was deleted. I actually don't have anything to say to you. Just prepare to lose at the finals, fish boy. William smirked before turning back to Carlos. You better not say anything to him. Or else. Say anything about what? Ari asked. Obviously, I'm being vague intentionally because you're not on my team. Don't you know how to read a room? William shot back with a smug smile. Ari, _ you think you're funny? You're lucky I have better things to do than mess around with you right now. Turning back to Carlos, Ari told him in Spanish. Tell her no matter what that one says. I'll message him on my side. Thank you. No problem. After waving to Carlos while pretending that William simply didn't exist, Ari went back to the room he shared with Jamie. What took you so long? Chatting with Carlos. Apparently, Levi's missing. Ari replied quietly before turning on his phone and texting Levi. No response. He called him as well. Still no response. After leaving him a message, Ari tossed his phone away and began helping Jamie with the song modifications. He went to bed, woke up the next morning, and joined his team for all-day practice after a brief meeting with Jalissa. After speaking with Carlos, he found out that Levi hadn't shown up today either and wasn't responding to anyone's messages. 3 more days passed, with everyone appearing more and more haggard with each passing day. And yet, there was still no sign of Levi. Finally, on the day before the midterm evaluation with the judges, just as Ari was preparing to go grab a quick snack while practicing by himself in a practice room, the door of his practice room was slammed open, and 6 people barged in and stood there, blocking the doorway. Ari's eyes flitted from William, who was sulking between Jerome and Insue, to Matthew, Carlos, and Rex, who looked tired and annoyed. They all just stared at him in silence until Ari spoke first. What? Why did you all come in here if you were going to act as statues? What do you want? 5 pairs of eyes turned to look at William, so Ari stared at him as well. After several seconds of hesitation, William spoke in a barely audible voice. You need to help us. Did he suddenly become an ant? And is he trying to ask for help? I think he is. Huh? What was that? I can't hear you. Ari replied with a smirk. I said you need to help us. William yelled even louder. Is that how you ask for a favor? Try again. Politely. And add a bark at the end. With a completely red face that matched his hair color, William glanced at his teammates for help. But seeing that all of them were glaring at him, he pushed down his pride and forced polite words out through gritted teeth. I need you to help us, please. Woof woof. Pwah ha 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 ha. Hearing the tiny bark and seeing William's embarrassment, Ari burst out laughing. In fact, he laughed so hard that he fell to the ground and then rolled around for a bit before wiping tears from his eyes. Are you done? Almost. Give me a second, haha. When he was finally done laughing, Ari let out a happy sigh before getting serious. Okay, what's wrong? Levi is missing, William announced as if it were something profound. Ari, underscore. Obviously, you had to be blinder than a bat without echolocation not to notice that a team that should have had 7 members had only 6 for a whole week. Help us find him, William ordered. Huh? Do I look like a private investigator or a GPS system? Go tell the PD and have them contact his parents. Or look for him yourself. Ari shot back. We did. William said he would handle it. But it's been almost a week, and he hasn't come back. Okay, so where did you check? His car is still here, and so are his clothes. So we've searched everywhere in the 2 buildings and told the PD. She said that technically, practice is not mandatory, so there's really nothing she can do, and we're not allowed to kick him from the team. Carlos even drove to his house, but he couldn't get in. He's nowhere to be found. He's ignoring everyone's messages, and it's really inconvenient because now we have to do double work since we have to practice 2 versions in case he comes back or doesn't. Rex explained in frustration. He thought that Levi had fixed his crash-out ways, but clearly not. While it was valid for Levi to be angry at William, his behavior was especially harmful because it was inconsiderate to everyone. The rest of the team had to suffer because of one person, and at this point, he disliked Levi even more than William, because at least William was trying and showing up to practice every day. With Levi airing everyone and creating even more work for them, the resentment was growing day by day. Fights were happening daily, and even Carlos couldn't keep the atmosphere peaceful. This was the last resort, and if Levi truly didn't show up by the midterm evaluation tomorrow, all of them would petition to have him removed from the team performance. Okay, so you haven't heard from Levi? I get that. You're all coming to me because what? When he went missing the last time, apparently you were the one who found him. So please find him again. Please. Seriously, bro, we need you. Yes. Please find Levi. Woof. Seeing all of them bow their heads while asking politely to find their teammate, including William, who looked unwilling yet still barked, Ari scratched his head. Do you seriously think I have a Levi GPS system on me? After staring at the pleading expressions for a bit, Ari sighed. Fine. I'll look as well, I guess. Thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you. You're the best. Phew. I knew we should have asked you first. When you find him, please drag him to our practice room. Okay, bye. After thanking him as if their lives depended on it, all of William's teammates ran out the door. There's no guarantee that I'll find him. Unfortunately, Ari was speaking to an empty room. With another sigh, he decided to check the one spot that he knew Levi liked to go to. Number 390. Chapter 390. Finals Preparation 5. With a resigned sigh, Ari briefly went to grab the food he originally planned on getting before making his way to the stairwell that led to the rooftop. He had often met Levi there, so he figured he might as well start his search here, and if Levi wasn't there, he could search somewhere else. Seeing the blocked-off signs and police tape put up by the production team, Ari decisively climbed over them, reached the top, and shoved the roof door open before stepping outside. And as expected, the person everyone was searching for was leaning against a tall vent, on his phone with headphones over his ears and sunglasses over his eyes, as if he were taking a little break instead of missing for multiple days. Got you, you little punk. Walking over until he was in front of Levi, Ari tapped his foot impatiently while staring down at him until Levi lifted off his headphones. Levi? Underscore? What? Ari? Underscore? What do you mean, what? You think it's funny to ignore my text messages, you little punk? Is that really what's important right now? You kept texting me about hair dye. I figured it wasn't important. Levi grumbled as he looked away. Hair dye? That's what you were worried about while his team is panicking. Hair dye? Huh. You just shut up. Swatting away the blue screen filling his vision, Ari focused solely on Levi. If it wasn't important, why would I bother texting you about it? I'd just wait until I saw you in person. There are other people you can ask about hair dye. Yeah, but I trust you the most, which is why I texted. And called. Repeatedly. Ari retorted before sitting down. Although asking about hair dye was just a front to get Levi to respond, truthfully, Ari was sick of seeing William look like him. From the hairstyle and color to the clothing style, each time he saw William, it was like looking into a slightly off mirror, and he hated it and planned to change it as soon as possible. And the easiest thing for him to change was his hair. He quite liked the haircut he had now, so the only thing he could mess with was the color. And sure, there were others with dyed hair, but even if he had a buzz cut, Levi was still the contestant who colored his hair the most out of everyone, so he definitely had more knowledge about hair dyes. Looking at the plate of food that he had to force down, Ari sighed sadly before beginning to force it down his throat. Sigh. The things he did to add weight. It was silent for several minutes, the only sound being the ambient noise of the city, wind, and Ari's chewing, before Levi spoke up again. Are you here to yell at me? Why would I yell at you? I'm not your parent. Clearly, I'm taking a lunch break, and you just happened to be here. Ari replied before taking another bite. Dry chicken breast, dry bread, dry vegetables. Yum. If anything, aren't you the one who's mad at me? What do you think? Levi glared as he remembered one of the reasons he was angry. Well, I distinctly recall you calling me a traitor, so I'm assuming the answer is yes. Why? What did I do? Be straight with me. Why didn't you pick me for your team? You chose Benjamin first. What? Still? Are you still mad about that? Why? At this point, what was done was done. Teams were decided, and there was no way to change it. But seeing that Levi was truly waiting for an answer while glaring, Ari explained, even though he didn't get why it was still a big deal 1 week later. Of course, I chose Benjamin first. I had to. Do you know how to beatbox? In any capacity? No. But I can learn. Levi said mulishly. Within 2 weeks, to perfectly replicate the sound of drums and bass to replace a song's instrumental track on stage. Ari asked as he took another bite. Levi stayed silent. I thought so. Jamie envisioned a particular performance. I knew which contestant had the skill to fulfill that vision, and that's the only reason I chose Benjamin first. We need him for the performance we're planning. And if William hadn't chosen you, I would have snagged you on the next round since you're kind of a Swiss Army knife who's good at everything and great to have on a team. I thought that was obvious. Really? Yes, really. Plus, Ari paused. Plus what? Well, the main reason is that I don't want anybody on that weirdo's team, especially my friends, because all he does is steal their stats and make them perform poorly, but I can't come out and say that, can I? Plus, I don't want you on William's team. I want him to do badly and for him to suffer. Ari decided to gloss over the reasoning like that. Plus, if you maintain your ranking and I maintain mine, won't we end up debuting and performing together for the rest of our lives? Not being on the same team once isn't a big deal. Right. Fine. He continued eating in silence, and seeing that Levi looked calmer, Ari asked him the real question. So, why did you run away? I didn't run. Your entire team is looking for you cause you haven't been to practice in a week. You haven't answered anybody's messages, and it got so bad that they came to ask me to find you. That's running and hiding. Why? I heard you got in a fight with William. Who told you? No one told me. It's easy to guess. But why run after fighting him? That's not like you. Is it because you punched him in the face? No, you couldn't have. His face looked fine when I saw him. Or did you punch him somewhere else? If you did, good job. I hope it was off camera. At Ari's excited smile, Levi almost smiled back before frowning again. It's none of your business. Fair enough. So what's the point of all of this? Are you protesting the bringing back of William? His uncle's involvement? Do you not want to work on a team with him? What's the end goal? You can't just hide up here forever. Or did you plan on doing that? You know tomorrow's the midterm evaluation. If you don't rejoin your team, they'll petition to have you removed. Do you want that? Are you trying to quit? After working so hard for the past several months. At the barrage of questions, Levi was silent for a moment before muttering. No, I'm not quitting. Phew. Good. Then what's the problem, or what's your side of the story? You might as well tell me because I'm not on your team. I don't care if you fought, and if you want to badmouth anyone. I won't say a word to them about it. Levi was silent as he rested his head on his knees and eventually spoke. William wants to copy your performance ideas. And they all agreed to it. So, Ari replied honestly as he continued forcing the food down. Seeing Levi stare at him in disbelief, he explained. I don't care. I don't think I've done anything particularly revolutionary in my performances that's worth copying for the final performance, except for maybe in Korea, and that was a team effort. If William or your team copies the ideas, Good for them, I guess. It's not like there's anything I can do about it. They're doing it in hopes of beating you at your own game for the finals. I don't agree with that, and you shouldn't either. Levi explained, trying to get Ari to see his point of view. Anyone should be angry that someone was planning on copying their work in an attempt to beat them. Unfortunately, I don't care. I definitely expected William to try something like that. He can have it. After all, I also got some of these ideas from the internet. And if he thinks using my past performance ideas will beat me because he thinks I'll do the same thing in the finals, it doesn't matter to me. My team is actively hiding our real idea from everyone except the PD and Jalissa, and it has nothing to do with what I've done in the past. Wait, is that why you fought with him? Or why you ran away? I didn't run away. Sure. Well, Ari was silent for a moment before. Continuing, thanks. For defending my honor, I guess. I appreciate it. But if that's the reason you've been hiding away, I can't support it. The rest of your teammates are having a hard time because you're not there. And you know they're not really happy about the Williams situation. You being gone is like extra punishment, and without you there, they can't even fight back against him because they're afraid. Plus, I don't want the PD to punish you with a bad edit. So go back. Got it. Levi turned his head away. Oi, answer me. Are you going back, or do I have to drag you back? You can't drag me. Fine, don't go back. I'm going to tell the PD that you've been up here this whole time, so she'll really block it off. Or better yet, I'll bring everybody up here for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We can get some air, eat some food, and be as loud as we want. You wouldn't dare. Are you going back? Or is everyone taking a field trip to come see your secret hangout spot on the roof? Levi, Ari, Tisk. Levi clicked his teeth and stood up. TSK right back. Make sure you apologize to everyone on your team. Even if you want to protest and punish William, they don't deserve punishment either. Got it. Say sorry to everyone. Tisk. Despite looking angry, Levi diligently put his headphones back on and went inside. And once he was out of sight, Ari sighed and shook his head. Somehow, he had become the human GPS to find Levi, and now a therapist, which was a bit funny. Wow, it seems that you actually know how to give sensible advice, even though your nickname is Captain Crashout, and you never act sensibly. Truly a surprising turn of events. Plus 0.5 leadership stat point. Oh, that's the new stat you added, right? I've been meaning to use up my stat points, so this is perfect. Also, you're so stingy. Why don't you give me a whole stat point? No. Now finish eating and get back to work. Fine. It wasn't like he had a choice. With a tired sigh, Ari went back to forcing the dry sandwich down before heading to the practice room. It was time to get back to work. Number 391. Chapter 391. Finals Preparation 6. Everyone ready? Ari asked as he glanced around the practice room. They had just spent the morning lightly rehearsing what they were going to present to judges, and we're about to head there now. Yawn as ready as we can be, yeah? Let's get going. Otherwise I'm melding with the floor and knocking out like Danny. Benjamin yawned as he stood up with a groan before tapping a dozing Daniel with his foot. Truthfully, everyone was tired, both mentally and physically. They were extremely sore as well from having to learn 3 new songs while practicing new dance formations for the old ones. They had to deal with Wilford Forbes' constant interference and surveillance, and with the end so close, emotions were all over the place. Even Ari, the paragon of putting in long hours and mental strength, was exhausted and couldn't wait for everything to be over. In fact, their team had enacted a social media ban, under which no one was supposed to monitor what people were saying online. Personally, Ari didn't know if the others were upholding it, but as someone who already had enough on his plate, he wouldn't be searching for trouble, especially because the elimination episode was being aired tonight. After doing a team huddle, they all dragged themselves out of the room. As they walked through the halls, heading to the evaluation location, one of the staff members called out, "Excuse me, contestant Ariel?" "Yes." Ari glanced at Katie, the staff member with the horrible driving skills, who was giving him an apologetic smile from a tired-looking face while holding a pile of clothing and sneakers. "Just a moment, please." "Sure. Guys, go ahead. I'll be right there." Waving his teammates ahead, with a resigned sigh, Ari headed over to Kate. "Do you mind changing your clothes into this and putting your hat back on? Is there a problem with what I'm wearing?" Ari glanced down at his outfit. He was taking a break from his utterly adorable tracksuit, and was wearing large black shorts and a long-sleeve shirt he had borrowed from Jamie, his worn black dance sneakers that really needed to be replaced. Although everything ended up being a bit oversized, it was comfortable and neat enough to appear on camera, which was the end goal. His hair was still damp and held back by his utterly adorable headband, which he started wearing in preparation for dyeing his hair, but it wasn't messy enough to ask him to put his hat back on, was it? No, I think you look great. This wearing your boyfriend's oversized clothing after a sleepover outfit looks very chic on you. October 10th, no notes. Please wear it more often. Kate replied excitedly, her tiredness briefly disappearing as her hand twitched for a camera that wasn't on her. Ari, _ I think I heard something weird in there. Care to explain that, Katie? Feeling the full force of the green judgmental eyes, Kate cleared her throat before getting back on topic. Ahem, like I said, love your outfit. But, the director is requesting that you change into this. Please, Katie replied with an awkward smile. Again, Ari couldn't help but be annoyed. This was the fourth time Wilford Forbes had asked him to change his clothes. The first time was fine, since everyone had changed to record promotional content with the PD, but the two times, he would just barge in, order Ari to change into the clothes he brought, and only leave after he did so. While he often saw William wearing something similar, Ari simply couldn't understand what Wilford's end goal was. Was Wilford Forbes giving him bugged clothing so he could eavesdrop? Was he trying to trigger an allergic reaction so that he would be sent to the hospital and not be able to perform? Was he hoping people would think he and William had made up and decided to be twins? Or did he think people would think Ari was the one copying William, not the other way around? No matter the reason, it was just annoying to Ari, especially when he kept being singled out like this. Of course, he wanted to refuse, but looking at Kate's pleading expression, Ari sighed. I'll change into the clothes, but no hat. It's dirty and currently in the washer, so I'm not wearing it. And my hair is wet, so if I don't wear this hairband, it bleeds red, and it looks like somebody stabbed me in the head. Sorry. More importantly, he needed to protect his hairline from chemical damage. No, thank you for cooperating. Are you sure you really can't do the hat? He was really insistent on it. Just tell the PD what I said. And if the director has a complaint, he can say it to my face, and he can explain to everyone why a grown man like him keeps dictating what I wear, sending only me clothing to change into, and then coming to look me over like a weirdo. Well, when you put it like that, it does sound a bit weird, right? As he and Kate let out simultaneous sighs, Ari just rolled his eyes and went to change into the plain black tracksuit and shoes that were uncomfortable on his skin before soaking his hair underneath the faucet. After he finished, he quickly walked to the evaluation room, keeping the annoyance off his face. There was already a lot going on, tensions were high all around, and truly, he didn't need to give the PD fuel for bad edits. As he entered the room, Ari quickly scanned it, quickly ignoring the cameras that he had gotten used to. As always, the judge's table was positioned on one side of the room, with Jalissa, Larry Jackson, Kim Young-woo, and Jaywalk sitting and chatting. Unfortunately, Selena wasn't there, but there was an extra guest who took it upon himself to make up for her absence. Naturally, it was Wilford Forbes, and when he spotted Ari coming in, his smug smile grew before fading as he looked at Ari's hair. Disgusting. As Wilford got up from his seat, heading straight for the PD, Ari turned away and glanced at the opposite wall where the remaining 14 contestants sat. His team had everyone loosely paired around Benjamin and Jamie as they chatted quietly. On the other hand, William's team reminded him of being in class with an extremely strict teacher. Carlos sat squarely in the middle, acting as a buffer between William, Jerome, and Choi and Sue on one side, and Rex and Matthew on the other. Levi sat a distance away from them with his headphones over his ears, and even from where he stood, Ari could sense the tension. Oof. Glancing at William, who just so happened to be wearing an identical black tracksuit and fur hat like the one he usually wore, Ari just rolled his eyes and took his seat next to Jamie, who gave him a strange look before looking at William, then at Wilford Forbes, who was passionately exchanging words with PD Emily, who was rolling her eyes in annoyance. Changing. Again. Yep. Why? Dunno. Weird. Yep. Ari watched the exchange between the two people absent-mindedly, betting $1 against himself to win the confrontation. His money was on PD Emily, and seeing Wilfred Forbes stomp back to his seat and snatch, Ari moved the money into his winning bets pile. You. As Wilfred Forbes pointed at him, Ari arched his brow and replied just as rudely, "What? Where's your hat?" "It's dirty," Ari replied simply, waiting to see what Wilfred Forbes would do. "Take off that headband. We don't allow other branding on the show. It's not branded. It was a custom gift. It's distracting. Ari, underscore, you're distracted by an animal face headband with ears that I've been wearing for months. And you think this is more distracting than my giant fur hat that has never been complained about before. What kind of nonsense is this? More distracting than a fur hat that he's wearing?" As Ari pointed to William, Wilfred let out a smile. "You're right. They're both distracting. Both of you take them off." "Are you sure?" Ari asked with an innocent expression. "Of course. Don't make me repeat myself." "Okay, if you insist." As he grabbed the soaked headband and lifted it off. Splat! Ari's soaked hair, held back by the headband, fell into his face, and then, slowly, the stained water, which looked like blood, started dripping from his head, down his face, and into his neck, making him look as if, slowly turning his head toward Jamie, as if he were a monster in a horror movie. Ari lunged at him while shaking his head like a wet dog and barking wildly. "Arf, arf, arf, arf. Agaheha. Gosh dar dash." As the blond boy screamed while retreating across the room at an unbelievable pace, while red water splashed everywhere, the area around Ari soon looked like a crime scene, with several of his teammates who had been splashed on their faces having expressions that were between amusement and wanting to strangle Ari. And Ari was completely apologetic. Really, staring Wilfred Forbes in the eye with a deadpan expression, he apologized with all the sincerity he could muster. "Oops. Sorry. I don't know what came over me. Now, are you going to keep wasting everyone's time by forcing me to change, or can we just do what we set out to do in the first place?" There was a moment of silence before Jalissa, who was laughing quietly to the side, picked up her microphone. "We don't have a lot of time to waste, so why don't we take a quick 5 to clean up and collect ourselves and get to the real meat of the program instead of harping on what contestants are wearing." Okay, number 392. Chapter 392, Finals Preparation 7. As Jalissa stared at the boys who rushed to clean up the red water splattered before rushing back to their seats, she decided to kick things off, since Wilfred still seemed to be in a bad mood despite having initiated a childish complaint against a literal child. "Hey guys, how are you all doing after such a busy week?" "Ari, I'm loving the wet and wavy hairstyle, but not so much the splashing. Let's calm it down and scare Jamie at a later time, okay?" "I'm sorry, Jalissa." "Good. Tired. Sleepy." At the mixed responses from the other contestants and Ari's remorseful apology, Jalissa laughed in understanding, recognizing the tiredness and frustration they might be feeling. "Well, just know that I'm proud of you all for working hard, but please make sure to take care of your bodies and your voices. You only have one, and it would be a shame to get injured or to damage your vocal cords right before the finish line. Understood, everyone?" Jalissa asked as she stared pointedly around, first at Justin, who still had a brace on his leg and constantly winced each time he had to put weight on it, then at Ari, who had lost his voice multiple times, sprained his wrist, and gotten a bruised face, among other injuries. Now that she thought about it, wasn't he the person who needed to be more careful than anyone? Shaking her head, Jalissa decided to get back on topic. "We're going to start with the team songs and performances that you've each been working on. So, with that being said, which team would like to go first?" Jalissa asked, looking between Jamie and William, who were nominally the two team leaders. The hands of both boys immediately shot up into the air, and the two shot competitive glares at each other. "Should we arm wrestle for first place?" William asked with a challenging look at Jamie. "I'd rather not. Do you still not wash your hands when you use the bathroom?" Jamie replied with an innocent smile, causing William's face to turn red immediately as he sputtered. "That's a lie that he made up. So if you're scared, just say that." "I'm definitely not scared of you. You're not even top 10 in strength here. But everyone always gets sick and loses their voice when they touch you and around you. So, I'd rather not." Jamie blinked innocently before scooting away from William, who looked like he wanted to strangle Jamie. "You dash. Let's calm down, boys. While I'm glad to see such enthusiasm, there's a much easier way to decide this. We can flip a coin, Or you both can pick a number from 1 through 20, write it on a piece of paper, and the number closest to what I'm thinking wins. What will it be? Let's pick a number. Fine. Seeing that the two were in agreement, staff members passed both Jamie and William pieces of paper and a pen, while Jalissa scribbled her number on a piece of paper before everyone handed their papers over to Larry Jackson for fairness. Giving the two boys an intense stare, Larry picked up his microphone and began announcing the results. Contestant William wrote down the number 1. Contestant James wrote down the number 7. And the number Jalissa selected is 7. Contestant Jamie, it seems you're the winner. Congratulations on your first win in a long time. Larry Jackson said dryly. Yes, thank you. We want to go first. Jamie pumped, his fist in excitement. Sure thing. Team Jamie, please get ready. I'm looking forward to hearing the song you created. Jalissa laughed before putting her microphone down. The 5 boys quickly arranged themselves in a tight group formation in the center of the room, while Ari stood off to one side and Jamie to the other. A bit confused about why it was set up that way, the judges glanced over at Kim Young-woo, who had helped the team choreograph, but he shook his head with a mysterious smile, tapping the paper with the performance details before saying, "Just watch." There was a pause, and then a simple 4-note piano melody began playing. La 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 la. La 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 la. As the simple piano melody filled the room, the 5 boys standing in a tight group pretended to play along, making exaggerated finger movements while Ari did the same movements from the side. La 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 la. La 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 la. Then, as the piano notes repeated, Jamie began to pretend to hit a drum while the boom 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 chk. Boom 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 boom. The simple beat and simple melody intertwined before Jamie and Ari rejoined the group, which was slowly spreading out while pretending to play the piano. And as the bass drum sound grew even more intense, the choreography slowed and grew heavier, featuring occasional stomps and exaggerated upper body movements. Then, in unison, everyone jumped into the air, and as they landed, Benjamin took the center and began rapping in an uncharacteristically aggressive tone with Vishal adding ad-libs. Welcome to the round, LA. The final round, LA. No turning round, LA. No more frowns, LA. With Benjamin leading the charge and bringing the energy, the 7 boys executed strong, powerful moves in time to the heavy bass, pumping their arms, twisting their torsos, and stomping as if they were preparing for more. We're homebound, LA. You'll hear the sound, LA. Of the 7 who are going to get crowned, LA. Pretending to place a crown on his head while winking, Benjamin slid to the side as Daniel took the center position, his usual cute demeanor gone as he smirked while utilizing his deep voice to the fullest extent. No more worries, it's okie dokie. With one hand pretending to hold a microphone, the other formed an okay sign that he peeked out of before tossing it away. Then, while dancing at a level that was a step above everyone around him, Daniel continued his lines. These memories are our war stories. Through the battle, there was only one thing that held me up to this point that I've reached. It's just as Daniel was about to say the next word, Justin seemed to push him out of the way as he took the center with an excited smile. La. The music goes bang bang. Let's lose ourselves and get the party going. Say la. The me lo dy. Gets your body moving. Now you know the story. As the 6 boys behind him paired up to dance playfully, despite the ankle brace, Justin danced energetically, not flinching from any jumps and stomps. And as Justin pivoted to the side, Vishal came to the front smiling before he sang his lines. No more time for gripes and sadness. Rock the stage and feel the madness. Thank the fans, express the gladness, and let the music soar. Then Jamie took the center, his expert vocals mixing perfectly with the melodious piano instrumental as the drums sped up once more. Just feel the rhythm of the world. The music makes it right. You know you can always depend on it to hold you down. It fills your heart and your soul. As Jamie held the high note, his smooth voice rose without a single crack, his teammates froze, and Ari took the middle position. And with a neutral expression that was almost somber, Ari sang the chorus in a low tone. La 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 la. Then, as if he got a shot of adrenaline, he sang the line again at a much higher pitch. La 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 la. Then seemed to lose his mind as he began dancing with frenetic energy as he rapped. Just feel the track, and let it rock. Just feel the track, and let it rock. Feel the track rock, rock, rock. Never let it stop, 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 stop. When the performance finished, all the judges and Wilford Forbes clapped enthusiastically. The song was good. It was clear the team was practicing, and nothing stood out as extremely wrong or needing urgent fixing. And yet, some of the judges felt dissatisfied. I think you all did very well. Jamie, the song turned out better than expected, and I can see that your skills have improved to yet another level, both vocally and as a producer. Good job. As for the rest of you, great performance. Overall, I think the distribution is fine, and if you continue practicing, I'm sure it will be perfect for the finals. As a side note, Justin, please be careful on that leg. I saw you wince a couple of times. Maybe you could talk to Kim Young-woo about alternative moves that you can do that won't look out of place. Jalissa said with a pleased expression. Hearing Jalissa's unabashed praise for the team, Larry Jackson was a bit surprised. Sure, the performance was good, but compared to past performances put on by members of this team, it was lackluster, and he expected Jalissa to call the contestants out for not pushing themselves in both music production and choreography. Glancing over and seeing that Jalissa really didn't plan on adding anything else to her statement, Larry Jackson picked up the microphone and began to speak. So, all in all, the performance was solid. But is it intentional that the choreography is not as intense as it could be and the rest of the song and performance is so empty? Larry Jackson asked as he stared at one specific contestant. During past performances, the performance document submitted by any team Ari was on was packed to the brim with details about what they would be doing on stage, extra instruments they wanted to add, additional things they were adding to their choreography, etc. It was always overly ambitious and seemed childish, but the results were always phenomenal. But now, this performance was just disappointing for Larry Jackson, who had unintentionally set a high bar for this team. Towards Jamie, he expected more from his producing skills. The song he had created didn't sound bad, but it was very simple, and Larry could tell he had lazily reused many of the same sounds. And for Ariel, he expected a more packed performance, especially since this was the finals. Larry Jackson was prepared to see a document that would make the one Ariel submitted in Korea look like it was requested by a kindergartner, and that he would try to bankrupt the production team. But it was the complete opposite. The fact that the only extras he wanted for the stage were pyrotechnics, a white robe, a piano, and drums, which would be played for only about 10 seconds of the introduction and then discarded, was completely disappointing to him. Especially compared to the previous performance, which not only had a storyline but also involved them jumping out of a helicopter. Or the Korean performance, which was top-notch. Compared to those two performances, this was just lazy. Putting the song aside, since the short time to develop it must have affected Jamie, did Ariel get overly comfortable because of his high rank? Had he lost their touch? Or did he just not care anymore, especially with director Forbes micromanaging everything? Even then, he was their #1 most rebellious contestant to this day. Was he just going to let himself be rolled over without saying a word or fighting back? After fighting with Larry all through the show and never giving ground, even though he knew Larry was intentionally harsher on him than on everyone else. How dare he? Larry Jackson found himself completely irritated, especially when meeting Ari's eyes, which looked a bit bored and sleepy, as if he didn't care anymore. What the heck was this? Where was the care? Where was the hunger? The judgmental stares? The arrogance that made him say he was going to be #1? Wasn't he ashamed to put his name against such a lackluster performance? How could he cave to someone so easily? Larry Jackson tapped his fingers impatiently before turning the question to him. Contestant Ariel, is this really the best performance you can come up with for the finals? Really? This is the best you can do? Ari, why am I being called out? I'm not even the team leader. Number 393. Chapter 393. Finals Preparation 8. Pardon me. Ari stared at Larry Jackson in confusion, wondering what prompted him to suddenly begin asking him questions when Jamie was right there. I said, is this the best performance idea you can come up with for the finals? Larry Jackson reiterated, his gaze portraying his anger and disappointment. Well, Ari paused to glance at Wilford Forbes before shrugging and saying what he wanted to say. We had other things that we wanted to include in the performance, but the director thought they were a frivolous waste of money, so we did the best we could with the constraints we have and tried to capture the essence of what we were going for. That was really long-winded, But the answer is yes. It seemed that this wasn't the answer Larry Jackson was looking for because he furrowed his brow angrily before raising the microphone to his lips again. All I'm hearing is excuse after excuse. Even without the extras that might cost money, you're usually more creative than this. You as well, James. There's none of the usual flair that you usually have at your performances. None of the vocal stacking, the riffs. It's just bland and boring. Are you really satisfied with this kind of performance? Yes. I'm pretty satisfied with the performance overall. Ari replied simply. Really? You're satisfied? Larry Jackson's neck and hands began turning a lobster red as he stared intently at Ari, as if his eyes alone could make Ari change his response. Yes. Ari didn't understand what kind of answer Larry Jackson was looking for. Jamie made the song. Kim Young-woo helped with the choreography, and we performed it well, considering the short practice time and everything else we had to prepare for. Of course, our stage performance will be completely different with the looper, a cappella beatboxing bits, live instruments, and crowd interaction, but I don't think this was bad enough for you to criticize. But it seemed Larry Jackson was hell-bent on being critical. And you, James, are you satisfied with this kind of performance? This is the great idea you had on stage and wanted to perform. This kind of lazy song is what you want attached to your name. Larry Jackson turned to Jamie in hopes that his words ignited a spark within him. Unfortunately, yes, sir. You may not like it now, but I hope you come around to our performance on the day of the finals since we all worked hard on it. And I hope you come to the realization that although it's simple, sometimes simple things are the best. Jamie responded with a bright smile. He was someone who knew the vision he was going for and wasn't going to let anyone sway it. Seeing that the two of them were adamant about keeping the performance as is, Larry Jackson turned to the rest of the team. And the rest of you? Justin? Ray? Daniel? Vishal? No other ideas for your final performance? It's your last chance to make an impression. As the rest of the team shook their heads, Larry Jackson clicked his tongue with disappointment. Tisk, fine. Just know that I'm very disappointed in both of you. Your team can take a seat. William and the rest come up to perform. I hope you all have something better planned for your final performance. With a mocking smile on his face, William stared down Ari and Jamie as they took their seats after being scolded by Larry Jackson for having a mediocre performance. He suddenly was glad they had gone first, instead of his team, because it meant his team didn't have to do as much to impress them. Exchanging a quiet nod with his uncle, William got into position with the rest of his team and began performing once the music began. And once the performance finished, let's start with the good. After we worked on the song, I see that you've all made it your own. Everyone's learned the lyrics. Everyone knows the choreography at a decent level, and I'm quite happy that everyone has a relatively substantial part. I will say you're utilizing all sections of the stage, which is great. Now to my cons. Firstly, the parts. I think the distribution could be a bit better, and there are certain parts that would fit other contestants better. Jalissa paused as she looked between William and Carlos. She had been the main person who created the song the Williams team was using, so she knew it better than her own reflection and knew what she had recommended to the team. Carlos' clear, bright voice and his ability to hit high notes were his strengths, so it was annoying that William took those parts and gave Carlos less suitable ones. In fact, it seemed that he had taken the parts that would be suitable for particular contestants and forced them onto others, with the only person to keep their original part being Levi. Unfortunately, she could only recommend, not force, the contestants to do anything, and bring it up again so they would consider changing it. But seeing the stubbornness on William's face, the avoidance on the others, and indifference in Levi, she continued with her critique. Secondly, your teamwork is not ideal. I'm not sure what's going on, but when you're performing as a group, it's not a competition to see who stands out the most, or an effort to leave somebody out. You all need to work together to put on a good show, even if there's tension in the background. This goes to everyone. There's no tension. William interrupted, causing Jalissa to laugh and correct him. There's tension among people signed to the same label, much less contestants who are fighting for votes. One of your members has been missing all week, not to mention other issues. Tension is fine, but too much is toxic, so work out whatever needs to be worked out so it doesn't show up on stage and affect the fan experience. As I said at the beginning, I'm here to support you all as best I can, so if you tell me what the issue is, I will do my best to help. Especially since I am the primary producer of the song. Even the director cannot reject me if I insist on certain things, and if you need me to mediate, I will. Jalissa intentionally met each contestant's eyes before continuing her feedback. Thirdly, Jalissa paused to look at the performance document before continuing her train of thought. This performance is really busy. I think you added quite a lot of stuff and referenced quite a few past ideas for inspiration, but it's really messy right now, with not all of the pieces clicking or even painting a cohesive picture. A piano, drums, guitar, water stage, cloaks, color-changing paint, rising lifts, instruments, and an acting segment, just to name a few things. To me, it looks like you just threw the whole kitchen sink at it to see what sticks, and it's not landing. I truly believe that your performance might actually be better if you cut out about half of these things to make sure it's a cohesive experience in line with the song. It would be things so that you could execute well. Right now, it's a little too ambitious for the time that's remaining. But just as William was going to protest, Larry Jackson cut in. I disagree. It's good that they have ambition, and we've seen what happens when teams lock in and execute ambitious plans despite a messy midterm evaluation. We saw it in Korea, and I think these contestants are skilled enough to smooth out all of the rough edges by the day of. Besides, it's the finals. Now is the time to be ambitious instead of going the easy route. As Larry Jackson looked pointedly at Ari and Jamie, the two of them simply blinked in response, letting Larry Jackson's words go through one ear and out the other. I agree with Judge Larry Jackson. I think these boys are skilled, more is more, especially in the finals, and that they'll execute it well. Or is your bias showing? Do you not trust these boys but trust others? If so, that's disappointing of you. Wilford Forbes added mockingly, since he wasn't happy that Jalissa challenged his authority earlier. Still smiling her usual warm smile, Jalissa met the director's eyes and spoke in her usual gentle but firm tone. I am a professional at my job. I do my best not to be biased, and I only have the best interests of these boys at heart. When I give advice, it's because I care and want to see them succeed, not because I have a favorite. I hope you don't question me or try to heap accusations upon my name like that ever again, Director Forbes. Because if you do, I'll walk away right now and take away everything that has my name attached to it. As the two of them had a staring contest, the air filled with tension. It was Wilford Forbes who looked away first after he calculated the cost of removing and replacing all the songs Jalissa made, the cost of rescheduling, and the cost of explaining it to the executives. After running the expenses in his mind, Wilford Forbes gave in. If she wanted to have her little moment, then fine. It wouldn't affect the end goal anyway. But if she wanted an apology, she had another thing coming. Let's just agree to disagree and move on. We have a busy day planned, Wilford announced. Alrighty, let's move on to the two new songs you've all learned. We'll be starting with the unique crew. Both teams, please get into position. You've all been working on learning your team parts, and now Kim Youngwoo and Jaywalks will also organize the stage placements at the beginning and end, while all the judges decide which individuals deserve extra parts in the joint portion of the song. Make sure you all give it your best, even though it's just practice. Okay, Jalissa announced, smoothly moving past her interaction with Wilford Forbes. As the contestants got up and took their positions, Jalissa smiled remorsefully to herself. Actually, she had lied just now. After all, she was the one helping Ari's team with their actual performance prep and keeping it a secret from Wilford and the other teams, which she supposed was a form of favoritism. Still, seeing how Wilford flexed his muscles each time while making it difficult for the team opposing his nephew, she didn't regret a single thing and would absolutely do it again. And just like that, the 14 boys continued practicing for the rest of the day. And while the contestants were slaving away late into the evenings, fans were settling in to watch the episode. Number 394. Chapter 394. Is he gone? 1. Let's see what nonsense the production team is pulling today, Grace grumbled as she stared at her setup since she was going to be watching the episode alone today. Episode on TV and her laptop, check. Pop Star Academy community on the tablet, check. Twitter on her phone, check. She was now prepared to argue online, take screenshots and screen recordings for reposting, and live tweet the episode in the most optimal manner. All that was left was for the episode to begin. And right on cue, the screen lit up, and the opening signal song began to play as the contestants danced. Staring at the numerous faces that flashed across the screen, Grace realized just how many people had started the competition and how many of these boys were no longer here. It was a bit sad, but thankfully, she was glad that everyone she had voted for and bet on was still in the show and hadn't been eliminated. After the signal song ended, the screen split into 4 quadrants, each showing a grayed-out image of the contestants in their practice rooms. A caption saying T-6 days to the surprise showcase appeared at the top of the screen, then faded away as the first square turned into a full-color video. In the first square, Benjamin sat on the ground, surrounded by 4 sweaty boys, and seemed to be giving them a pep talk to help them keep going. Benjamin, even if the production team is not recording and we're missing a member right now, remember, we're doing this for the fans, and we need to make sure that we put forward our best effort, okay? They're coming to see us, so let's make sure that they have a show worth their time, even if it was announced at the last minute. Okay, the 5 boys piled their hands in the center for a cheer before getting into position as the music began playing. Then the video froze as another square gained color, this time having Vishal giving his team members a pep talk. Vishal, even if it seems a bit hopeless right now and our future is caught in a weird limbo, at the end of the day we're entertainers, and we need to entertain the crowd. Let's work hard, show our fans our skills, and do the best that we can in the moment, okay? The other 2 team leaders gave inspirational speeches to their teams as well, and the production put together a fun training montage of the contestants practicing both their individual songs and the combined group performance of the Signal song and Warrior. And through it all, 2 people were missing. One was William, who was temporarily banned, and the second was Ari, who, of course, caused the chat to have a lot to say. So all the contestants were working hard, but Ariel was skipping practice. Woo. Siba? If you saw the performance, you would absolutely know he's not skipping. So you're telling me that my eyes are wrong? That Ari is magically on the screen practicing with the rest of his team? He clearly practiced with his team off camera, and he wasn't skipping. He was at practice for his graduation. So Ari just gets to skip with no consequences, but William, who I'm sure wanted to be there, doesn't get to attend. It's not fair. Your boy's a cheater who's going to be getting that Pacific Records belt soon. Instead of voting for him here, you'd better save the money so you can send him some money in jail. Ari is not skipping. This is an optional performance. Optional. And yet all the other contestants except for him are here. TSK. This was an optional performance, meaning Ari didn't have to participate. He just did so because he's a greedy, sore loser who's scared and can't balance his time correctly. If he knew he had other commitments, he should have just stayed out of it rather than inconveniencing his teammates so much. I'm sure they hate him. Instead of being a hater, ask the production team why they scheduled a last-minute event so close in time to his graduation, which has been scheduled for over a year. You think the entire show should revolve around Ari? I'm sure they didn't even know about his graduation. Considering that the PD of the show was at the graduation, taking videos and live streaming it, I think you're stupid and full of bullshit. 1-800. Did Ari's team share an opinion about him not being there? Clearly, they were fine with him, and if you saw their performance on stage, the boys all love, care, and respect each other, so who are you to state your opinion as fact? 1-800. Did I ask for your opinion? Ari certainly didn't ask for yours, but here you are making an entire fanfiction over a 2-minute clip. Grow TF up. He's already in first place and still participating? He's just being greedy for votes and is taking them from other contestants, which isn't fair to the others. He's a greedy OMF. Slow princesses talking about a fair in an idol competition show where people vote on looks and vibes. Faux. Royal family fan talking about fair when William is getting investigated by the FBI, CIA, SEC, and NSA for cheating and stealing a song from a record label. Jail cell coming soon near you and your favorite. Chat, is it wrong to attend an optional event like literally every other contestant? Or is Ari the only one who gets blamed for something totally normal? I think the production team should have stopped Ari from forming a super team. It's not fair to the other contestants at all. Exactly. 6 top 14 contestants on the same team is egregious. Why would they let such a thing fly? It makes things so boring. You already know who's going to win. Between Ari, Levi, and Jamie, it's basically a Nepo baby convention. Super team? Chat, is it wrong to form a team with the people you've been joined at the hip with for the past couple of months? Y'all eat together, share clothes, secretly attend each other's birthdays, enjoy your vacation in a different country, and have meals together, but all of a sudden, it's a super team? Apparently so. We're out here forming a super team on a flipping idol show. As Grace read through the comments that were getting increasingly wilder and more explicit, it reinforced her realization that this fan base was extremely split, which was to be expected from those who watched an idol survival show, but the toxicity was really, really bad and definitely needed to be addressed in the future. Otherwise, it would eventually split the group apart and could instigate or even worsen a conflict between the boys. Holding back the urge to curse out the production team, which decided to edit such a simple non-issue in a way that showed Ari in a bad light. She continued watching the episode. After the team practices, it transitions to the surprise performance stage, showing the contestants getting ready and the audience area slowly filling up until it is packed. Then, unlike before, without any fanfare, while the MC, Ryan Leary, was saying the same words, the production team listed the team members, along with the rank the audience had voted them to, and the percentage of the total extra votes they received. Team Cha-Cha. Members: Minjun Park, Miho Park, Jean, Choi Woo-bin. Voters ranked 4th place. Combined percentage of votes earned 10%. As the caption faded and the team's performance began, viewers began commenting angrily. What kind of trashy editing is this? Why are you announcing who got what place instead of showing them at the end? Girl, a team jumped out of a helicopter. I think we all know who came in first place, so there's really no need for them to fake like we don't know. Who's we? I certainly don't know that. This is a spoiler. It was all over social media and the community page, so if you think it's a spoiler, you're just slow or a grandma IG. The rank is one thing, but what do you mean that the team combined only got 10% of the votes for the day? What the heck were the people who attended doing? Obviously voting for their favorites? If you're so angry about it, you should have attended to vote for your favorite, I guess? Does this mean that they're going to get eliminated? No, but these votes were worth more, so it's not a good look. We'll see the elimination later in the episode, though, so don't start crying yet. As Team Cha-Cha finished their performance, Ryan Leary once again announced which team came in 3rd place, while the production team showed the performance. Then 2nd place, Team Lonely. Combined percentage of votes earned 15%. Then 3rd place, Team Bite Me. Members: Thierry Jang, Vishal, Agarwal, Jerome Tyler, Choi In-soo, and Suzuki Ray. Voters ranked 2nd place. Combined percentage of votes earned 22%. As Team Bite Me performed, many of the viewers who were paying attention began doing the math. Team 1, 10% plus Team 2, 15% plus Team 3, 22% equals 47%. With those calculations, didn't that mean the first place team snagged over 50% of the vote? Are you trying to tell me that the first place team grabbed 53% of the vote? What the hell? Isn't this really a super team? Didn't they just rig it to win? At the realization, the chat went crazy. Number 395. Chapter 395. Is he gone too? The entire comment section was in an uproar upon realizing that one team had really hogged the majority of the votes. You're telling me that only one team got 53% of the votes at the performance, without it being rigged? Maybe it's a mistake. Is that even legal? Why wouldn't it be legal? Did the production team hold a gun to the head of the audience? People voted for who they wanted. Guys, maybe we're overreacting, and there's another explanation. Maybe? What kind of explanation could there possibly be? But unfortunately for those who were trying to cling to their delusions. Team Bad Boys. Members: Ariel Matisse, Benjamin Moore, Carlos Rodriguez, James Jones III, Levi Temple, Matthew Bennett. Voters ranked 1st place. Combined percentage of votes earned 50%. As with all the other teams before them, the stats were posted on the screen and announced by MC Ryan Leary. 50% of the votes. You're telling me 6 people got 50% of all the extra votes? It's definitely rigged. This literally makes no sense. It makes perfect sense. Have you watched the performance? Do you see the people on one team? I'm surprised. They didn't get 60 or 70% of the votes. What happened to the last 3%? Who the heck cares about the last 3%? Why are 6 people hogging 50% of the vote? Huh. What could they have possibly done to get 50% of the votes? Just watch. As the people in the comments were crashing out, the screen faded away to black and stayed that way for several seconds. Is it broken? Why is nothing happening? Slowly, the sound of helicopter blades could be heard as the previously black screen faded into a sunset-colored sky. Then, like a blot of black ink, a black object began circling around in the sky before its spotlight turned on and pointed downwards as it hovered in place. The sound of the helicopter slowly blended with guitar riffs that brought an intense energy to the screen, almost as if it were a scene from an action movie. As the camera zoomed in on the hovering helicopter, the helicopter door opened, showing Matthew, who playfully saluted. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ari's distinct singing voice could be heard, cutting through the guitar sounds just as Matthew backflipped off the helicopter and was slowly lowered by a wire to the stage. The camera followed him down, tracking his playful expression as he landed and struck a pose on the stage before returning to the helicopter. Then, following Matthew's lead, the remaining team members sang their lines before jumping off the helicopter as the instrumental guitar riffs intensified. By the time Levi jumped off with Ari on his shoulder, the chat was completely silent since they couldn't believe what was happening. Wasn't this supposed to be a last-minute showcase? Where the hell had the helicopter come from? How come only one team got to use it? Before complaints could begin, the camera briefly panned to the pilot's seat, catching a quick glimpse of a handsome man who gave them a wink and thumbs up before turning the helicopter away. Wait, wasn't that Jason Lee Temple? The action movie actor. So Levi had asked his dad to fly his team in with a helicopter? What the heck? Wasn't that cheating? As the performance continued, it was clear that the production team had put their heart and soul into editing everything. From the spotlights that flashed around before focusing on the helicopter above, to the close-up shots of the boys as they were carefully lowered to the stage, to the multiple shots of the stage and audience, to each and every angle lovingly captured and edited to its fullest potential. In fact, PD Emily had used every trick she knew in the book, personally splicing, masking, and color grading every single clip to make sure that it was as perfect as humanly possible. And when the performance was over and an ad came on, the previously quiet chat got rowdy once again. I understand why they won, but it isn't fair at all. Definitely not fair. Even in the editing, you can see the production team's bias. I guess we found out their favorite contestants. Team Bad Boys should be disqualified for cheating. How the heck were other contestants supposed to beat jumping out of a freaking helicopter? It's not fair to the other contestants on other teams. They should have shared. How did they cheat? Answer me quickly. Tell the other contestants to do better and spend some money if they want to compete. Why are you acting like Team Bad Boys spent money? Didn't that fake tough guy, Levi, just cry to his daddy because his skills are trash and his daddy came to drop him off in a helicopter? Pathetic cheater. Instead of worrying about Levi, worry about how William is going to jail. Has anyone noticed how the top team is full of boys who basically form a clique that excludes others? This performance really showed me their true colors, which is selfishness. I expect this from the selfish French one and the buzzcut loner, but Benjamin and Jamie have really disappointed me. They had such an amazing opportunity for their performance, and instead of sharing it with the other contestants, whom they claim are friends, they chose to oppress them. It's sad that they've allowed themselves to be influenced by money and let that change the core of who they really are. How did they oppress other teams? Answer me quickly. Allow money to change them? Did you forget that Jamie's family is also rich while writing your fanfiction? You may not recognize it, but all his clothes are expensive brands, his cowboy hats and boots are extremely expensive, and all his guitars could buy your family several times over. What kind of nonsense are you saying? The buzzcut loner is the one whose dad provided the helicopter, so I don't understand what kind of high horse you think you're on. What the hell are you talking about? This is a competition? Why would they share things that would make them win with their competitors? Are you crazy? It's just really bad sportsmanship and makes me not believe in the brotherhood that Benjamin is always trying to sell. Notice that he no longer groups up with lower-ranked contestants. They had a chance to choose teammates, and he chose all the top ones. He's just a disgusting hypocrite who is sucking up to those at the top. I don't understand why Team Bad Boys is suddenly the villain for doing everything they can to win extra votes for themselves, when we should be blaming the production team. They were the ones who refused to give contestants props or a budget, so the contestants had to make do with what they could scrounge up for themselves. Who told you that? The voices in your head? If you paid attention to the freaking performances, you would realize that the contestants were reusing outfits and props from previous performances, picture attached, video attached. The production team is stingy, so they probably refused to give them anything new to save money. So the helicopter was used in a previous performance. I guess I must have missed that. Stupid AA making excuses as usual. Calling me stupid when you have the reading comprehension of an amoeba is a choice. You think you're so smart for using big words to call me names? Amoeba is a big word. Child left behind. This all circles back to Ariel, you know? If you notice, Team Bad Boys is made up of all his friends. And if you're not Ariel's friend, I guess the production team doesn't give you good edits. The Nepo Baby Association doesn't let you use their fun toys like bringing a freaking helicopter to the performance, and you can just buy from the audience because they saw something flashy. Chat, is it wrong to make a team with your friends? I told you, from the beginning, I've always had a bad feeling about him, and I've been right. He cosplayed as being poor, and come to find out, he's secretly rich with a connected family. Plus, he somehow managed to get all the rich kids of the show to be his friends. He's a calculated demon. I completely agree. And William was the only one who knew his true colors and fought against him. And you see what happened to William. He was probably framed low-key. After all, every time something leaked, it ended up making Ari look good and everyone else look bad. Whoa, you're right. I think you're all idiots. William is a cheater, and the only people who've looked bad from those leaks are violent people like him and the toxic-ass PD that was rightfully booted out for covering up William's abuse, and the production team for being shady. Siba? Why can't all of you keep Ari's name out of your mouths? Instead of blaming the audience that didn't vote for your favorite, you're blaming him for having a good and creative performance? You all suck. As Grace read through the comments, she could only laugh incredulously as the fight broke out. With just a few words of text and a change in the order of things, the production team had managed to start a raging fire among fans by somehow turning the team with the best performance into the ultimate villain of the day while their hands were kept clean. There was absolutely no need to reveal which team received more votes or even the vote percentages, because that would all be tallied at the elimination ceremony. But because they did, the top team members were all getting so much hate. So, the producers decided to make Ari's entire team the villain this time, while William gets a pass. I have to give it to the editing team. They're skilled, the producer really got guts, and Ari and all the boys have the patience of a saint, because if I read what people are saying after I worked hard for an amazing performance, I would riot. Especially Ari, because if Grace were in his position and had experienced what he'd gone through in the show, instead of just occasionally giving people dirty looks or complaining about not getting paid when he had the opportunity to speak, she would have fully crashed out by now and quit. Because what do you mean that I'm always getting dragged into situations, get my name used as clickbait, get painted as a bad guy and scapegoat, and then still expect me to perform at a high level, and to pretend to be happy, get along with people I don't like, and sing the production team's praises? She would actually become the greatest villain ever seen on a survival show, and it was a testament to Ari's mental strength and what made so many of his fans love him so much. Apart from being handsome, smart, and talented, Ari had a personality that came across as cocky, but was usually backed up by his success, which was attractive to a lot of people. Additionally, his personality was not fake in the slightest. Based on those judgmental eyes, you could tell if he liked someone, was annoyed, and he always spoke his mind, which made him relatable to a lot of people. He refused to shrink, despite everything he'd been through, and had grown at an incredible rate, which made Ari's fanbase so solid and kept it growing at a fast pace. Part of it was due to good management and organization by her and by other big accounts, who were constantly pushing his good points, but the other part was due to how the production team had set everything up. Ari's fans were mostly unified because they knew their contestant was going through literal hell on a corrupt show and had to deal with other fan bases that were more unified and toxic. For them, There was no time for infighting since their unspoken goal was to get Ari to first place and keep him there by any means necessary. The more production hated on Ari, the more his appeal to the general population grew as people felt protective of the young, handsome, orphaned French kid who was smart and a bit cheeky. Most of his fans were locked into voting and promoting Ari everywhere they could. And for the fans who were feeling argumentative, use that energy to whack the production team and focus on promoting Ari. Based on what was shown so far in this episode, Grace knew that once they got to the elimination portion, they would somehow find a way to drag Ari into it. So if anything, once the ranks were announced, a plan needed to be drafted to push Ari to the top within these last couple of weeks of the show, and to keep him there. As the episode came back on, Grace focused back on the screen while wondering what nonsense the production team was cooking up next. Number 396. Chapter 396. Is he gone for? When the episode came back, it showed all the boys still at the showcase, excitedly chatting with each other before running back on stage to bow to the audience. As the MC delivered closing remarks, a graphic showing the team's ranks and the percentage of votes they received filled the screen. 1. Team Bad Boys, 50%. 2. Team Bite Me, 22%. 3. Team Lonely, 15%. 4. Team Cha Cha, 10%. Suspended, William Forbes, 3%. Of course, the sharp-eyed viewers noticed the addition and immediately began commenting in the chat. Quite a few people were furious. WTFFFFF? Do my eyes deceive me? That's where the 3% went. What the heck? Why did William get votes? I thought he was supposed to be suspended. What the hell is the production team trying to pull? Why did they even allow people to vote for William when he didn't perform? Exactly. Why was he even an option? Those votes that went to him could have boosted another team and made a difference. What is a measly 3% going to do? It literally doesn't affect the team ranks at all. When your pick is eliminated because the person above him got 3% more votes, I'll be here, laughing at you. But for fans of William, the royal family princesses, it was as if they had been injected with new life. They were extremely happy and came out in droves to make their presence known. Do you see how influential the prince is? He wasn't even there, and he got 3% of the votes. Just imagine if he had performed. He would have gotten so much more. Exactly. They should have just let him perform anyway, since people got to vote for him regardless. It's undeniable that our boy is the main event, snagging votes with ease. Imagine if William got to perform. Buzzcut over there isn't the only person with family connections. William's family is rich without his parents having to sell themselves to the highest bidder. Whatever team is on would have had a crazy performance. You see the vision. William's team could have come in on a tank or even on a helicopter, like the other team. Levi's not special, this is LA. The sky is literally the limit. You see how you had to copy Ari's team's idea because you knew William couldn't come up with his own? Both of you are thieves, and that's why he was suspended. You're doing a lot of bragging for someone who's on a super team and is getting carried by his teammates. I bet the percentage of votes William received mogs whatever votes Fishboy received. Carried by a super team when he's ranked first? Truly, a child left behind. Ari mogs William's entire existence, and it's not even funny. Calling the job of two actors who act for a living, selling themselves to the highest bidder just to discredit them is crazy work. Are you people mentally okay? Do you want to get beaten up? Respect people's parents. Templars joining the conversation, like anybody is scared of them. Why don't you guys stay silent, just like that balding thug you call a contestant? He's not balding, he's naturally blonde and shaves his hair. Mind you, his dad is almost 50 and has all of his hair. He's balding, and his dad went to Turkey for a hair transplant. No need to be ashamed. While the comment section was in an uproar, with people arguing over William's votes, the scene cut to the contestants, all dressed in their gray school uniforms, entering a studio and taking seats. The camera briefly panned over some of the contestants' faces before focusing on the stage, where the 4 judges sat in only 14 seats. It was time for elimination. MC Ryan Leary gave a speech congratulating the contestants on their hard work before calling out those eliminated from 20th place onward. Each eliminated contestant climbed up the stage and, with sadness visible in all their faces, gave a heartfelt speech to the fans, their supporters, and family in whatever language they spoke. Finally, it's time to see the proper ranking. Let's see who is actually within the debut ranks this time. Unfortunately, that one will probably be safe. Don't talk too hard before his fans come and start fighting for him to be the victim again. Who are you guys talking about? SHH, they're here. Guys, I still haven't seen William, and the production team still hasn't given an update on his suspension. Does that mean he was eliminated? He got votes, so it shouldn't be right. His rank should be high. Yup, he got eliminated off-screen. Thankfully, that loser will be out of our hair forever. Siba? When the 15th ranked contestant finished their speech, instead of announcing the 14th ranked contestant, MC Ryan Leary began explaining what the finals would entail to the seeded contestants, including the fact that after this elimination, everyone's votes would be set to 0, and it would only be the votes gained from now until the end of the final performance that would be counted. As Ryan Leary spoke, the camera occasionally panned across the judges and seeded contestants, but only about 10 contestants' faces were shown, a fact quickly noticed in the chat. Do they have to make another song again? Hope you know who doesn't cheat. Thankfully, he's eliminated, so we're good. Does that mean Jamie and Ari have to be on separate teams again? I don't like it. Let them team up #Yari #Jarmy #FrancexTennessee. WTF is this? Ignore the shippers and don't engage with them, or they grow stronger. Wait, we only saw the contestants who were eliminated. Why didn't they continue with the ranking ceremony like usual? Who's safely within debut ranks? This is so weird. Did the editors accidentally cut that part out? Ryan's just going on as if nothing happened. Definitely not. The contestants who weren't eliminated are now seated on stage. But how come I can't see everyone's faces? We can't even get a group shot. What the heck is going on? Guys, I just checked the Popstar Academy website contestant page. Of the previous 20 contestants, the eliminated contestants' images are grayed out, while the rest remain in color. Do they have a rank next to the contestants? Nope. Just checked. Everything is in alphabetical order. Is William's face and name grayed out? Nope. Someone check the official social media account. Did they put out another statement renouncing William's suspension? Nope. It's just the usual stuff about getting your tickets for the final performance, advertising the Soul Scavenger Hunt videos for purchase, and reminding people to vote. It hasn't changed. Does this mean that William is coming back? Maybe. We haven't heard any news coming from Pacific Records' side either. So the production team is continuing to reward bad behavior? If that's the case, then I quit. I watch and support the boys anymore if this is how it's going to be. Good. Quit. One fewer vote means a better chance for William to debut. What kind of trash is the production team trying to pull? They need to announce the actual ranks of the contestants. Why aren't they announcing the standings? How will fans know who to focus on and push to ensure they succeed? Exactly. I need to know if my kid is on the cusp, so I can spend more money and make sure he debuts. This uncertainty is definitely not fair. Guys, what if they're doing this because William is back, but they don't want to come out and say it because people will riot? As she read the last comment, Grace had to agree. The unannounced rankings, the inclusion of William's votes at the performance showcase, the camera angles which didn't show all of the contestants. This was definitely speculation crafted intentionally to get fans talking about whether William would still be here or not. As the discussion continued about whether William had truly been eliminated, the scene shifted to the contestants in a practice room. On the screen, Benjamin stood presenting something, while the camera captured the backs of 5 boys sitting while staring at him. One boy had long blonde hair tied up into a messy bun. Another had wavy dark hair slicked back. But then 3 other boys were wearing hoodies, making it difficult to identify them until the internet detectives joined the chat. So this is a team for the finals? How did they choose? What are the ranks? How many people are on the team? Obviously, Benjamin and Jamie are here, and that orange hair peeking from the corner is definitely Daniel. But who else is on the team? Is that Ari in the hoodie? It kind of looks like him, but I've never seen him wear that outfit before. It's definitely not him. Isn't it Ray? The red hair poking out is a different shade from Ari's. It's definitely William. He likes that kind of clothing a lot, and it looks like his hair in Korea. The person over there is kind of dark. Is that Jerome? It could be Vishal. He got darker when he was in Korea, too. Why can't we get a clear view of everyone? As Benjamin continued his presentation and the team got up to practice, the scene transitioned to another team, this time Carlos speaking as 5 boys stared at him, and one sat in a far corner looking angry. There's Levi being a loner once again. How is he ever going to survive in a group if he hates people? He doesn't hate people, he's just shy. Shy my ass. What is going on? Why did everyone suddenly decide that they want to wear hoodies? Cold. Guys, there's a person wearing the same black jumpsuit from Jamie's team. Is it PPL? I think it might be one person on 2 teams because they only have 13 people and they want to keep it balanced. So William got eliminated? I think so, but it kind of looks like William, too, right? It's definitely Ari. His hair has been getting longer, so the curls really fill out his hoodie and make it super round. It's so cute. I think it's Justin. When his hair dries, it looks really puffy like that, too. Why can't the cameraman just zoom in and show all the faces? I haven't seen Rex yet either. What are they hiding? Like, these half shots are so weird. This is so childish. They should just come out and say that William is eliminated. He's definitely not eliminated. That's why they're hiding it. 2 words, copyright strike. Pacific Records is heating up the oven to roast him. Aren't they just doing this to build hype and scam people out of more money? Grace muttered to herself as she tried to analyze the people. The commenters were trying to figure out the identity of the boys who had a bit of red hair poking out of their hoodies. Based on the severity of William's actions, the production team had probably eliminated him to avoid legal issues. But being the greedy people that they were, if he technically had a rank that was high enough, they most likely kept his name so his fans would continue voting for him in the last minute, so they could milk him for every last cent they could get from him. After all, it was the same thing they had done at the showcase. Technically, contestants who didn't attend the showcase weren't supposed to receive votes, yet the production team hadn't stopped the audience from actually sending them votes, which is why William had been able to get 3% of the total votes. It was scummy behavior, but it was what Grace expected from a trashy survival show that refused to stand on anything, only cared about money, and tried to hide the abuse of contestants. The issue now was, why was Ari being used as a scapegoat once again? Firstly, there was no way Ari was eliminated, and the website with the contestant names and pictures proved it. Since that was the case, it should be easy enough to display him throughout the episode the same way they showed Jamie, Levi, and Benjamin. Yet the production team was acting weird by hiding him. And what made it worse was that it wasn't just Ari. It was also those who were similar enough to Ari in height and build that could fool people at first glance, who were never shown clearly. Off the top of her head, after the performance showcase, she had never seen a clear shot of Justin, Ray, Ari, or Rex. And even though he should be eliminated, since his name wasn't grayed out, she couldn't count William out either, especially when she remembered that he had dyed his hair the same shade and gotten the same hairstyle as Ari. What if the production team kept him and were downplaying it to let things blow over, only to reveal it at the final performance? But no, there was the issue with Pacific Records, so William was definitely out, right? Or was she just overthinking things and falling for conspiracies? As Grace tried to figure out the producer's plan, the scene shifted to a contestant sitting in a solo interview room. It was Carlos, looking very worried and stressed out as he stared at the camera. Carlos, PD Nim, he's missing. PD Emily, what? Why? What happened? Carlos, there was a team disagreement with. He said he didn't like how the production team was acting, so he slammed the door and left. And, we haven't been able to find him or get in contact with him for a couple of days. And on the screen, the image of Carlos sitting in the interview room transitioned to one of a person with a black hoodie stomping out and slamming the door behind them. As the person turned, she caught sight of curly red hair and a pair of familiar green eyes, furious as he stomped through the hallway, carrying what looked like a bag of clothes. And just like that, the episode ended. As another ad came on, this time encouraging fans to get their tickets for the final performance, Grace took a deep breath before banging her head on the table. Repeatedly. Forget conspiracies about William. This was the worst possible thing that could happen. Ari losing his temper, Ari stomping out, and then his teammate having to report him as missing to the PD. Right now, Grace was too scared to even check the comments because she knew the kind of slander that would come and could only clutch her head at the sudden headache. Ariel, please. Even though you don't like the production team and whatever they're doing to you, you can't act like this. We're so close to the end, so why would you blow up like this? Number 397. Chapter 397. Is he gone for? With hands shaking from what she was about to see, Grace went to the Pop Star Academy to see what people were saying. She could see that multiple posts were already listed with hundreds of comments that were increasing as she watched, and after taking a deep breath, she opened the first one. He's back. Captain Crash Out is back at it again. Everyone was trying to convince me that Ariel has changed, grown, become a better person, a team player, yada yada. They're trying to say that the production team has done him dirty, so he has a right to be angry, but there's a reason that, at some point, he was voted the contestant nobody wanted to debut. We saw that he clearly didn't attend practice for the performance showcase. And now, there's clear evidence of him crashing out so badly that he's slamming the door, packing his bags like a little kid who didn't get his way, and leaving his teammates hanging when the final performance is so close that they have no choice but to go get help from the PD. Mind you, since they have to create a song, his team probably can't do anything without him since he's the only other producer remaining apart from Jamie. I've said it before, and I'll confidently say it again. Ariel is a selfish, immature brat, and I'm so sad for Carlos and the rest of the team who have to deal with someone like that. If he doesn't want to be here so badly, just kick him out and give the kids who do the opportunity, because clearly he doesn't deserve it. You're absolutely right, OP. I think his behavior is unacceptable, and if he's negatively affecting his teammates like this, then he should be kicked out. +1. I think you all are stupid. If the person who literally stole a song, beat up a contestant with a tennis ball, and tried to break another one's leg while playing soccer hasn't been kicked out, why would they kick out someone who hasn't done anything? You call abandoning your team because and throwing a temper tantrum because he didn't get his way, not doing anything. This is why you all suck, and everyone hates your contestant. Can't wait for him not to debut. First of all, screw this stupid post. How many times are you guys going to fall for the PD's editing to paint the kids badly? It's clear they just stitch things together to cause drama, because all the contestants know how they operate by now. So it was editing that caused Ari to slam the door and stomp out with his clothes in a bag? It's the editing that causes Carlos to go crying to the PD that they hadn't been able to contact Ariel because he was angry at the production team? It's suddenly a crime to slam the door when you're frustrated? Stop calling a kid names because you don't know the whole story. When it's against your teammates, yes. And notice how you didn't answer the last part? Ariel went missing. His team hasn't been able to contact him. And you expect me not to call him names? He's AF *** King Punk, is what he is. He's making it hard for the other kids for no reason. Carlos never said a name, yet all of you are putting the blame on Ari. Why does it have to be him? Can you use your brains for once? It could literally be anybody else. For half of the episode, we never once saw Ari's face. But once they decided to show a clip of Carlos complaining, that's when they decided to show us Ari leaving the room. It reeks of evil editing and stitching together clips. Wait until next week instead of passing judgment and trying to ruin a kid's reputation. Ace always gotta defend their little golden boy, who they think can do no wrong. Who else would it be if not for F*** King Ariel? Who else has had constant issues with the production team and complains at any given moment if not for him? We've seen how he acts when he's angry. It's obviously him. Just admit it. As Grace scrolled through, she saw that it was an absolute bloodbath in the comments, with other fans slandering Ari and Ari's fans fighting back with a frustrated fury. Biting her lips in anger, Grace scrolled through the main page, trying to avoid posts with titles meant to incite an argument, and clicked on a reasonable-sounding one. Does anyone think it's weird that they didn't announce the ranks this time? Maybe I've just been reading too many conspiracy theories online, but I think it's so weird that the production team didn't announce the ranks when they've almost always done so. It makes me feel like they're hiding something and gives me a bad feeling. Also, why are they always zeroing out the votes during the elimination rounds? Are they allowed to do that? I feel like they don't like the lineup of contestants in the debut ranks, and they keep trying to see the new batch of votes align with the vision that they're going for. I think you're correct that they're probably hiding something. My theory is that William is back, but they don't want to let us know yet. My theory is that Ari is first, and since they clearly hate him, They keep trying to start a hate train against him to knock him down a couple of pegs and hopefully out of the debut lineup. The production team is hiding the fact that William is back, and I have the evidence to prove it. Firstly, let's take a look at the elimination ceremony. There were 14 seats on stage, and 6 contestants got eliminated. There's absolutely no way that the production team would set up 14 seats if it wasn't going to be used, right? So it means 14 contestants went on to the next round, IMG attached, video attached. Now let's start identifying the contestants one by one. Please notice which camera angles of the contestants were shown. I counted 9 clear contestant faces, and the other 5 are ambiguous. Or so you think, IMG attached, video attached. We see Benjamin sitting up front toward the middle and Jamie sitting up front as well, yet we never see who's sitting in between the two of them. Let's say that they were seated by rank. Benjamin was previously second, Jamie was previously fourth, Ari was previously first. If Jamie moved up to third place and Ari and Benjamin maintained their ranks, then the person sitting between both of them is Ari, so that's one person. Down with 4 remaining for identification. Even without the ranks, based on this trio's sitting pattern in previous elimination ceremonies, knees turned inwards, arms slung over chair, Ari's sitting position, it matches my assessment that this person is Ari. But it's a ranking ceremony, so if we continue to assume they're seated by rank, Carlos/Daniel are 5th/6th respectively, Levi is 4th, and the person in 7th place is Suzuki Ray, identified by his hand jewelry. The first row rankings look like this: 7-5-3-1-2-4-6 or 6-5-3-1-2-4-7, with my assumption being on the latter. The staff try to hide it, but I think they refilmed a scene and Levi and Ray ended up sitting by each other with Ray at the end. You can see that they were similar style silver rings, but right here, we see a right hand and a left hand super close together and bending at strange angles, which doesn't make sense anatomically. Here are the pictures of the rings these boys have worn in their hands to prove my point, IMG attached. So in conclusion, based on all the evidence, William is in 13th place, sitting between Jerome Tyler, who's 14th, and Choi In-soo/Rex, who are in 12th place. They're including William, and they're hiding the fact from the public for some reason. Please follow me on my TalkTick channel because I'll be going live and identifying which boys are which in the practice rooms in 30 minutes and breaking down some other hidden hints you might have missed. Why is this? Kind of making sense? You're so delusional. OP, just full of assumptions and vibes. What vibes? She attached screenshots and videos to prove the point. The evidence makes sense. I'm wondering how she noticed all these details, posted, and wrote this up so quickly. The episode literally just ended. Autism. This was really well written, OP. I'm going to join your live. I will as well. Is he really gone? William is back, baby. Is William really back? Or is the production team breadcrumbing us? What do you think the teams are? I hope Ari isn't on my kid's team cause he's a mess. What are we going to do if we find out that the production team is inciting drama? Here's my prediction of the kids' ranks, including William. Insider information. The production team brought William back, and that's why Ariel was upset with them. Post after post was going up, with the comments either devolving into a mudslinging fight involving Ari and other fans, speculation as to if Ari would be kicked out next episode, or conspiracy theories as people wondered if William was secretly back and if it was being hidden. The community, which had seemingly calmed down, was reignited as the discussion spread to other social media platforms. After understanding the general trends, Grace went back and began rewatching the episode in full analytic mode. She absolutely didn't believe the story that the production team was pushing about Ari, and she needed to find a way to quiet the haters who were using this opportunity to pile on him, because this wasn't fair at all. Gritting her teeth in anger, Grace passed the night staring at her laptop screen. After he finished watching the episode with his team, as the ads played in the quiet room, Ari just sat quietly, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Are you okay? You look a bit angry. Number 398. Chapter 398. I don't negotiate with terrorists. 1. Are you angry? Was he angry? As Ari read Nova's question before flicking away the blue screen, he genuinely thought about it before shaking his head. He was a bit angry, yes, but even more than anger, what he felt right now was just frustration and tiredness. He was honestly sick and tired of dealing with this entire situation. Given how helpful PD Emily had been in mitigating Wilford Forbes' actions, maybe he was naive to think that they were all on the same page and the episode would be relatively straightforward, especially since they were so close to the end of the show. Was there even any value in continuing to paint him this way? Did she have no other storyline to pursue? It wasn't that he wanted the production team to paint any other contestant in a bad light. But seriously? Again? When were they going to stop? Were they ever going to stop? Was he just supposed to keep dealing with this until the very end of the show? To Ari, it was just an extremely tiring experience, and for a second he actually saw red, so he closed his eyes. Hey, are you okay? Hearing Jamie's question, Ari opened his eyes and gave him a grim smile. I mean, this is nothing new to me. They always treat me like this. It's just really annoying. Really, really, really annoying. Actually, I'm actually pretty angry right now. Ari said honestly. It's not fair. They keep messing around with you, even though I'm the one who was causing trouble. It's not fair, Jamie repeated angrily. He had repeatedly challenged the production team and Wilford Forbes. Levi had literally gone missing. Yet it was the scene of Ari angrily leaving after being forced to change clothes by William Forbes that was included to put him in a bad light. What kind of nonsense was that? Jamie felt well and truly angry about the situation, and just as Ari was about to comfort him, bang! The door to the practice room slammed open. When Ari turned to look, it was Levi standing there looking angry and resigned. Meeting Ari's eyes, Levi immediately lowered his head and apologized earnestly. It's my fault they did that. I'm sorry. It's fine. It's not like I can blame you for being angry. The only person at fault here is the PD and Wilford Forbes. It's not. Sorry. I'll make a post to correct it, and we'll just have my dad pay the fines. Levi repeated again, lowering his head even more. Don't do that. I said it's Finn Dash. Before Ari could even finish his sentence, Carlos burst into the practice room. He looked completely frazzled, and his brown eyes were a bit glassy as he stared at Ari and began apologizing. Ari, I'm so sorry. I didn't say that, Dash. I wasn't talking about you. I'm so sorry it got twisted like that after you told me to go tell the PD. It's fine. Seriously, after all you did to help us, I went and got you in trouble. It's my fault. I'm so sorry. No, it's my fault. Sorry. I said it's my fault. As the two of them got into an apology contest, Ari could only laugh. While he was frustrated and angry, the innocent parties were piling the blame, while the guilty ones probably didn't care. As Jamie said, it really isn't fair. But he wouldn't let these two continue apologizing for something they didn't do. Getting up, Ari slapped both Carlos and Levi on the back as hard as he could. It's neither of your faults. It's the PD's fault for messing around like this, and that other one for successfully getting a rise out of me. And it's fine. I've been going through this since episode 1, and at this point, it's weirder if the production team doesn't do this to me. Don't worry about it, and whatever you do, absolutely don't try to post any corrections. You see how vindictive they are. Just let it go, okay? Or at the very least cheer me up instead of me having to cheer you up. You're right. I'm so sorry, Dash. Good, good. The important folks are gathered here. As PD Emily's cheerful voice interrupted Carlos' apology, the atmosphere that was warming up immediately froze up. Again, as they all turned to stare at the PD waving from the doorway. Not wanting to be close to her, or even see her face, Ari went to sit down while scrolling through his phone. Chloe was messaging him and trying to call. Ignore it for now. Grace messed him. Let's ignore that one as well. A bunch of private and tag messages from his social media accounts. Let's ignore that too. Because if he saw something annoying with how he was feeling right now, he might actually explode. How did you boys like the episode? At the cheery question, nobody answered the PD, just stared at her quietly, while Ari didn't even acknowledge her existence. Oof, tough crowd. Anyway, I'm just letting you guys know that if you post anything online, you'll be eliminated immediately and will be contacted by the legal department. Got it. Now that the boring stuff is out of the way, tell your favorite PD why you all look so angry. Ariel, you look the angriest. Talk to me. PD Emily asked as she looked between the handsome faces that looked like they wanted to murder her. Ari couldn't help but scoff at the PD's shamelessness. You dare to ask why we look angry after doing such a thing. Her audacity is really amazing. Even I have to admire it. Don't admire this literal incarnation of evil. Ari flicked Nova's words away before turning around. He felt as if he didn't. With how angry he was right now, he would say a lot of things he shouldn't. Unfortunately, it seemed that the PD was really here to harass him as she walked around until she was facing him again. Talk to me. Ariel, you always have something to say, and I can tell by your face that you're holding it in. Let it out. Let me hear it. PD Emily said playfully. I don't know why you're pretending after publishing that episode. You know exactly what you did. I don't have anything to say to you. Ari told the PD simply before looking away. Ah, the episode. Well, it's not a big deal. Truth be told, I didn't want things in this direction, but orders are orders, and I need a job. Don't be too mad. Everything will be cleared up next week with our double episode special for the finals. We'll resolve all conflicts, nullify all drama, and you'll even get a heartwarming moment during Family Day as everyone makes up and becomes one big happy family in time for the finals. Okay? PD Emily said, with an expression that made it clear she really believed everything would be fixed just like that. Ari didn't know whether she was delusional or if her world really worked that way, but either way, he didn't care anymore. As I said just now, I don't have anything to say to you, and I have no plans to go to Family Day, Ari told her bluntly. It's a required event now, sorry. Seriously, all of you, cheer up. It's like a funeral home in here. You're making me feel bad. It will only be good episodes from now on. Promise. What do you say, Ariel? Meeting the PD's eyes, Ari simply smiled and told her his honest feelings. PD, I think you should feel like a horrible person, and if you dropped off the face of the earth, nobody would miss you. I know I certainly wouldn't. I would actually throw a party. I don't think you understand that I'm very angry right now, and each time I look at your face, it just pisses me off. You telling me this will be fixed next episode, that the drama will be resolved happily, pisses me off even more because it just means you smeared my name and image for shock value. I don't care if the order came from above, below, or sideways. Whatever God you believed in could have whispered the order in your ear. Your behavior is wrong. There should be a limit, and you know it. Right now, I am doing my best not to curse you out. That's the very last courtesy I can give to you, because I know everyone has their own circumstances, and I am trying to be understanding. I really am. So please, get the hell out of my face, and leave me the hell alone from now until the finals before I actually lose my temper and show you what a real crash out looks like. Tu comprends? You understand me? Don't piss me off any more than this. If she thought he would be participating willingly in things, she had another thing coming. Because what was she going to do? Use him as a scapegoat? Evilly edited him in situations that had nothing to do with him. Oh no, the horror, whatever shall he do? While Ari couldn't say that he hadn't been difficult to deal with as a contestant, nobody had gotten it as bad as he had. And he was just really tired of this whole thing and couldn't be bothered to try to keep up appearances any longer. Hey, Ariel, what's this? You actually never take things so personally, so what's up? I told you it'll be corrected next episode, so let's be calm and watch your language. Seeing Ari curse and threaten her with his green eyes blazing furiously, PD Emily was genuinely shocked. Even though Ari would get frustrated, this kind of behavior was completely out of character for him. He looked even angrier than when PD Jiho had released the Sports Day episode that got him fired, and she hadn't done anything half as bad as that. What was this? She thought they would have their little back and forth before Ari got over it as usual, but he seemed really fed up. I don't have anything to say to you. Ariel. Hey, Ari. As PD Emily called his name, Jamie stood up and got between the two of them. Can you please get out? We got the message loud and clear. Nobody will post anything online. Leave. Jamie bluntly asked the PD with a cold expression. Oh ho. The golden retriever got mad, too? I told you all, it will all be resolved in the next episode. Okay, let's all smile and take a deep breath. PD Emily tried to reason with Jamie, who was usually easy to get along with, but his blue eyes were firm and there wasn't a single smile on his face. Everyone is tired of dealing with this. And we're tired of you harassing our teammate for no reason and giving fake apologies. Please get out, Jamie repeated as he grasped the PD by her shoulders and began ushering her out, his expression firm. Hey, out. Levi followed with a sharp glare, and PD Emily looked at each of their faces before realizing they were all very big, strong boys who were quite angry. One of them had already broken several doors before throwing his credit card at a staff member. Okay, I'll leave for now and give you guys some time to calm down this evening. But tomorrow, it's back to regularly scheduled programming, okay? Ariel, you'd better turn that frown upside down. Out. Jamie stood in the doorway, blocking it with his body, until the PD reluctantly left. When she was gone, Jamie turned to Carlos and Levi with a strict expression. This goes for people not on our team as well. Please leave and don't bring your problems here again. It's fine, Dash. As Ari spoke up, Jamie turned to glare at him. It's not fine, and you should stop saying that it is. It's understandable to be angry, but because he couldn't just suck it up like the rest of us, you're getting blamed for his actions. Jamie yelled while pointing at Levi, who had his head bowed again. Why are you the one getting angry? Ari couldn't help but stare at Jamie in shock. Number 399. Chapter 399. I don't negotiate with terrorists, too. What the heck was going on here? Why was he so riled up? Jamie. No. Jamie replied mulishly. James Jones III. No. Ari sighed, then looked over at Benjamin. With eyes that were pleading for help. Laughing, the British boy stood up with an exaggerated groan. All right, big man. Let's all calm down, yeah? As Ari said earlier, we're not angry at each other, innit? Just frustrated at the PD, so let's not take it out on each other. Benjamin said as he walked over to the door and slung his arms over Carlos's shoulders. Ari and Jamie hash it out, and for everyone else, maybe it's best we go to bed early tonight and wake up early tomorrow, since I don't think anyone is really in the mood to practice anymore, and the less angry words we exchange, the better. I'll walk these two back and get snacks, since I'm hungry, and Kate said she made us some of that puppy chow ting. Anyone coming? I'll go. Same. As the room cleared out, leaving just Ari and Jamie, Ari gave him an annoyed look. Are you done acting crazy, or should I smack you upside the head? Can you even reach? So I should just kill you in your sleep? Got it. Make sure you say your final goodbyes to your brothers and your mom before you go to bed today. What about my dad? You have a dad? Since when? I thought a stork dropped you in your mom's arms with a guitar in one hand and a cowboy hat in the other. Ari replied, pretending to be shocked at the sudden reveal. You forgot the piece of straw in my mouth and the cowboy boots on my feet. Ah, you're right. Forgive me, oh Mr. 3 from Tennessee. You're forgiven just this once, fancy pants from France. The two of them stared at each other before snickering quietly. I'm not happy, Jamie said in a much calmer tone before sitting down with a sulky expression that made him look like a wilted flower. Okay, and what am I supposed to do with that information? Do you think that I'm happy? You should be angrier and do something. Jamie insisted. Like what? You see what they do to me, even when I don't act out. I told you it's fine, and it is. I was the one who told Carlos to report it to the PD. And Levi and I already had a conversation. If I'm not angry at them, you certainly shouldn't be. So just let it rest, and say sorry to them later for being mean to them. The person at fault isn't any of us. It's the PD and Wilford Forbes, and they don't deserve that. I will, but I'm still not happy. Okay, anything else? I'm not going to cooperate with the PD anymore. Have you even been cooperating this week? Wilford looks like he swallowed a poisonous frog each time he sees you coming toward him. Right? He deserves even worse. Both him and the PD, and this week, I plan on running all over Hell's Half-Acre. Jamie announced with a proud smile. I don't know what that means, Ari replied blandly. Anytime Jamie brought out these country sayings, he was just confused. After all, why would one want to run in hell was concerning. But then the bigger question was, hell was only half an acre big. There was no way that there was enough space to stuff all of the evil people who died. Unless they were compressed into the size of an atom. Go whole hog. What does becoming a pig have to do with anything? The way you eat is already gross. Can it really get worse? Raising hell and sticking a chunk under it. I get the raising hell part, but what's the chunk? Jamie, At Ari's clear lack of understanding of sayings that everybody should know, Jamie shook his head in disgust before clarifying. Causing trouble. I plan on causing trouble. Oh, okay. Same. I plan on being a complete menace this week. The more the merrier. Hee hee. Ha ha. Mwahaha. Can both of you stop sharing a single brain cell and go to bed? Rolling his eyes and flicking Nova's screen away, Ari got up to head to sleep. Although he felt a bit better after joking around a little bit, that tiring, stuffy, and bitter feelings still persisted in his chest. Hopefully, with some sleep, it would dissipate at least somewhat. I'm going to get a snack and find Carlos, Jamie said. And Levi? Say it. And Lev. Good. I'm going to be asleep, and if you toss your dirty clothes at me again, I'm letting your guitar take a steam bath while I shower. Ignoring the wilted flower face Jamie had, Ari waved him off and headed back to their shared bedroom while humming a stupid rhyme. Bed, bed, sleep like the dead. When you wake up, you have a clear head. He would shower, then knock out. And tomorrow, start showing PD Emily that enough was enough. At least that was the plan. Unfortunately, somebody was waiting outside his door. Looking at Vishal, Ari held back an annoyed sigh and the urge to turn away. Truly, he wasn't in the mood for another conversation right now, and he definitely wasn't in the mood to get a lecture if that's what Vishal was feeling, either. Instead, he met the Indian boy's eyes and responded, "Are you looking for Jamie or me? He went to get snacks, so you can probably find him still there." "Oh, I'm looking for you. Do you have a moment to talk? We can wait till tomorrow if it's better for you," Vishal said awkwardly. "No, it's fine. You're already here, so we might as well get it out of the way. Come in." Sorry in advance for Jamie's mess. Ari entered his room, kicking aside Jamie's pile of dirty clothes, and sat on the floor while offering the only chair to Vishal. "What did you want to talk to me about?" "Oh, first. Sorry about the episode. It was pretty rough, huh?" "That's the usual for me, so it is what it is at this point. Can we skip the small talk right now, though? I'm honestly not in a great mood and would prefer to sleep it off than talk about it." "Sorry," Ari replied honestly. "No, it's fine." Then to the point. "I want to talk about our performance. That's more a Jamie situation than me, since he's the leader, right? But what's up? Are you injured? Or did you hurt your throat?" Ari asked, wondering what the issue was. Practice had gone well today, right? Or did he miss something else? And why would Vishal come talk to him when Jamie was definitely the more approachable person between the two of them? No, the performance is fine. And Jamie dash. Vishal thought about Jamie's dictatorship style of leadership hidden behind his smile before shaking his head. I was wondering if you don't mind switching parts in the intro where we're making the song with the audience. I don't really think I suit crowd work that well, and I think you'll do a better job than I there. And I think I can do the looper part well. I've been practicing separately, and I would really like to give it a chance. I can show you if you want, and if you agree, Jamie would probably agree as well." Without even giving anyone a chance to try out, Jamie had assigned roles to everyone and moved on to the next thing. Since Jamie was the song's producer and it was mostly his vision that he was following, of course, it was accepted by everyone. But for Vishal, it felt a bit chafing. If he tried out and failed, that was one thing, but not even being given the opportunity to try out made him feel bad, especially because this was one of the most important parts of the performance that would make a person stand out the most. And from the brief time working with him, Vishal had noticed that the most effective way to get Jamie to possibly change his mind was to go through Ariel. So he came to get permission to plead his case. Hearing Vishal's reasoning, Ari thought it over before. Shrugging. Whether he was working with the crowd or pressing buttons at the back of the stage, it was all the same to him. But why would Vishal give up a chance to interact more with the crowd when being personable and charming could earn him a few more votes rather than being silent in the back? Also, why would Vishal want to carry the pressure of a failed performance if everything didn't go smoothly at such a high-stakes performance? There were so many points of failure that Ari couldn't imagine anyone wanting to have his role willingly. It was very strange to him, but to each their own. That's fine by me since I don't really care one way or another. I just hope you know the reason I got the looper part is that I'm the most familiar with using it besides Jamie. We're short on time, and there are a lot of things that could go wrong that I know how to deal with. Not because Jamie and I are close friends, and there's some type of favoritism going on. As for the part exchange, talk to Jamie about it yourself, because he's the team leader. You have my blessing to switch. If he says it's fine, then go for it. Even if he says no, I don't mind switching parts. Just ask him to teach you how to use the looper, and as long as you practice, you can probably nail it since you're pretty smart. But personally, I would keep your part and chat with the crowd since it's a good way to swing votes your way, and is much better than pressing buttons on stage. But at the end of the day, it's your decision. Anything else? No. That's it, Vishal responded quietly. Cool. I'm going to take a shower now. So see you tomorrow? Right? See you tomorrow. Have a good night then. Shaking his head in bemusement, Ari took a shower and went to bed in hopes that he would wake up in a better mood. Unfortunately, he didn't and was actually in a worse mood when he thought about the episode. And even more unfortunately, Ari, Mr. Forbes wants to talk to you. Ari stared at Kate, who was staring at him with a very cautious expression while hiding her body behind the door. Number 400. Chapter 400. I don't negotiate with terrorists. 3. Do I have to? Ari asked Kate with a resigned sigh. Truly, he wasn't in the mood to have to deal with somebody as irritating as Wilford Forbes so early in the morning. He really wants to talk to you. I'm so sorry. Kate apologized with an expression that she had no plans of leaving unless Ari came with her. Fine. Guys, I'll be back. Good luck. I'll come find you in 10 minutes. And if he tries anything, just scream really loudly. Jamie said, pausing the music. Kate, make sure you eavesdrop outside the door in case he goes ballistic, so you can stop him from boxing WF Senior, innit? He hasn't unclenched his fists since yesterday. It might actually be stuck like that. Benjamin added. Is it arthritis? Or muscle cramps? You should eat a banana. The potassium really helps. And maybe some chamomile tea so that vein on your forehead stops. Sticking out, Daniel added before hiding behind Benjamin as Ari glared at him. Instead of talking nonsense, get back to practice. I'll be back. Waving at his teammates, Ari followed along behind Kate, who kept looking at him with a concerned expression. What? Are you okay? I'm fine. You don't look very fine. In fact, you look really, really angry, Kate silently thought. How about I take you to get ice cream later? PD Emily wanted to come too, so it can be a fun bonding trip. You might as well take one of the others because it will be wasted on me. And if I see PD Emily, not only would I lose my appetite, I might be tempted to use my ice cream cone as a throwing dart. Ari told Kate honestly. Oh, that's no good. But what I'm hearing is that you have no more complaints about my driving. You're driving? I think you should let PD Emily experience your driving once or twice. Maybe the G-force generated from your speed and turns will knock some sense into her, so she can stop messing with me. Meeting Ari's green eyes that looked like lasers and the fists that were actually clenched, Kate just gulped and looked away. Alrighty then. No more small talk. She had been sent by the PD to test the waters since she got along with Ari and his friends pretty well, but by the looks of it, Ari hadn't calmed down in the slightest. PD Emily, you're on your own. He's actually very angry. Well, here we are. I hope you have a good conversation. Thanks. And Kate, I am serious about the driving. Take her out to get ice cream. Find a roundabout and step on it. If it's you, the car might start flying, and the PD will definitely be scared senseless. I believe in you. You're teasing me. No, I truly believe you can do it. Your driving skills are truly out of this world. Fine. Last time that I'll try to cheer you up. Just go be angry by yourself. As Kate stomped away angrily, Ari laughed before collecting himself and entering the room. It was one of the makeshift offices that the staff members used, and seated behind the desk was Wilford Forbes, clicking around on a laptop. Ari took a seat in the only available chair on his side of the desk and immediately broke the silence. What did you want to talk to me about that was so important that you had to drag me out of practice again? You're as rude as ever. Wilford Forbes shot back as he glared at the young boy sitting on the chair as if he owned the office. I get that a lot. Was there anything else you wanted to say to me? Ari replied blandly. It wasn't the first time he'd been called rude, even though he was just returning the same energy he was being given, and it certainly wouldn't be the last time. So why bother about it? Plus, he didn't see himself warming up to Wilford Forbes anytime soon, so he really didn't care about his opinion of him at all. Watch the way you talk to me, boy. I'm not one of your peers, Dash. Let me just stop you before you get too into it. If you think the way I speak is rude, it's a losing argument that others have tried to change about me since childhood, and you're wasting your breath. I am respectful to those who are respectful to me and casual to everyone else. If you call me here to talk about the way I speak, please find another way to waste your own time, because I'm actually busy. Was there anything of value you wanted to say, or should I just leave? Ari interrupted in annoyance. Excuse me? What did you just say? Wilford Forbes asked incredulously. He truly couldn't believe what he was hearing. What was wrong with this boy? Which part of that did you need me to repeat? Or should I speak more slowly? Enunciate more? Likutiaches. Ari spoke slowly, the way he would talk to a baby. What the hell is wrong with you? Are you crazy? Wilford Forbes spat out. Maybe a little bit? I think I was probably dropped on my head several times as a child, so my personality ended up coming out this way. Anyway, what's wrong with you? Are you trying to taint my brand? Do you think that if I do badly, William will do well? Is that why you have him copying me and trying to look like me? Weird and unoriginal. And honestly, kind of pathetic. Which one of you came up with the idea? And why didn't you raise your nephew to be a better person? Because he sucks. Ari blinked innocently. Do you think you can just say whatever you want because it's so close to the end? I brought you here to make a deal about your future. And the finals, but dash. Let's just stop right here. No deal needed. Your side is dishonorable, and I don't negotiate with terrorists. Ari interrupted again, almost laughing as Wilford Forbes' face began to turn an ugly red. Excuse me. I said I don't negotiate with terrorists. Ari repeated with a blank expression, causing Wilford's brow to twitch in annoyance. Truly, he couldn't understand why he was stuck with the rudest contestants who didn't understand that if they wanted a good experience and for things to go their way, they needed to bow to authority. At least for the others, they had active parents in the industry to help back them up. For this one, who seemed to have the most audacity, the only connection he had was in the fashion industry thousands of miles away. I suggest you fix that attitude of yours, contestant Ariel. That negative attitude of yours when things don't go your way is very unbecoming and will hinder you in the future if I have a say in it. Which, in case you've forgotten, I do. It seems you've forgotten, but this group is mine, and I can make your future very miserable, so I suggest you toe the line immediately. Okay, and what kind of nonsense threat is that? Hinder me in the future? Why would I care about the future when you're already hindering me right now? Again, I don't negotiate with terrorists. Also, if you need someone to wear those clothes so you can trick the audience into thinking I'm William and William is me, then wear them. Yourself. And quit calling me out to talk. Unlike you, who likes to waste time talking about rubbish, I'm quite busy. Ariel. Matisse. Wilford Forbes called out through gritted teeth. Pardon. Je ne parle pas anglais. Ari repeated with a polite smile. If you want to talk to me, learn another language. And at this point, do your worst, you freaking bastard. I'm not afraid of you. Volume 5. Number 401. Chapter 401. I don't negotiate with terrorists 4. And for the rest of the meeting, while Wilford talked, Ari just repeated the same words while letting Wilford's own words enter through one ear and fly out the other. 6 minutes later, Jamie came knocking on the door, and they both left, giving Wilford Forbes a cheerful wave. Whether or not they edited Ari well or not for the next episode, he didn't really care anymore. At this point, it didn't matter how well-behaved he was or how many deals he made with the PD. The person who had power wasn't him. They clearly wouldn't respect it, so he might as well do what he wanted and fight back the only way he knew how. Malicious compliance. Since you want to create drama, don't worry, I'll be dramatic. You want to meet with me? Fine. All of a sudden, I can only speak French and can't understand English. Didn't you know that I was born in France, not America? Please get me a translator as you get for the other foreign kids. You want to meet with me? My team leader, James Jones III, said I can't go because I need to practice, and if I do, he needs to come with me as my translator. Are you saying he's speaking fake French? No, it's real French, I promise. It's just his country accent that makes the words sound weird. You want me to make a promo video for the show? Fine. I'll complain in French. Why are Jamie and I always together? We want to try out being conjoined twins. Smile when the PD is talking to me. What is there to smile about? The only people getting smiles from me are my teammates and friends, Jalissa, and the staff members. The PD, William, and Wilford can just deal with it. You want me to wear matching clothes with William? Never. If you insist, I'm walking around in my boxers. The footage is now useless, and everyone is unhappy. You're punishing me by taking my phone. Take it. In fact, take my laptop as well. What do I care? School is over, and I don't like checking things online anyway. I can't dye my hair, and I can't cut it. Let's wear stupid hairstyles every day. The next 6 days became a battle of wills between the production team and Ari, Jamie, and Levi. Levi spent his days terrorizing William and Wilford Forbes on one side, while Ari and Jamie spent theirs terrorizing the production team and Wilford Forbes on the other. By the night before Family Day, both parties were sick of each other, and Wilford and PD Emily made a U-turn whenever they saw any of those three faces coming. Just as Ari was about to fall asleep. Ding! Surprise mission. Monkey see, monkey do, now it's time to change. Your hairdo. There's a copycat on the block, and he's trying to jack your style. But it seems that he hasn't heard that red is dead, and black helps you get ahead. In other words, dye your hair black. Time limit, 24 hours. Reward, one-time use of skill hype man, see. Failure, loss of 2 random stat points. Huh. Before Ari could finish reading the surprise mission, another screen popped up. Surprise mission, shine bright like a diamond. When the lights shine the brightest, the crowds are the loudest, the pressure the highest. Only the best come out on top. When faced with pressure, will you become a diamond or will you get crushed into rubble? Make your way to Pershing Square Park by 10 a.m. tomorrow and win 10 chess matches in a row. Reward, 72-hour diamond aura. A. Activated upon completion. Failure, loss of 5 random stat points. Suffering through family day with the PD and Wilford Forbes. What the heck? Another one? Why are the rewards so good just for playing chess and dyeing my hair back to black? As Ari reread the surprise missions, he was a bit shocked since these were skill names that he had never seen before, and before he could even ask, Nova provided the description. Skill, Hype Man C. Effect, you emit pulse waves of excitement. All audience members who are touched by this pulse rise to higher levels of exhilaration, plus 70%, making them enjoy the performance even more. The energy given off by the crowd will also make you and your selected targets, up to 7 people total, perform better, creating a feedback loop. Activation, to activate the skill, climb on top of something and yell, "Are you ready?" Skill, Diamond Aura A. Effect, a charisma amplifier and aura that makes you absolutely captivating on and off the stage. It makes you look transcendent. When people see you, you're unforgettable, and you literally shimmer and radiate light when on stage or captured on camera. As Ari stared at the surprise mission, his face immediately wrinkled. Glancing over at the snoring Jamie, he quickly whispered to Nova, "Dyeing my hair is easy. I already have the hair dye, but winning 10 chess matches in a row at a park? How the heck am I supposed to get there? I don't have my phone, and I haven't played chess in forever. Plus, the PD said I had to attend family day. You're going to listen to the PD over me? After how you've behaved this week? Really? Isn't it a bit late to be hypocritical? Ari, _ well, when you put it like that. Besides, aren't these the perfect skills for your final performance?" They were. In fact, the Hype Man skill would work exceptionally well considering his role in his team's performance. It seemed like he really had to thank Vishal. "Why are you thanking him?" "Thank me. I've been thinking this lately, but you really act like you can read my mind these days. Can you? Stop talking nonsense and accept the 2 tasks. Borrow the snoring one's computer and start studying chess moves and practicing online. You'll need it to win 10 in a row and not embarrass yourself. Trust me. Who the heck will be at the park that I need to study and beat in chess? Or is there some sort of tournament going on?" Ari asked curiously. He'd learned that if Nova was sending him out on a surprise mission, like when he had to complete 4 acts of service, there was usually an important reason, but this one seemed so random. Playing chess and dyeing his hair? Why? Tournament? Not at all. You're going to meet an alien. An alien? From your planet. Stop talking rubbish. Now get to work, chess boy. Fine. Withholding a sigh, Ari got up and grabbed Jamie's laptop before opening a tab to play online chess and another tab to look up different strategies. Win 10 chess matches in a row. Ugh, it was going to be a long night. Number 402. Chapter 402. Tete-a-tete 1. I'm so tired. And it's so early. Ari grumbled as he brushed his teeth quietly so that he didn't wake Jamie up. Stop complaining and freshen up. Especially that mop you call hair. He had spent most of the night studying chess theory while playing online. Through mindless grinding, his online rating had just hit 800 before he gave up to catch a few hours of sleep. Compared to the top-ranked chess players, who all had ratings over 2,000, with some approaching 3,000, Ari was like a toddler who had just learned how to read. So if he wanted to win 10 matches in a row, the only way he would succeed was by playing against a kid who had just learned the ABC song. Please, let it be elementary schoolers, so I can win in peace. It would be even better if they were preschoolers who just think it's a funny game, so I can beat them easily. As Ari sent his wishes out into the universe, an obnoxious blue screen blocked his view. What kind of nonsense are you thinking? Hurry up and get dressed and sneak out before the PD and staff members get here. They're planning a surprise, and if you're caught here, you automatically fail. Yeah, I'm moving. Also, you're being surprisingly helpful. What gives? I am always helpful when it comes to your future and when you get bullied. After all, the only person who can bully you is me. How about nobody bully me, so I can live happily ever after? Ari grumbled as he began putting on a random t-shirt and sweatpants. No, and don't wear that. It's so terrible that even your face can't make that look good, and it makes you look homeless, and we're long past that point. Try to look good for once. With a sigh, Ari grabbed the suit he had worn to graduation, but what is wrong with you? Are you trying to look like a mobster? No, definitely not. We're something else. Something a little more relaxed. As he tried to grab something else. What is wrong with you? Aren't you French? Where's your sense of fashion? Ari, are you planning to do this every time I try to wear something? Didn't you say that we had to hurry and leave? Rolling his eyes, Ari just decided to change into his utterly adorable tracksuit, but, that's not going to work for me either, buddy. Change it. Since you have so much to say and don't want to tell me what to prepare for, then why don't you just pick out the clothes yourself? Excellent. Don't mind if I do. Start by popping open that suitcase full of things you got from the modeling job. Yes, that one. Grab the chunky boots, the black ones. Good. Grab the black cargo pants with the chains. Next is that white shirt, the long-sleeve one. Put it on and let me see it. Not bad. Top it off with a watch, a hat, your headphones, a necklace, and that will do. Grab your hair dye, stuff your bed, and let's go. After putting on the clothing as instructed, Ari made his bed, arranging his tracksuit to make it look like he was still sleeping, tucked a note under the still snoring Jamie's hand, and quietly walked out the door with the hair dye in one hand and sticky notes with instructions in the other. Avoiding the main hallways, he quickly exited the building using the door everyone always snuck out of and ran off. Even though it was relatively early and school was out for most students, of course, there was still traffic, which he passed as he ran toward a bus stop, barely getting on the right one before it peeled off. You really should get a license. This is a very inconvenient way of traveling. And who's going to pay for the car? Ari replied aloud since he had his headphones on. Well, when you finally debut, you should be getting some money from the production team. You think they're going to pay up? I'm willing to bet that they do something shady. Nova thought about it for a bit before replying. Based on their track record, I'll pass on that bet. That PD of yours, her devious talent is so admirable. I need to learn from her. You're devious enough on your own. You don't need to learn from the devil herself. As the bus continued its journey, Ari just dozed off until it was time to get off. The place Nova wanted him to go to, Pershing Square Park, was in downtown LA. It was like a little plaza surrounded by tall office and apartment buildings with several small grassy rectangles shaded by a variety of trees that could technically be considered parks. Following Nova's directions, Ari walked toward one of the little parks, where it seemed a small crowd had gathered around a wooden table and chairs. The two people sitting at the table had a chessboard between them, and it seemed there was a game in progress, while the spectators, many of whom had on basketball jerseys, had their phones and professional cameras out, recording the game. Meandering over and finding an open spot, Ari listened to the conversation for a couple of seconds before whispering to the guy standing next to him. Hey, what's going on? Are they famous? Why's everyone gathered here? What do you mean, what's going on? Bro, they're obviously playing chess, and that's the alien. Do you live under a rock? The guy shot back. Ari glanced back at the two people playing chess. One was a young man with golden brown skin, a small afro peeking out from under his hoodie, and a little goatee. The person sitting across from him was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. They both look human to me. I guess the old guy's forehead is kind of big if you look at it carefully, but calling him an alien just because of that is kind of rude. Maybe he's an actor who played an alien in a movie I don't know about? Still confused, Ari turned back to the guy and whispered again. So, is the alien the old guy? What movie is he from? Movie? Dude, Vic is the alien. Everybody knows this. Don't you follow basketball? Not in the slightest. I only follow tennis, football, and F1. But now that you say it, I guess he does look pretty tall, and he has long legs too. And you sound French just like he does. How come you can't support your own country, man? That's no bueno. The guy, a blonde teen about Ari's age, looked disappointed as he shook his head. I'm sorry. You should be, man. He's carrying your country and our city on his back, and you should support him since he's an inspiration to us all. I didn't know that. My apologies. Tisk. As if he couldn't take Ari bothering him, the teen moved to the other side and kept watching the game, which ended with the old guy groaning but getting up from his seat. Am I supposed to play this guy? Ari whispered quietly with his mouth covered. Yes. Would you like to give me any other information? No. Lovely. Anyone else want to play? Me. I want to play. When the question was asked, Ari immediately raised his hand and made his way to the front of the crowd. Salat, hello? Nice to see you. I'm Victor. You can just call me Vic. The guy who had won glanced at Ari and quickly introduced himself in a heavy French accent while extending extremely long, fingered hands. Yo. Quite enough. What's up? I'm Ariel. You can call me Ari. Apparently, you play basketball? What team are you on? Ari replied casually in French, shaking the extended hand before taking a seat. Vous êtes français. Victor's eyes widened as he looked Ari over, taking in the handsome face, put-together appearance, the laid-back attitude, and authentic French accent that was rare to find in Los Angeles. Based on the questions asked, this guy didn't seem to be a fan of basketball and didn't look like he recognized him at all, which was nice considering his current circumstances of trying to clear his head before a big game. Ways. Feel free to speak informally. I'm not a stickler for rules, and if you want, we can speak in either language. Ari replied, placing the chess pieces in their proper positions on the board as he stared at Victor expectantly. Then let's talk in French. I feel like I've been getting rusty. I play here in LA. I'm on the Lakers. Oh, nice. Professional. You must be very talented then. How's your season going? Ari asked casually. The moment the words left his lips, it was like darkness and depression came over Victor, and he let out a long sigh before explaining. We're currently down 3-0, and Game 4 is tonight. I'm not sure what that means since I don't play basketball, but it sounds bad. Ari posed it as a question since she wasn't sure of the severity of it. 3-0 in a tennis match was an overcomable deficit considering a set consisted of 6 games, and you needed to win 3 out of 5 sets. 3-0 in a soccer match was basically death unless a miracle happened. As for F1, if you were 3 laps behind the other racers, just give up immediately and stop wasting gas. It's the playoffs, so it's whichever team wins 4 games out of 7. If my team doesn't win today's game, we'll be eliminated, and everything we've worked for all year will be wasted. Somehow, we need to overcome this deficit and win 4 games in a row to take the championship. Oh, that's rough. At Ari's deadpan response, which had no hint of pity or consolation, Victor laughed before holding out 2 pawns. Yes, it's a bit rough. But enough talk. Let's play. Black or white? White. I also need to win several games in a row today, so I need all the advantage I can get. Ari replied before shamelessly picking white, which gave a minuscule advantage by letting him go first. Fair. Enough. Bon chance. Bon chance. Number 403. Chapter 403. Tête-à-tête 2. After staring at the chessboard for a second, Calum grabbed his pawn and moved it up 2 spaces. E4. A standard starting move for beginners like him. After a second's hesitation, Victor moved his own pawn forward 1 space. E6. French defense. Ari asked quickly, recognizing the strategy from his cramming session. I thought it would be appropriate for the occasion, but it seems that you're an expert from how easily you recognized it. Victor asked, his eyes filled with curiosity at what the blunt guy would say. If my cramming chess strategies all night is the criterion for an expert, then I'm Albert Einstein himself. Ari replied as he moved another pawn up 2 spaces. D4. Why were you cramming? Did you see my post that I would be at the park playing chess today? Victor asked as he moved another pawn to D5, blocking Ari's pawn directly. Nope. To be honest, I had no idea who you were until 5 minutes ago, since I don't follow basketball. No offense. I made a bet that I would win 10 chess matches in a row, and came to the park, and just so happened to meet you here. I didn't expect this many people to be here. I'm glad I dressed well instead of wearing what I usually do. Ari moved his left knight to C3 as his eyes swept over the people recording Victor and, by extension, him. Thankfully, Nova had forced him to dress nicely, but in a way that didn't make it look like he was trying too hard. Otherwise, wouldn't Victor think he was lying? Pwaha. The straightforwardness is refreshing. What do you usually wear then? And how old are you? I feel like you're my age. I'm 20. Victor asked as he moved his own left knight to f6, causing both sides to almost mirror each other. 18, so we're close in age. And usually, I do a lot of dance practice, so whatever is clean and easy to move in. Are you a professional dancer? A musician? You certainly have the appearance for entertainment. I'm currently a contestant on an idol survival show. Victor was silent for a second before shaking his head and making his next move. I'll be honest with you as well. I have no idea what that is. In the beginning, neither did I. But imagine they throw 100 kids into a football club training camp, torture them in the name of training while recording every moment, edit it in a sensationalized manner, and make them perform against each other each week, and have the public vote so you can eliminate them each week. But instead of practicing technical skills and scrimmaging, we're singing, dancing, rapping, and creating new songs and performances in self-managed groups. What do you think that's like? Ari explained as he made his next move. Lenfer. Yep, it's hell. And on top of that, imagine that the football club's owner's nephew is there ruining everything for everyone. And the director who's in charge of recording and conveying the story fabricates storylines and stitches together clips to further their own agenda. Victor gave him a pitying look as he moved his bishop forward. It seems that you are going through a lot. It's a bit tiring to deal with, which is why I'm skipping out today in protest. But clearly not as much as you. Today's an elimination game for you. Shouldn't you be reviewing film or practicing with your team? Ari asked as he used his bishop to take out one of Victor's knights. At least, that was the game day standard he was used to. Victor was silent for a moment, his long fingers hesitating over the board before he eventually made a move, using his pawn to take out Ari's bishop. Right now, I am a bit frustrated, so I'm taking a breather and calming my head before heading back. Why? Worried about the game. Not so much worry about the game. I've practiced and conditioned. Right now, it's a matter of external circumstances, Victor said as he glanced around. Although there were still a few people recording them, perhaps because he was speaking solely in French and not engaging with them, a good amount had cleared out, and the rest seemed ready to leave as well. Catching his gaze, Ari realized that perhaps Victor didn't want to air his business out to people recording and shrugged. You don't have to talk about it. We can talk about something else or stay silent. I'm fine with either. No, it's fine. I'm enjoying the talk. For one, my parents are currently delayed in France due to an issue with their plane, and they will not be able to make it to this very important game. That's fair. I hope they're safe and that the airline handles things well. We all only have one life and should try to treasure it a bit, especially that of parents. Thank you. The two of them exchanged the next several moves in silence. Victor stole a pawn from Ari. Ari used his knight to capture that same pawn. Then, the battle of repositioning began. Turn by turn, each of them began shifting the pieces to hide their king, to optimize their queen, and to set traps with the less important pieces until the victor mistakenly moved his queen between two of Ari's knights. As the other boy froze while trying to figure out a way out, he began to speak slowly, as if carefully thinking through his words. This survival show, you mentioned dealing with fabricated words and storylines. Is that something you've dealt with personally? Nobody in the show has dealt with it more than me. I could bet my life savings on that. Every word I say gets twisted not just by the production team, but by the viewers as well. I've been called rude, cocky, prideful, and a bunch of other things, and there's no particular basis or truth in it, apart from the fact that I'm confident in myself. Well, I can be pretty rude and direct, but that's just how I talk, and it's also a French thing. Ari answered honestly. Yes, exactly. I am someone who's dealing with something of the same thing right now. Victor slapped the table in excitement, accidentally knocking over his king and several other pieces of the board. As Ari stared at him, Victor laughed before arranging the board again. Ah, sorry. I'll take the loss. Let's start another match. Do you want white or black? Before Ari could respond, Nova filled his vision. Matches won in a row, won. Even an accidental win like this counts? Barely. Either way, I guess I'll take it. I'll go with white again. Bon chance, Victor. Bon chance, Ariel. Ari started the game again, using the same opening move, and the two of them continued to talk while the area around them emptied out. Victor told him about his brutal NBA season. Ari told him about the torturous Idol show, and they bonded over being misquoted by the media or fans, being pressured to have a certain image, and how they dealt with negativity. Ari told him about trying to complain whenever he could and getting his microphones cut off or his scenes deleted or used out of context, and Victor told him about all the fines he got after criticizing the organization and the officiating. They talked about France. Both grew up in the Parisian region, although Victor's father was from Senegal and he often visited. They talked about their favorite football clubs. Victor spoke about the basketball cheering section he was trying to create to capture the same atmosphere as going to a football game at the Stade de France, and Ari shared a bit about the Pop Star Academy fandom and what his fans had done for him. They talked about their attitude towards things, how to handle naysayers, what their teammates were like, and the goals they wanted to achieve in the upcoming year. To be honest, for Ari, it was quite a nice venting session and a great change of pace from the frustration and bad mood he had been in all week. He got to vent his complaints to a completely unrelated party about what was going on without cameras in his face while speaking French for a long time, and Victor got to do the same to him. It also helped that he completely overwhelmed Victor in chess. Rather than overwhelming him, you only reached the goal because his long legs kept bumping into the table and knocking things over, and he's gracious enough to concede, while you barely won the other 4 rounds even after taking white and going first. Ari, a win is a win, and it doesn't matter if I won gracefully or not. Give me my reward. Tisk, don't you click your tongue at me. Now, can you read my mind or not? The blue screen immediately disappeared from his vision. That was quite a good match. It's such a shame that I lost so many times, but I enjoyed this conversation. Victor said honestly as he stretched, his long arms waving like tree branches. Maybe it was because he got to speak with someone in French for an extended period, or maybe it was because they had so many similarities, including their straightforward way of speaking and analyzing things, but Victor felt way more relaxed and at peace. And even though he'd lost here today, he'd gotten some good advice and strengthened his resolve. I enjoyed it too. When I get my phone, I'll add you on social media. Good luck with your game today. Remember what I said. No mercy. Ari responded as he got ready to leave. He would probably head back to the church, do some cleaning while dyeing his hair, then help out in the restaurant before going back late at night. Hopefully, by then, the family day stuff should be over, right? Just as Ari was getting up, Victor stood up to his full height and grabbed his shoulder. Ariel, you are very tall, you know that. Ari replied as he kept craning his neck up to stare at Victor's face. Wow, he had to be at least 220 centimeters. How tall did you say you were? My neck hurts looking up at you. Somewhere around 226 centimeters? I grew a bit last year, Victor said in amusement, since this was a common reaction even among NBA players who were taller than average. No wonder your nickname is the Alien. I think you should stop growing, otherwise you'll bump your head on every door frame. Ari told the giant boy honestly. I already do that, unfortunately. Thankfully, it seems my growth plates are closed. But on a more serious note, since you're skipping, do you want to come to the game? I just so happen to have 2 extra tickets since my parents can't make it. I can raffle one away to the audience, and you can have the other one. It comes with unlimited food, drinks, and swag, and if you want, you can teach. The cheering section, some football cheers. Can I use a sink to dye my hair without getting in trouble? Why not? Then sure, let's do it. Excellent. Then let's go. One of the team's staff members is bringing the van over. Number 404. Chapter 404. Tête-à-tête 3. All right, is everything in place? PD Emily asked her crew as they went over their final setup. Yep. The last batch of people just arrived from the airport, so everyone who's coming is here. We have the cameras set up and in place. The sponsored clothes for the contestants are in place, and the boys are all still sleeping in their rooms, so as soon as the signal is given, we're good to go. Kate reported as she went through the morning checklist. Excellent. My chest is burning, and I have a bad feeling, so I hope everything goes well today. PD Emily muttered as she rubbed her chest. She didn't know why, but it kept throbbing as it usually did when something went wrong. Isn't it burning because of all the espresso that you drink, PD? One of these days, you'll get a heart attack, so try to reduce it, okay? Plus, there's no need to stress out. Today's a fun, relaxing day, and I'm sure the boys will call a truce since their families are going to be here, right? Kate said placatingly, even though she was 100% on the contestant's side, that those in charge were always going too far with the editing and the drama. I hope you're right. Please, if there is a God, let those troublemakers calm down. PD Emily muttered as she grabbed her tablet and phone, making her way down to the modified room where the families would be. As soon as PD Emily entered the room, she was greeted by a level of noise that could only be created by large groups trying to get to know each other. Out of habit, she quickly looked around, trying to see if she could figure out which family belonged to which contestant. The tall, handsome but sharp-eyed man who looked just like Levi, the beautiful woman standing next to him, and the old lady who was chatting with Wilfred Forbes were clearly the Temple family. The man with long brown hair, a cow-print leather jacket, and a matching hat was clearly James Jones, Jamie's father, and by the look of the 5 large boys standing around him, and the blonde older woman wearing a country-style pink and mint dress with a basket-style purse, these were his wife and kids. The stern-faced Hispanic man in a suit, the beautiful woman beside him, and the 3 young children were Carlos' family, whom she had met before. The tall man who looked like a darker version of Benjamin, a dark-haired woman with braids who had Benjamin's smile and dimples, and the mixture of young adults and kids who looked similar were obviously Benjamin's family. The gorgeous Indian woman with a daughter who was the spitting image of her was clearly Vishal's mother and sister. One by one, PD Emily looked around and made the connection from contestant to family, noting that the only people who didn't have anyone come for them were William, who at least had his uncle there, and Ariel, an orphan who claimed not to have any family, even though he clearly knew people who could stand in for that, like the priest who had originally brought him in, and Chloe Laurent. As her heart pulsed again from a strange anxiousness, PD Emily pushed the resident troublemaker out of her mind and flagged Wilfred Forbes, letting him know that everything was in place. Getting her signal, Wilfred Forbes broke off his conversation and clapped to get the attention of everyone. As the room quieted down, he gave everyone a charming smile before beginning to speak. Good morning, everyone, and once again, thank you all for coming. I've gotten the signal that everything is in place, so let's get started. The plan for this morning is for all of the families to wake up the contestants who are sleeping in. None of them knows exactly what time you're all supposed to arrive, so they'll be quite surprised to see you all here already, and that heartwarming scene will be captured by our lovely production team. Afterward, the contestants will change while we do quick interviews with you all, then we'll all gather here before going to breakfast and continuing the rest of the itinerary. Our lovely PD, Emily Raleigh, will direct you to the correct rooms, so please follow her. Wilfred Forbes pointed to PD Emily, who waved cheerfully. Hello, everyone. I'm Emily, the person who's been in contact with you all. I hope your travels went well. We have a lot of fun things planned for today, and to get through them all, we need to get started, so please follow me. As PD Emily stepped out the door, the families followed her, and she led them to the hallway with the rooms where the contestants were staying. Each door had the contestants' names printed in large letters, so the families all crowded around the correct door while the cameraman tried to capture everything from both ends. Once everyone was in position, PD Emily held the clapperboard up. Ready, steady, go wake them up. Clack. At her signal, the families barged through the door and began shouting while the cameraman tried to keep up and capture the moment. Wake up. Jamie, sweetie, mom's here. Yo, Benny, wake up now. Why are you still sleeping at this time? Did I raise you to be lazy? As she heard the excited shouts of various accents coming from the rooms, PD Emily smiled to herself. Good. The heartwarming moment had to be captured perfectly. As she waited by the door, counting down the time before she had to temporarily separate the families from the contestants. Agaheha! A terrified scream suddenly sounded out. Turning toward the room where the sound had come from, PD Emily felt her heart pound even harder as she read the names on the door. Ariel M. James J. That scream was definitely Jamie, which meant there could only be one culprit here. Ariel, what the heck have you done now? Ignoring the different heads that poked out of the door, PD Emily sprinted to Jamie's room. You chopped my friend in half? How could you? Jamie gasped as he stared between his dad and the ground in horror. On the ground was a pair of sweatpants on one side and a hoodie on the other, and because of the way it was filled with clothing, it looked like a person who had been chopped in half, especially the red clothing in the middle that imitated blood. He's not dead. It's not even real. I was just trying to wake him up. How was I supposed to know that he stuffed his clothes? Who the heck does that? James Jones Sr. complained as he lightly kicked the stuffed sweatpants to the side. He had tried shaking Ariel awake, thinking he was ignoring them and being childish, but the force he used sent the stuffed hoodie flying across the room, hitting Jamie in the face. His son began screaming in terror before everyone realized it was fake. I told you he's a bad influence. Who does this when he knows your parents are coming? James Sr. grumbled. Unfortunately for him, nobody was on his side. Not his wife. And who shakes a sleeping kid that hard? You're old enough to know better, and you promised to be on your best behavior. I can't believe you were shaking him like that. You know how thin he is. I doubt that he's 100 pounds soaking wet. And he's French on top of it? I'm sure he hasn't eaten a hearty, southern home-cooked meal that warms the soul and will put some meat on his bones in his life. And they sure aren't feeding them well here. Look at how much weight my baby has lost. He's all skin and bones. Jamie, sweetie, where's that handsome friend of yours? Magnolia Jones immediately scolded her husband with a heavy country accent before going to stroke Jamie's messy hair. And not his son's. Oh, Jamie, is this the friend of yours that you always talk about? The skinny one who's good at tennis, right? He has a girly name but a fierce attitude. Where is he? Under the bed? Or in the closet? Does he scare you like this often? I like his style. As the large boys got rowdy in the cramped room and began looking for Ari, while James Jones Sr. was still being scolded by his wife, PD Emily barged in. Jamie, are you okay? She asked as her eyes scanned the tightly packed room to figure out what was going on. Was there a fight? Did somebody get injured? What? It's nothing. It's just that little punk. Ouch. Wincing as Magnolia pinched his side with unbelievable strength, James Jones Sr. quickly corrected his words while pointing to the stuffed hoodie and pants on the ground. I meant to say that James Jr.'s friend played a prank on us. Ha ha. Where's Ariel? We haven't seen him. Just this. When PD Emily saw the stuffed clothing, her heart began pounding even more, and the bad feeling she had got worse. Have any of you seen Ariel? Jamie. PD Emily turned expectantly to Ari's #1 partner in crime. No. I woke up when they came in, and my dad discovered that. Maybe he's in the practice room? He usually wakes up early. Jamie answered honestly. That's right. He must have been so tired. My baby was plumb tuckered out. Magnolia added. Seeing that Jamie looked honest and his mother corroborated his story, PD Emily forced a smile. You're probably right. I'll go grab him and bring him back. You guys continue to catch up. Sure. Once PD Emily left, Magnolia grabbed a piece of paper that was partially hidden beneath Jamie's pillow. Oh, look, sweetie, there's a letter on your bed. A letter? Taking the letter from his mom, Jamie quickly read through it. Oi, did you scream? Hee hee. Anyway, if the PD asks you where I am, say you don't know. When everyone is gathered, please read aloud the second note. I'll bring you food when I'm back in return. Have fun with your family. Ariel. Huh?